world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 476 Massacre. After taking the Huang pill, Lin Ming felt a warm energy dissolving in his danshan, turning into pure true essence and blending into the meridians of his body. Even the duration of the evil god's power was extended a little. This is still in the combat state. If he can calm down and meditate, he can recover to his peak state in just 1 or 2 quarters of an hour. This is the power of the Huang pill. Lin Ming's blood and ki were originally strong. After tempering his marrow, his physical recovery ability was even more terrifying. Coupled with the heaven-defying effect of the Huang pill, the blood flow in Lin Ming's chest stopped instantly, and then the wound was repaired at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Lan Cheng's eyes widened. Is this the recovery speed of a human? Even if he took the Huang pill, it couldn't be so terrifying. How could he meet such a bad star? He clearly felt that he was stronger than Lin Ming and had the upper hand in the fight, but the situation was getting worse and worse until now. Who are you, a human or a demon? Lan Chengji asked in a deep voice. Lin Ming did not answer, but held the great wilderness blood halberd at an angle, and the halberd blade drew a full moon on the ground. At this moment, on the battlefield, an elder of the Suzaku branch of Shenhuang Island suddenly cried out. His body flew backwards, bleeding from all 7 orifices, obviously seriously injured, and unable to fight again. On the side of Shenhuang Island, except for Lin Ming and the Mu sisters, the other elders, facing the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm who outnumbered their own side, were naturally stretched to the limit and in danger. 9th Elder. Mu Qianxue's heart jumped. The seriously injured elder was just a marginal elder in the Suzaku branch of Shenhuang Island. He was usually not involved in the interests of the major sects, and was a bit like a transparent person. Although he was a little afraid of fighting, because of the big difference in strength between Shenhuang Island and the South Sea Demon Realm, he did take action after all. Without his action, the situation would only be worse. However, now, he was seriously injured, and even in danger of his life. Seeing the 9th elder injured like this, Mu Qianxue was furious. Mu Qianxue, if you don't take action, if I can return to the sect this time, I will definitely impeach you at the elders meeting, let you be punished by the sect, and your bloodline will be destroyed, and your reputation will be ruined. Mu Qianxue's eyebrows trembled with an almost shrill roar, but he didn't move after all. But Mu Qianxue couldn't hold on any longer. The pressure was too great. The battle had escalated to this point. If he didn't take action, he would really be severely punished by the sect. Brother Qianxue, I have to take action. If we wait any longer, even if Lin Ming dies in the battle, there will be no place for the 2 of us to stand on Shenhuang Island in the future. Mu Fengsan will not spare us. And the fact that we are avoiding fighting will spread throughout the sect, and then we will be criticized by thousands of people. Mu Qianxue's face was silent, and he said something to Mu Qianxue through his true essence. Mu Qianxue's face changed. What did you say? Are you serious? I'm 80% to 90% sure. Mu Qianxue's words sounded like morning bells and evening drums to Mu Qianxue. His face changed, but he finally gritted his teeth and remained silent. Mu Qianxue, you. Mu Qianxue was extremely angry, but Mu Qianxue was not moved at all. Mu Qianxue, who was beside Mu Qianxue, was suffering. His face was uncertain, and he seemed to be in a very fierce ideological struggle. The situation is getting worse and worse. After the 9th elder was seriously injured, the pressure on the Shenhuang Island was even greater. Even Mu Qianxue was in danger. Although Lin Ming relied on some special rules and elixirs to gain an advantage, his evil god power only had 30 breaths left. If he continued to fight like this, he would die. Lan Cheng's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. Lin Ming, no matter how strong you are, you can't change this. How long can you resist? Hand over your magic jade slip to me obediently, and I will let the others go and let you die more easily. Otherwise, I have plenty of ways to torture your soul and make you live a life worse than death for hundreds of years. Lin Ming grinned, revealing a row of bloody teeth. He took out a red pill from the Zumi ring and put it in his mouth. Before coming to the South China Sea battlefield, Mu Qianxue called Lin Ming to the back mountain and gave Lin Ming 3 pills and a sachet. These 3 pills were 2 huang pills and 1 red blood pill. Now Lin Ming was eating the red blood pill. This is a special pill used inside Shenhuang Island. It requires all kinds of precious medicinal materials and a large amount of vermilion bad blood when refining. Although ordinary vermilion bad blood is much more than vermilion bird essence blood, it cannot withstand a large amount of consumption. This also makes the value of the red blood pill not much lower than the huang pill. The red blood pill can only be used by disciples with the vermilion bad bloodline. After taking it, one can greatly improve one's strength in a short period of time, but will be weak for a long time after using it. Because of its side effects, Lin Ming has never used it, and he doesn't need to use it. Seeing Lin Ming throw the red blood pill into his mouth, Lan Qingji didn't know what it was, but thought it was another healing pill. This made him very anxious. This kid had too many top grade pills on him. He couldn't let Lin Ming recover like this. At least he had to hold Lin Ming back until the battle situation on the other elder side was clear. Boy, die. Lan Qingji shouted and pressed down on Lin Ming with one claw. The surging true energy formed a blood red eagle several feet long behind Lan Qingji. Lan Qingji's skinny old face was already distorted violently. At this point, he had used all his strength in every move. Lin Ming had just swallowed the red blood pill, and he felt as if a furnace had been ignited in his stomach. The gushing energy burst out and galloped freely in Lin Ming's meridians. This feeling. The red blood pill relies on activating the vermilion bad bloodline to enhance the strength of the disciples of the Shenhuang Island. Now, Lin Ming was shocked to find that, after taking the red blood pill, the ancient phoenix blood in his body seemed to burn more vigorously. The chain reaction between the red blood pill and the ancient phoenix blood was beyond Lin Ming's expectations. The ancient phoenix blood and the vermilion bad bloodline are originally of the same origin. The red blood pill that can activate the vermilion bad bloodline can also activate the ancient phoenix blood. At that moment, Lin Ming felt that the blood in his body was burning, and his body felt like it was about to explode. Ha! Lin Ming roared, and his bones made crackling sounds. The crackling sounds of these bones merged into one, and finally turned into a high-pitched dragon roar, rushing straight into the sky. Behind Lin Ming, a double shadow of the azure dragon and the ancient phoenix was formed. The ancient phoenix was reborn from the fire, and the azure dragon soared in the sky. The dragon and the phoenix were auspicious. At that moment, Lin Ming's momentum reached its peak. All potential, all energy, all faith were poured into the great desolate blood halberd in his hand. The wind whistled, and the 14 blood-drinking seals spun wildly, twisting up the red sand all over the sky, forming a blood-colored tornado. Slaughter. With a swing of the halberd, time seemed to stand still. The blood-stained sand filled the entire battlefield. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only the enchantingly red great desolate blood halberd was left, splitting the space. The world seemed to have lost its color. The sound faded away, and the energy fluctuated, but strangely there was no sound. The blood waves rushed up to the sky, and the enchanting red color was like a fire lotus blooming in the middle of the night, and it was fragrant in an instant. Lan Qingji's roar was torn into pieces by the wanton red storm. He watched the great desolate blood halberd, the crushed blood claws, tearing the bloody eagle apart, and then, piercing through his own dantian like piercing the breeze. Ah! Lan Qingji's face was full of ferocity and unwillingness. He grabbed the great desolate blood halberd with one hand and smashed it down at Lin Ming with a crazy claw. I want you to be buried with me. Lan Qingji spat out blood, his teeth were stained red with blood. At that moment, he was furious, like a madman. The burning flames of the red blood pill were still filling Lin Ming's body. Seeing this claw coming, Lin Ming let out a roar like a beast, and punched it down. Crack. The skinny claw was actually smashed by Lin Ming's punch. After his dantian was crushed, Lan Qingji had lost a lot of his true energy. At this time, his claw was only skinny flesh. How could he resist Lin Ming's fist that was as strong as gold? The fist continued to move, and hit Lan Qingji's face directly. The body protecting true energy that had almost dissipated was penetrated by Lin Ming's punch and hit Lan Qingji's face. The body of a warrior who lost the protection of the body protecting true energy was so fragile. In an instant, blood spurted out, and Lan Chengji's facial features were distorted by Lin Ming's punch. Come out. Blood drinking seal. With a low roar from Lin Ming, the blood destroying evil thunder roared out. Lan Chengji was covered by the blood destroying evil thunder, his body shook violently, and blood flowed from all 7 orifices. I won't accept it. I won't accept it. Lan Chengji let out a final roar, but it was in vain. With a loud bang, a cloud of blood mist broke free from Lan Chengji's body and quickly condensed into an ancient and mysterious blood seal in front of Lin Ming. Lan Chengji's turbid eyes quickly lost color. The blood seal kept twisting. This blood seal was much deeper and more solemn than the other 14. This was the first blood drinking seal condensed by a mid-stage Zuandan master. Seeing this scene, all the warriors around were shocked. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Lan Chengji was actually killed by Lin Ming. The mid-stage Zuandan master was pierced through the danshan by Lin Ming's halberd, and then his 5 senses were smashed, and his blood was sucked out. He was deader than dead. Especially before the scene where Lin Ming smashed Lan Chengji's blood claw with one punch. It was so shocking that it was simply a human-shaped ancient beast. Mu Qianxue, who was hiding in the corner watching the battle, was already scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. At this time, Lin Ming in the center of the field held a 10-foot-long great wilderness blood halberd in one hand, and Lan Chengji's body, which looked like a dead dog, in the other hand. He was covered in blood and his hair was flying, like a world-destroying war god. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianxue's face turned pale and his lips trembled. He couldn't believe that this scene was real. What Lin Ming was holding in his hand was not a dead dog, but a powerful person in the middle stage of Zuandan. A figure equivalent to the great elder of the branch sect, who was still domineering and wanted to dominate everything just now, but now, he has turned into a pile of rotten meat in Lin Ming's hands. Chapter 477 Killing 3 people in a row. The whole place fell silent, and the originally fierce battle slowed down a bit. Even a mid-stage Zuandan had fallen. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming, breathing rapidly. She was already extremely surprised that Lin Ming had blocked Lan Chengji by himself, but now she never expected that Lin Ming would actually kill Lan Chengji with a backhand. In this broken world, except for a group of old monsters above the late Zuandan stage who went to the Demon God Emperor Palace, the mid-stage Zuandan was already a top master. When mid-stage Zuandan masters fight, they usually just defeat each other. It is very difficult to kill them. But now, Lin Ming killed Lan Chengji. This is really unbelievable. Even if Lin Ming had eaten the red blood pill, he shouldn't be so terrifying. Even Mu Bingan, who was usually calm and composed, saw Lin Ming at this time, and his eyes flashed with a bit of shock. Zuanzan looked at Lin Ming with a solemn expression. His strength was not much stronger than Lan Chengji. If it was not Lan Chengji but himself who had just faced Lin Ming, then he would have most likely become a cold corpse. Zuanzan began to regret that he should not have fought this battle, otherwise how could he have provoked this evil star? As for the other 4 elders of the South Sea Demon Realm who had not yet fought, they all stood up at this time, with some fear in their ugly faces. Before, it was the elders of Shenhuang Island who did not have the courage to fight, but now, facing this world-destroying war god Lin Ming, it was the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm who did not dare to fight. Are you kidding? The middle stage of Zuandan was killed. If the early stage of Zuandan went up, would they still be able to survive? These 4 elders were all in the early stage of Zuandan. They were not from the Zuan family or the Lan family. In a sense, this conflict was for personal revenge, not the South China Sea War, and had little to do with them. But now, Lan Chengji had been killed, and it was time for the South China Sea Demon Realm and Shenhuang Island to fight a life and death battle. They had to fight. What to do? The 4 elders were now facing the same dilemma as the elders of Shenhuang Island. Should they go to battle, or flee? However, Lin Ming would not give these people a chance to think about regrets. Now he only had a dozen breaths of evil god power left. The red blood pill was burning in his body. Although Lin Ming was still conscious, the murderous aura in his body had already erupted like a volcano, and could not be suppressed at all. Practicing the way of killing with magic skills, combined with the red blood pill at this time, Lin Ming only wanted to sweep the world with a halberd in his hand. Die. Lin Ming, whose murderous aura had accumulated to the extreme, shouted and rushed into the battle. The great wilderness blood halberd was like a bloodthirsty giant python, coming out wantonly. Although there was only a dozen breaths of time, no one could stop its edge. The 15 blood drink seals were like the sickle of the god of death, especially the blood drink seal formed by Lin Ming's blood essence, which was deep and solemn red. This blood drink seal alone was completely unsuppressed by the power of the law. When it was fully activated, its power was extremely terrifying. The elder, who was the first to be hit, was horrified and waved his weapon to block Lin Ming's halberd. "Get out of the way." A loud shout rang in the elder's ears. It was Xuanzan who rushed to the elder's side. He thrust out the 8-foot-long spear in his hand and rushed straight at him with a powerful true energy force that rolled with blood. Bang! The halberd's light shot out and spurted out wantonly. 15 blood-drinking seals were completely unrestrained by the power of the law and spun wantonly. Not only was the speed extremely fast, the angle was tricky, and the sharpness was unmatched. Crack! Xuanzan's body flashed and retreated more than 10 feet away. The blood in his body surged, and on his right arm, his clothes were torn, and there was a blood mark. Just one round, and Xuanzan was injured. The warriors of other sects around were numb when they saw this scene. They didn't know what to say. Lin Ming's existence has completely surpassed common sense. Some people vaguely guessed that Lin Ming used some secret method to circumvent the rules of this world to a certain extent, but even so, Lin Ming would not be able to kill a master in the middle stage of Xuandan in the late stage of the acquired realm. "Let's go together." Mu Qianxue seized the opportunity at this time and issued an order to continue attacking. Xuanzan had to face Lin Ming. In this way, Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyuan naturally had no opponents. The strength of these two sisters has made great progress in the past year and a half. Any one of them would be better than a strong man in the early stage of Xuandan. Not to mention, the two of them joined forces. Suzaku sword, flames burn the sky. Qinglan sword, shatter ice clouds. Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyuan drew their swords like the wind, and the gorgeous ice and fire intertwined together. An elder of the South Sea Demon Realm who was the first to bear the brunt of the attack had his body protection shattered on the spot and flew out with blood spitting out. Damn it. Xuanzan's face sank. Kill. Fight. After seriously injuring an elder of the South Sea Demon Realm again, Shenhuang Island was full of vigor. Even the 9th elder, who was already seriously injured and could not fight anymore, seemed to have recovered his strength, and flames rolled on his sword. On the other hand, the South Sea Demon Realm was afraid of Lin Ming and fought timidly, and its strength dropped sharply. Speaking of large-scale battles, the combat quality of warriors is actually far inferior to that of mortal armies. The army can charge fearlessly, but warriors can't. Which elder of the demon realm present is not a person of great power, with countless beauties in the harem, and holding great power? It is impossible to expect such people to die like ordinary soldiers, unless there is a huge temptation to make them stronger and longer lived. The situation is completely out of control. The original comprehensive suppression of the strength comparison was completely reversed because of Lin Ming's existence. Evacuate. Seeing that another elder was injured by Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyuan, Xuanzan had to give this order. He could actually feel that Lin Ming used a secret method to stimulate his body's potential to increase his strength, and this secret method should not last long. But how long can he last? Xuanzan dare not bet, and who knows if Lin Ming can use it again. Xuanzan does not want to joke with his life. Facing Lin Ming, he was completely scared. He didn't even use the body's true essence to resist Lin Ming's claw, and it was fine. On the contrary, he killed Lin Ming in seconds. This is simply a pervert who makes people lose the courage to fight him. The 4 elders of the demon realm of other sects who had not taken action before heard Xuanzan's order to evacuate, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and evacuated. As long as they evacuated, they didn't have to take action. As for how many people would die in this large-scale evacuation, it was not their concern. Anyway, they ran faster than the low-level disciples, and it was not their turn to die. The warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm began to fight and retreat. Xuanzan and several Xuandan elders were the last ones to leave. At this time, Lin Ming's attack became more and more fierce. The boiling and burning blood in his body bloomed with the last brilliance. Human halberd. Blood seal spin kill. The vortex of the blood drink seal attracted him, and the sense of disorder in the space made Lin Ming stab the South Sea Demon Realm elder who was injured by Mu Qianxue to death with a halberd. The elder of the South Sea Demon Realm lost another person. Asshole. Xuanzhen's eyes were red. It was only 30 breaths since the start of the battle, but the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm had lost 3 people. All 3 of them died at the hands of Lin Ming. Evacuate. Xuanzhen finally suppressed his anger. He swept the spear in his hand, and a series of explosions broke out on the ground. Xuanzhen used the spear in one hand, and also unfolded his body skills to quickly escape. At this time, facing the fleeing South Sea Demon Realm elders, Shenhuang Island was no longer able to chase them. Not to mention that Lin Ming had reached his limit. The situation of other elders was not much better. Seeing that the South Sea Demon Realm, including Xuanzhen and Xianshan, dozens of warriors, all fled, the warriors of other sects were shocked and speechless. They never dreamed that the South Sea Demon Realm warriors, who were supposed to be twice as strong as Shenhuang Island, would eventually be beaten to a pulp by Shenhuang Island and flee in a hurry. Moreover, 3 elders were killed, one of whom was in the middle stage of Xuanzhen. You know, the South Sea War lasted for more than a year, and the total number of Xuanzhen elders lost in the South Sea Demon Realm was only 7 or 8, but in this battle, Lin Ming killed 3 of them alone. They no longer knew how to express their feelings at this time. On the Shenhuang Island side, Mu Qianxue had completely fallen into a daze, his lips trembling, and his face pale. The scene that he had imagined of Lin Ming turning into an idiot was completely a joke. Lin Ming was like an insurmountable mountain that stood in front of him, making him feel desperate. Qianxue, let's go. At this time, Mu Qianxue's true energy transmission sounded in Mu Qianxue's ears. Grandpa, Mu Qianxue almost cried when he suddenly heard Mu Qianxue's voice. His confidence was completely shattered, and he no longer had the courage to fight Lin Ming. Don't talk, let's go. I have something to tell you. When everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Ming, Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue quietly retreated. They couldn't stay any longer. Mu Qianxue noticed this scene, but she just snorted and let them go. She had decided that this time, when she returned to the sect, she must impeach Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue at the elders meeting, and severely punish them according to the sect rules. Lin Ming's evil god power state had passed, and the blood of the ancient phoenix had also extinguished. At this time, a strong feeling of fatigue surged up, and he could hardly stand steadily. After using the red blood pill, this state would only become more and more serious. Gritting his teeth, he put away the corpse of the South Sea Demon Domain Xuanzhen elder on the ground, and supported the great wilderness blood halberd to barely stand steady. Let's leave too, Mu Qianxue said. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Their condition is already very bad, and the people of the Great Zen Temple are here at this time. If they have any bad thoughts, the consequences will be disastrous. After a series of dangers, there are only 27 or 28 people left in the group of Shenhuang Island, and almost 10 of them have died. What surprised Lin Ming was that Zhang Zhen, who was so weak, was still alive. Brother Lin, you are my idol. I will carry you. Zhang Zhen was inexplicably excited when he saw Lin Ming at this time, and he squatted down to carry Lin Ming without saying a word. Nonsense. Mu Qianxue picked up Zhang Zhen in a bad mood. You can't even run fast, and you're carrying others on your back. Qianxue, take Lin Ming with you. Let's go. Chapter 478 The 3 Defectors. In the team of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan are the strongest. Together, they can fight against a mid-stage Xuanzhen. It is too dangerous for such a large team to have only such a small amount of combat power. Now they must first find a safe place to heal their wounds. Mu Qianxue threw Zhang Zhen to the 7th elder and carried the 9th elder on his back. Lin Ming was helped up by Mu Qianxue, and the group quickly left. The long-bearded monk of the Great Zen Temple only lowered his head and chanted a Buddhist name when he saw this scene. His face was silent, and no one knew what he was thinking. Brother, are we just going to let them go like this? A middle-aged monk in a moon-white monk robe next to the bearded monk said. The young man named Lin Ming must have some kind of secret method which can even circumvent the rules of this world. If we can obtain this secret method and restore our Xuanzhen period strength. Brother Yuan Kong, don't start a dispute again. Greed is the devil in the heart. What's more, this boy's a dragon in the abyss. If we offend him, unless we cut the grass and eradicate it, there will never be a peaceful day in our great Zen temple in the future. Brother, do you want my great Zen temple to go to war with Shenhuang Island like the South China Sea demon realm? Yuan Kang was slightly startled, and then said, brother is right. Even if there is such a secret method, it is probably not something that can be practiced in a day. It can't save the urgent matter. Let's go. In this broken world, everything is up to fate. If it is not yours, getting it will only bring you misfortune. Yes, brother. The wind was howling. Lin Ming was too weak. At first, he was only supported by Mu Qianxue. Later, he leaned almost all of his weight on Mu Qianxue, and finally he simply lay on Mu Qianxue's back. The scenery on both sides quickly receded. The fragrance of virginity filled his nose. Lin Ming felt extremely comfortable and at ease at that moment, leaning on Mu Qianxue's soft shoulders. He couldn't help but greedily inhale the fragrance in his nose. A feeling of confusion made Lin Ming gradually lose consciousness. The vague but pleasant panting sounded in Lin Ming's ears. He wanted to respond, but he felt as if the world had gone far away. Lin Ming, you. Mu Qianxue felt Lin Ming lying on her back, and the hot breath blew on the back of her neck. It was itchy, extremely strange but stimulating. But Lin Ming seemed to have fainted and couldn't be woken up, even if he was called. There is an open space in front. We will rest there and be careful and alert. Mu Qianxue said. Yes. More than 20 disciples gathered on a flat open space. Mu Qianxue put Lin Ming down. Although Lin Ming was sweating, his lips were pale and his body was extremely weak. He looked like he was powerless. But all the disciples around him looked at Lin Ming with admiration and awe. Regardless of whether Lin Ming used the special rules of this world or not, it was an indisputable fact that he killed Lian Chengji, who was in the middle stage of Zuanden. It was unbelievable that a late-stage postnatal killed a mid-stage Zuanden. If it weren't for Lin Ming's last-minute efforts to turn the tide and repel the South Sea Demon realm, the consequences of this war would be disastrous. It is even possible that all of them, the younger generation disciples, would be killed. Mu Qianxue said. To heal Lin Ming's injuries, he ate the red blood pill, and he will be weak for a long time. Yes. Mu Qianxue took out a Huang pill from the Zumi ring without hesitation, and fed it to Lin Ming. As the holy maiden of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue naturally had a Huang pill. After taking 2 Huang pills in a row, the effect will be weakened. However, at this time, the best pill that can be found is Huang pill. A Huang pill was stuffed into Lin Ming's mouth, and a stream of warm current spread in Lin Ming's body. Because Lin Ming was already conscious, Mu Qianxue stayed by Lin Ming's side and healed him. After leaving the combat state, the effect of Huang pill was more significant. Lin Ming's condition was indeed very bad. The red blood pill was a pill that overdrafted the potential of the blood. Even though Lin Ming's qi and blood were extremely powerful, he was now hot and his lips were trembling, as if he had a serious illness. Mu Qianxue was very distressed to see Lin Ming like this. Mu Bingyan came over silently and handed Mu Qianxue a small porcelain bottle. Senior sister. Binking powder. Mu Bingyan did not call Mu Qianxue sister, but senior sister. The two sisters grew up separately in the Suzaku branch sect and the Qingluan branch sect since they were born. In addition, they spent most of their time practicing, so they had few opportunities to meet each other. Mu Bingyan's personality was extremely indifferent because of the practice she practiced, so she and Mu Qianxue rarely had the intimacy between ordinary sisters. Thank you. Mu Bingyan took the binking powder, which was a secret medicine unique to the Qingluan sect. It was used to nourish the Sea of Spirit, and was a top-grade medicine that could be used to treat soul damage. Pills such as the red blood pill that stimulate the body's potential often have a self-hypnotic effect, making the warrior extremely excited during combat, resulting in some minor damage to the soul. Of course, because the red blood pill was originally a top-grade medicine, and Lin Ming's Sea of Consciousness was strong, the damage was not serious. However, Lin Ming's position in Shenhuang Island was extremely important, so Mu Bingyan simply took out the binking powder and completely healed any possible scars. Mu Qianxue also put down the seriously injured ninth elder and fed him healing pills. This time, thanks to the 9th elder and the 7th elder, and the most rare thing is that the 7th elder is an elder of a different surname. This made Mu Qianxue particularly emotional. On Shenhuang Island, the rights and interests of elders of different surnames are naturally far less than those of elders of the Mu surname. However, at the critical moment, Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue both betrayed, and the one who really took action under the huge pressure of the South Sea Demon Realm was actually an elder of a different surname. If it weren't for Lin Ming's unexpected fighting power at the end, this battle might really have killed the elders, or even wiped out the whole army. It can be said that this time the 7th elder risked his life to take action, which is particularly rare. Elder Zhang, I'm ashamed. Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue betrayed me, but I risked my life to help. I will remember this great favor in my heart. If I can get out of this situation, I will definitely do my best to ask for credit for you in front of our ancestors. Elder Zhang shook his head and said, Elder Mu, you are too polite. I'm also a member of Shenhuang Island. Although I don't have much friendship with Lin Ming, my grandson is a good friend of Lin Ming. Along the way, he told me a lot of things I didn't know before. Elder Zhang said, pointing at Zhang Zhen, who scratched his head embarrassedly. As Elder Zhang pointed, Mu Qianxue also looked at Zhang Zhen. She really didn't know that Zhang Zhen was Elder Zhang's grandson. No wonder Zhang Zhen, who had just entered the postnatal cultivation, was able to enter the broken world and survive until now. Perhaps Zhang Zhen is the most outstanding son of the Zhang family. This time, Elder Zhang mainly brought his grandson to train. On Shenhuang Island, elders with other surnames generally have low ambitions and just hope that their own lineage can continue in peace. As for the elders with the surname Mu, they often fight for power and interests. In the final analysis, elders with other surnames know that they can't win anything. After all, Shenhuang Island is not their world. But elders with the surname Mu are different. Power and interests are the root of all war crimes. Uncle Qianxue, this time the 1st and 3rd elders left. I'm worried about them. Mu Qianxue hesitated. Don't worry, as long as they are not crazy, they will not dare to betray their sect. The blood seal contract on them can only be unlocked by themselves after they break through the Zuundin extreme. Others cannot unlock it. Once they betray their sect, their blood will begin to melt, and within half a year, their power will be exhausted. Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue have lived for 200 or 300 years. Not only is it impossible for them to practice again, but their power will be exhausted, and their vitality will be completely exhausted, which also means the end of their lifespan. Mu Qianxue was not worried about Mu Qianxue's rebellion. In fact, in the past 3000 years, there has never been a rebellion by an elder of the Mu family. The cultivation of hundreds of years of hard work was all wasted, and even their lives were lost. Such a high price, no one can afford. However, there are some young people of the Mu family who betrayed their sect. Most of them have not very strong blood in their bodies, and they are young. Some even want to melt their blood and practice magic skills, but they all end up in a tragic end. Those who are injured, hurry up to heal their wounds and be careful. Mu Qianxue said. Now that we have Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan in the team, as long as 2 mid-stage Zuundin masters don't come at the same time, we can barely cope with it. While the group of people on Shenhuang Island were taking the time to heal their wounds, Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue were walking forward on the wasteland with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. Mu Qianxue walked in the front with a blank expression, while Mu Qianxue's face was always uncertain, as if he was thinking about something over and over again. Brother Qianxue, how confident are you about this? If we fail, there will be no place for us in this world. This was the second time Mu Qianxue asked this question. Mu Qianxue laughed. Brother Qianxue, how can you accomplish great things if you are so hesitant? Fortune and wealth are sought in danger. Do you want a so-called foothold, to be suppressed all your life, to die with hatred at the middle stage of Zuundin cultivation, or even hundreds of years later, even your clan will be wiped out? Or do you want to soar into the sky, achieve several lives, and take charge of Shenhuang Island? Mu Qianxue remained silent. He certainly understood the truth in Mu Qianxue's words, but thinking is one thing, and really making up your mind to do it is another. This matter is undoubtedly the biggest gamble of his life. If he wins, he will achieve eternal success. If he loses, he will have nothing. In this case, How can he not hesitate? Seeing that Mu Qianxue was still distracted, Mu Qianxue continued, "Brother Qianxue, you should understand that even if Lin Ming leads Shenhuang Island to become a 5th grade sect, or even a holy land in the future, it has nothing to do with you and me. On the contrary, a new emperor appoints new ministers. We, along with our clan, may be excluded to the point where we don't even have a living space. On the contrary, if one day, Shenhuang Island, under the leadership of you and me, does not need to become a holy land, but only becomes a 5th grade sect at the lowest level, what do you think the situation will be like? The two of us will be worshipped by future generations, and become figures as famous as the founder of the sect. The bloodline clan we left behind will prosper. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 479, Starting the Battle. The scene described by Mu Qianxue was what Mu Qianxue longed for. The prosperity of a sect was not equivalent to their own fate. The poor in a powerful country often lived a much more miserable life than the rich in a poor country. A man without viciousness cannot be a hero, and a man with thick blackness can become a tyrant. If you can't withstand this little pressure, doubts, and are swayed by the so-called morality and the righteousness of the sect, you will never achieve great things. Instead, you will only be killed and become a stepping stone. Mu Qianxue turned to look at Mu Qianxue and said, "Don't you think so, Qianxue?" Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth. A gleam of resentment flashed in his eyes, and said, "Great Elder, as long as Lin Ming is on Shenhuang Island, there will never be a place for me, Mu Qianxue, to stay. This time, even if there is only a 10% or 20% chance, I will fight." Haha, well said, Qianxue. This is the mentality of doing great things. Brother Qianxue, you are not as decisive as Qianxue. As for whether what I said is true or false, I believe Brother Qianxue also has the ability to distinguish, but you didn't realize it before. What's more, we have a master in the late stage of Zuundan to help us. This matter is already a sure thing. Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth, and when he thought about it carefully, he also felt that what Mu Qianxue said was 80% to 90% true. Risking his life to gamble this time. Since ancient times, the victors are kings and the losers are bandits, and history is written by the victors. No matter how despicable the process of becoming a king is, in the future, as long as you become a king, all the rules will be made by yourself. Mu Qianxue is neither too old nor too young, more than 200 years old, and still has a glimmer of hope to impact a higher realm. Moreover, even if he does not consider himself, he must consider his clan and Mu Qianxue. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. In any case, there is no way out now, and he must do it to the end. Brother Qianxue, I know. Anyway, I have no way out. Haha, good. Mu Qianxue laughed. Great Elder, I have a small request. Mu Qianxue hesitated. When he said this, Mu Qianxue glanced at Mu Qianxue with a half smile, and said, Qianxue wants Mu Qianxue, right? Of course, after the success, Mu Qianxue will be yours, at your mercy. Hearing Mu Qianxue say this, a flash of ecstasy flashed in Mu Qianxue's eyes. Thinking of the scene of being able to press Mu Qianxue under him at will, his fingers trembled slightly. This is an obsession to tear off Mu Qianxue's noble coat, enter her body and gallop, and conquer at will. This is a demon in his heart formed by the accumulation of resentment, after he was shrouded in the shadow of Lin Ming for a long time and his self-esteem was hurt by Mu Qianxue's arrogance. Without abolishing Lin Ming, humiliating Mu Qianxue at will, and completely conquering her body and mind, this demon in his heart cannot be eliminated, and his thoughts cannot be realized. Thinking of the future, Mu Qianxue clenched his fists excitedly. Wait, Lin Ming, I will destroy your martial arts and let you watch me wantonly humiliate Mu Qianxue. I will get her blood, seal her cultivation, and train her to be my slave girl. Lin Ming, I will get everything that originally belonged to you. Seeing Mu Qianxue like this, Mu Qianxue didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Many proud children of heaven are born to be surrounded by various halos, but one day, they are suppressed in all aspects by another genius who suddenly appeared, living in the shadow of others, and being taken away by him. Honor, status, and beloved women. It is easy to fall into paranoia and go astray. Mu Qianxue is obviously in this situation now. Obsessions and resentments have accumulated together, and have formed a demon in his heart. It would be good if he could get rid of the demon in his heart, but Mu Qianxue always felt that Mu Qianxue seemed to be going further and further on the road of magic. Everything is up to desire and heart, which is exactly the heart of martial arts that the magic way talks about. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a bad thing to continue like this. Mu Qianxue felt that he could not change anything. If he did not let Mu Qianxue get rid of this obsession, the situation would only get worse. Since ancient times, geniuses have been very arrogant. In history, there have been some geniuses, wise men, military advisors, etc., who were tricked by others, and vomited blood and died. In this case, he could only let it develop. Mu Qianxue looked at the sky, but found that the sky was always bright and there was no sign of darkness. He did not know how this world kept time. Brother Qianxue, has the late Zuandan warrior you asked not come yet? Mu Qianxue said, he will come naturally. The signal has been sent out. It will not take more than half an hour. Be patient. It was almost as expected by Mu Qianxue. After 2/4 of an hour, an old man in purple clothes with sword-like eyebrows appeared on the wasteland. This person was the leader of the Lei sect, Lei Jingshan. Lei sect leader? Mu Qianxue was surprised when he saw Lei Jingshan. He did not expect that the late Zuandan warrior Mu Qianxue was talking about was Lei Jingshan. But think about it, Lei Jingshan has indeed been stuck at the peak of the middle stage of Zuandan for a long time. He has disappeared in the past 1 or 2 years. One is to avoid the limelight, and the other is probably to break through the final bottleneck. Lei Zongsu, long time no see. Mu Qianxue clasped his fists. After a year and a half, Lei Jingshan's momentum has become more and more compelling. He just stood there, and faint small thunders formed around him. In this broken world, where the true essence is compressed to less than 20%, he can still naturally attract the vitality of heaven and earth with every move. It is not easy. Lei Jingshan glanced at Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue indifferently and frowned. These two people. Don't worry, they are all elders of Shenhuang Island, and they are firmly on our side. Lei Jingshan knew that Mu Qianxue was probably looking for allies to share the pressure because of too much pressure, but it had nothing to do with him. He threw his sleeves and said coldly, HMPH, I don't care about these, just follow the previous agreement. Of course. Mu Qianxue smiled, and he subconsciously grabbed his palm, as if he wanted to control everything in his palm. At this time, outside the Demon God Emperor Palace, Zhu and Wuji, don't keep me in suspense, you must know how to break the formation. The leader of the Mu Qianxue tribe said angrily. One of the tribesmen he brought this time was proficient in the formation, but he had just studied outside the Demon God Emperor Palace for a whole hour, but there was no progress. During this process, Zhu and Wuji had a faint mockery on his face, and he was basically watching him laugh. I don't have any good ideas. Zhu and Wuji stood in the air with his hands behind his back, looking like he was watching from the sidelines. No way. Humph, then let's just waste time here. The Mu Qianxue tribe leader didn't believe Zhu and Wuji's words at all. He had made up his mind to follow Zhu and Wuji. What he couldn't get, Zhu and Wuji couldn't get either. From about 5 o'clock, I have been watching the live broadcast of the earthquake on the internet. I saw a baby being rescued from the rubble, covered in dirt. I felt very uncomfortable. Later, I heard that the baby was still dead. The live camera was very shaky. There were blood, rubble, blocked roads, landslides, busy doctors, pregnant women in pain, crying children. I was infected as I watched. I kept watching for a long time. Later, I continued to write. My mind was in a mess and I always wrote very unsmoothly. I unconsciously recalled that when I was not yet graduated in 2008, I participated in the moment of silence for the Wenchuan earthquake. It was a blink of an eye. It's rare that the first chapter was updated early, but the second chapter is stuck here. I'm very sorry. Here, I pray for the people of Jan. Chapter 480, Thunder's Arrival. Zhu and Wuji said, "This formation is called the Hunyuan formation. The entire formation has its own set of rules. It will only consume energy when it is attacked. Normally, it can be almost self-sufficient and consumes very little energy." Everyone was silent, waiting for Zhu and Wuji to continue. A living person cannot be suffocated to death by urine. Zhu and Wuji obviously knew about the Hunyuan formation a long time ago. If he had not been sure of breaking the formation, he would not have spent such a huge price to open the ancient battlefield. However, Zhu and Wuji was unwilling to continue talking here. Instead, he looked around at everyone and said slowly, "Everyone, regarding the treasures in the Demon God Emperor's palace, should we discuss how to distribute them? I found the Demon Emperor's handbook in the ancient ruins and spent a huge price to open the ancient battlefield. It has come to this point today. I don't want to make wedding clothes for others." Zhu and Wuji said at the end, and suddenly became fierce, and the momentum of a 3-level strong man of life spread to the surroundings. He waited for so long and let the Mo Jiao clan toss around. In fact, he was telling these people that without him, Zhu and Wuji, no one could get the treasures in the Demon God Palace. "Donor Zuan, if it weren't for our help, I'm sure you wouldn't be able to open the space channel, right?" The white-browed monk from the Great Zen Temple put his hands together and said slowly, "White eyebrow, I'm not interested in arguing with you. I want half of all the treasures in the Demon God Palace in the South Sea Demon Realm. You can divide the rest." Zhu and Wuji said coldly, "Half." Hearing Zhu and Wuji's big mouth, the faces of the elders of other sects were not very good. There were so many sects. The strength of the Great Zen Temple alone was even greater than that of the South Sea Demon Realm. In addition, there were several old monsters of the free forces represented by King Nanyun, plus the alliance of other small sects represented by Shenhuang Island. Zhu and Wuji took half of it. How could the others divide it? King Nanyun sneered, "I think you haven't woken up yet. King Nanyun, don't think that I'm afraid of you." Zhu and Wuji's expression suddenly turned cold, and a murderous intent spread out. "What? Want to try?" King Nanyun casually stepped forward and said disapprovingly. A momentum that was faintly stronger than Zhu and Wuji emanated. King Nanyun, the top genius who was famous in the South China Sea, was even more powerful than Zhu and Wuji. The surrounding elders all took a step back unconsciously. If these two old monsters fought, even if the true essence was compressed to less than 20%, it would shake the earth and mountains. They didn't want to be involved and suffer an unexpected disaster. Mu Yuhang and Mu Fengxin also followed the elders and retreated. Seeing this scene, they all smiled bitterly. Although they had expected that this trip to the Demon God Palace would be full of obstacles, they did not expect that when the Demon God Palace's protective array was not even opened, several major forces had already reached the point of taking action. If they saw the treasures of the Demon God Palace, wouldn't it be a fight to the point of heaven and earth? In the face of absolute interests, this fragile cooperative relationship would immediately fall apart. When all forces were fighting and searching for opportunities and interests, time passed bit by bit. In the broken world, no one knew whether it was day or night, but no one knew how many days had passed. Lin Ming slowly recovered a little. Although he used the best Huang pills and binking powder, his body was still extremely weak. On the first day, he couldn't walk at all. Zhang Zhen didn't know where he got the wood and silk from, and made a sedan chair by himself. He had people carry it. Lin Ming sat in it, and he felt a little fragile. In addition, Lin Ming had taken the devil heart crystal, cleansed his marrow, and replaced his blood, and his skin became delicate and condensed. If someone who didn't know the situation saw a fair-skinned boy sitting in a sedan chair, followed by more than 20 handsome men and beautiful women, they would really think that it was a weak scholar and nobleman from the mortal world who was traveling. It was not until about 3 days later that Lin Ming slowly got better. 3 days was enough to recover quickly. One reason was that the medicine he used was good, and the other was that Lin Ming's blood and Qi were strong. Otherwise, it would be very normal to stay in bed for 1 or 2 months after taking the red blood pill. After several days, the original wasteland had already become the ruins of an abandoned palace. Even after tens of thousands of years, most of these palaces have been preserved intact. From this grand scale, it is not difficult to imagine how prosperous and unprecedented the 6th grade sect that stood here was. At the beginning, when seeing these palaces, many disciples entered them with great expectations. However, after entering, they found that the inside was already in a mess, as if it had been looted, and nothing was left. Some palaces were actually protected by formations. People were directly repelled by the formations, before they even got there, and were even injured. This made the warriors of Shenhuang Island marvel. These formations had been around for tens of thousands of years, but they were still intact. It was incredible. The formations in ancient times were incredible. Mu Qianxue said sincerely beside Lin Ming. Not getting a response, Mu Qianxue turned to look at Lin Ming, but found that Lin Ming was thinking about something with his head down. In fact, since Lin Ming entered the ruins of this palace, he found that the surrounding scenes seemed familiar. Looking through the memories of the Demon Emperor, Lin Ming soon found similar scenes about this place in those memories that he had blocked and originally thought to be useless. It was just that, because of the long time, the palace was abandoned, and the scenes in the memory were no longer consistent. This place, if I'm not mistaken, should be the site of the inner disciple pavilion of the Demon God Emperor Palace. 100 miles away from here is the main hall of the Demon God Emperor Palace, which was also the bedroom of the Demon Emperor. The medicinal garden, where the Brahma dragon root was planted, was in the Demon Emperor's bedroom. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mood was difficult to calm down. Should he leave the team alone to look for the Brahma dragon root? Thinking of the many dead old monsters gathered there, Lin Ming knew in his heart that his hope of getting the Brahma dragon root was close to zero. For those dead old monsters, it didn't matter whether their true essence was suppressed by 20% or not. They would kill him instantly anyway. If he wanted to face the dead old monsters head on, there would be a little bit of hope, unless the true essence of these old guys was suppressed to 1% or 2%. However, this was obviously impossible. Lin Ming, what are you thinking about? Mu Qianxue asked. Lin Ming said and shook his head. I didn't think about anything, just some things about the Demon God Palace. I wonder how Master and the others are doing in there. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, don't worry, Master and Grandmaster didn't want to get the Brahma dragon root when they entered the Demon God Palace this time. It's enough to get some other opportunities. Besides, they have some agreements with the White Eyebrow Monk of the Great Zen Temple, so they will be fine. Yeah. Lin Ming nodded. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhuang's strength was really weak among the more than 30 old monsters, and their hope of getting the Brahma dragon root was very slim. When passing the ruins of the Disciple Pavilion, Lin Ming deliberately took a detour to the back square of the Disciple Pavilion. Sure enough, the illusion killing array originally used for inner disciples to practice was still there, just as the Demon Emperor remembered. The ancient array altar, after a long time, still stood there well. The mysterious array patterns on the array altar, although buried in the dust, were intact. Next to the altar of the illusion killing array, there is also a teleportation array. If I remember correctly, this teleportation array can be used to teleport to the central square of this broken world, and after a transfer there, it can be teleported to the Demon God Emperor Palace. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's heart itched a little. He didn't know if these teleportation arrays could still be used. Should he go to the Demon God Emperor Palace to take a look? Unfortunately, he only absorbed some fragments of the Demon Emperor's memories. Among them, the memory of the internal structure of the Demon God Emperor Palace was very vague, and he didn't know what mechanisms and secret passages were inside. It can be said that Lin Ming has no advantage at all when entering the Demon God Emperor Palace, and he will be killed by those powerful people in a blink of an eye. Even if he is really lucky and picks up a piece of Brahma dragon root, it will most likely be taken away by others, and Mu Fengxian can't protect him. Thinking of this, Lin Ming hesitated again. He is not a timid person in front of opportunities, otherwise he would not have sneaked into the Jianalang cave alone. However, this time going to the Demon God Emperor Palace, the chance of success is so slim that it makes people despair. In this case, fighting for the Brahma dragon root is not decisive, but stupid and dying. Junior brother Lin, are you interested in this formation? Mu Qianxue asked casually when she saw Lin Ming standing here for a long time. Although Mu Qianxue knew nothing about ancient formations, she could faintly feel the complexity and exquisiteness of the principles contained in them by glancing at the ancient and mysterious formation patterns on the altar of the illusion killing formation. Each rune gave people a sense of beauty of ancient art. Mu Qianxue then remembered that Lin Ming did have some research on ancient formations, so she asked casually, "What kind of formation is this?" "Illusion killing formation. For inner disciples to practice, not very lethal," Lin Ming replied. "Oh, haha, junior brother, you know a lot." Mu Qianxue was convinced by Lin Ming's comprehension and saw the effect of this formation in a few glances. The art of formation, even if it is the best inheritance, is not a one-day job to study it and requires extraordinary comprehension. Nothing valuable was found in the ruins of the disciple pavilion. In the end, the team of Shenhuang Island slowly left, and Lin Ming did not step out of the teleportation formation, just watching it gradually disappear from sight. Mu Qianxue said, "There is a palace ruin ahead. Let's go there and take a look to see if there is anything valuable." Before Mu Qianxue finished speaking, a gloomy laugh suddenly came from the sky. "Hey, you don't have to go. I just searched the palace ruins and found nothing." The sudden voice made Mu Qianxue, and Lin Ming's faces change. The person who could come to them quietly without being discovered must have the cultivation level of the late Zuandan. Lin Ming raised his head and his pupils suddenly shrank. It turned out to be this old guy. Chapter 481 Escape Talisman. Above the heads of the crowd, an old man with sword-like eyebrows, wearing a 7-star purple python robe, stood in the air. Around his body, countless tiny thunders were flashing, making a hissing sound, which was the sound of the violent vibration of the thunder energy. This person was Lei Jingshan, the leader of the Lei Ji sect. Flying in the air, Mu Qianxue's face changed. After they entered this broken world, they lost their ability to fly before they flew far and had to be forced to land. But Lei Jingshan could still fly until now. This is the power of the warriors in the late stage of Zuandan. Starting from Zuandan, each small realm has a huge gap, and it is extremely difficult to fight across levels. Even saint-level geniuses like Mu Bingyuan and Mu Qianxue can only cross 2 small realms at most after achieving Zuandan. The late stage of Zuandan is invincible in front of them. "When did you come in?" Mu Qianxue clearly remembered that Lei Jingshan was not among the warriors who entered the broken world at that time. My identity is sensitive now. Zuan Wuji, that old man, blamed me for Lei Mubei's death. Naturally, I can't show up openly. There are hundreds of disciples from various sects entering the ancient battlefield, and the distribution area is wide. It is not difficult for me to hide among them, Lei Jingshan said proudly with a playful smile on his face. "What do you want to do?" Mu Qianxue was secretly on guard while speaking. Of course, she was not naive to think that Lei Jingshan came to greet them by chance. What do you think?" Lei Jingshan raised the corner of his mouth, and suddenly the power of thunder burst out, and a huge purple light electric net instantly enveloped him. This purple light electric net has a range of dozens of feet, and the speed is extremely fast, like a dream. Mu Qianxue didn't expect Lei Jingshan to make a move so suddenly. "Break it for me." Mu Qianxue drew out his long sword and slashed at the purple light electric net. Lin Ming's eyes narrowed, and he instantly drew out the purple Zuan spear from the Zumi ring and stabbed the purple light electric net. At the same time, the Mu sisters, the 7th elder, and the 9th elder who had just recovered also attacked at the same time. Swish, swish, swish. 6 true essences cut through the purple light electric net, but after the electric net was cut, it did not dissipate, but turned into countless small arcs of electricity that enveloped it. The lightning flashed and fell on the bodies of 20 low-level disciples. After being struck by lightning, the scenes in their eyes instantly became dreamy and blurred. Some warriors in the early stage of the innate realm were the first to be unable to withstand this psychedelic color and fell to the ground one after another. Then came the middle stage of the innate realm, the late stage of the innate realm. In just a few breaths, except for 6 masters whose combat power was comparable to that of Zuandan, the remaining 20 earth-level disciples all fainted on the ground. Mu Qianxue's face became completely gloomy. Lei Jingshan had just launched a mental attack. It had been heard that Lei Jingshan's thunder spirit was a very special kind of lightning, called the illusion of dream light. Legend has it that the illusionary dream light was bred by the sea of consciousness of an ancient thunder beast, and was born with the ability to devour and kill souls. With Lei Jingxun's current cultivation level of the late Zuandan, it was very easy to make 20 innate warriors lose consciousness in an instant. Mu Qianxue tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, and her palms were slightly sweaty. If they started a battle here today, the situation would be extremely bad. Lin Ming had already eaten the red blood pill, and he could not eat a second one in a short time. Only Mu Qianxue, Mu Bingyan, and herself were the ones who used the red blood pill. For young people with strong vitality, the side effects of eating the red blood pill were relatively small. For people like Mu Qianxue who were hundreds of years old, it would be extremely dangerous to eat it, and it might even cause a decline in cultivation and a loss of lifespan. Moreover, the effect of the red blood pill was not so amazing. Lin Ming was an accident. After Mu Qianxue really ate it, his strength was still slightly inferior to that of the middle stage of the Zuandan. In this case, it was hard to say whether he could deal with Lei Jingxun. What do you want? I was asked to help someone get rid of their misfortune, Lei Jingxun said, looking at Lin Ming with interest. Seeing Lei Jingxun looking over, Lin Ming sneered in his heart. Was he really coming for him? Mu Qianxue's heart trembled, and she subconsciously blocked Lin Ming behind her, as if she was facing a great enemy. Lin Ming's condition was not the best now. If he really fought with Lei Jingxun, the situation would be extremely bad. Mu Qianxue looked at Lei Jingxun with an uncertain expression. Asked by someone, the first people she thought of were Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue. Could it be that they were crazy? They even ignored their cultivation and bloodline for hatred? Besides, it was not an irreconcilable hatred. Even if they killed Lin Ming, what would happen? If they openly betrayed the sect, Shenhuang Island would punish them according to the sect's criminal law. Was it worth it? Mu Qianxue could not think of how they could avoid the punishment of the blood seal contract. I see. Lin Ming had a light mocking look on his face. With a turn of his wrist, the purple spear was replaced by the great wilderness blood halberd. I'm really your common enemy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Mu Qianxue contacted you a long time ago. You knocked out the low-level disciples, but didn't hurt them. It was probably Mu Qianxue's request. It seems that he still has some concerns and dares not kill them wantonly. Our current location was also notified to you by Mu Qianxue, right, Master Lei? Mu Qianxue was originally the leader of the Shenhuang Island this time. It is not surprising that he has some positioning methods. Lin Ming is not like Mu Qianxue, who fell into a fixed mindset and believed that the elders could not rebel because of the blood seal contract. Lin Ming did not believe in the blood contract in the first place. In this way, he naturally saw the originally simple things clearly. At this time, a burst of laughter came from a distance. At the turning point of the palace ruins, 2 old people and 1 young man walked out, as if they were strolling in the garden. The person in the lead was Mu Qianxue. At this time, Mu Qianxue's face was full of a triumphant smile. Behind him, Mu Qianxue looked uneasy, while Mu Qianxue had a ferocious and pleased look on his face, as if he had seen the death of Lin Ming. Haha, kid, you are right. It is me who wants to take your life. I only want your life. The other disciples will only submit to me in the future. I will naturally not hurt them. Oh, so, you already have a way to crack the blood seal contract? Lin Ming looked at Mu Qianxue's confident look, but he didn't know what he was planning. Even if he could break the blood seal contract and kill himself smoothly, what could he get? Mu Fengxian would not let them go unless he killed everyone and killed them to silence them. But for this little hatred with himself, he killed so many elites of Shenhuang Island, which can only be said that Mu Qianxue has lost his mind. Mu Qianxue, are you crazy? Do you want to betray the sect? Mu Qianxue was extremely angry. She stared at Mu Qianxue, wishing to cut him into pieces. Traitor? No, of course not. Mu Qianxue shook his head. My clan is all in Shenhuang Island. How could I betray? I just took back what belongs to me. What belongs to you? Power, status, strength, and the technique. When Mu Qianxue said this, a trace of deep hatred flashed in his eyes. The first 8 layers of the technique of Suzaku Forbidden God record have always excluded him. How could he not hate it? Mu Qianxue, I just want Lin Ming to die today. I don't want to hurt you. If you can take a step back, I will let you go. You are dreaming. Mu Qianxue shook the long sword in his hand, his eyes full of determination. Humph. It seems that you think your life is too long. Mu Qianxue turned to look at the others. What about you? Do you want to die too? Needless to say, the Mu sisters, the 7th elder and the 9th elder did not answer. They just drew the long sword in the Zumi ring and stood silently beside Lin Ming. Their attitude was already very clear. If it was before the battle with the South Sea Demon Realm, they might still waver, but after that battle, Lin Ming took the red blood pill and fought bloody battles with them to the end, turning the tide. On the contrary, Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue fled from the battlefield, and a few days later, they actually asked Lei Jingxun to deal with them. If they betrayed and surrendered to the enemy at this time, they would be unworthy of being human. Is that so? Then there is nothing to say. I don't want to hurt you, but swords have no eyes. Mu Qianxue also drew out his long sword. If possible, he naturally hoped that Lei Jingxun could directly use the illusionary dream light to make them fall asleep. Unfortunately, these people were too strong and could only fight. Mu Qianxue laughed wantonly. Lin Ming, you are dead this time. Lei Jingxun, the great elder, and my grandfather, the three of them have joined forces. Let's see how you, the old, weak, and disabled, can stop them. Lin Ming, don't worry, I won't kill you. I will abolish your martial arts and slowly torture you, making you live a life worse than death. I will take good care of your pastor sister and let you watch with your own eyes how I play with her. Mu Qianxue used his true essence to transmit his words, and only Lin Ming could hear them. Although Mu Qianxue was a fool in Lin Ming's eyes, he was right about one thing today, that is, it was impossible for them to resist the combined efforts of Lei Jingxun and Mu Qianxue. Not to mention that Lin Ming could no longer take the red blood pill. Even if he took another red blood pill and activated the power of the evil god and burned the blood of the ancient phoenix, he would be suppressed by Lei Jingxun. Moreover, his state could only last for 30 breaths, and he would definitely lose. Lei Jingxun alone was like this, and with Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue, there was no possibility of victory. Lin Ming's face was solemn. If that was the case, there seemed to be only one way. With a move of his hand, an ancient jade talisman jumped into Lin Ming's hand. Lin Ming's lips moved slightly, and he transmitted to Mu Qianxue's true essence. Did the master give you an escape talisman? Escape talisman? What? Mu Qianxue was stunned. Lin Ming was shocked when he heard Mu Qianxue's words, and his heart sank immediately. At the beginning, when Lin Ming went to the battlefield in the South China Sea, Mu Fengxian gave Lin Ming 3 pills and a brocade bag. The 3 pills were 2 Huang pills, and 1 red blood pill, and the brocade bag contained an escape talisman. Once activated, it can teleport oneself to a place hundreds of miles away. It was found by Mu Fengxian from an ancient ruins. It is extremely precious. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a life. Lin Ming thought that Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan would also have it, but he didn't expect that he was the only one who had it. Oops. Lin Ming's hand touching the jade talisman was already sweating. He absolutely didn't dare to leave Mu Qianxue here alone. Chapter 482. Wait for me there. This time Mu Qianxue and Lei Jingxun came for him. It would be no good to leave Mu Qianxue and the 7th elders here. As long as he escaped, they would have nothing to fight. But Mu Qianxue was different. Mu Qianxue had coveted Mu Qianxue's body and the Suzaku bloodline in her body for a long time. In Lei Jingxun's hands, Mu Qianxue had no power to resist, and Mu Qianxue was extremely paranoid and could do anything. Lin Ming didn't dare to imagine the consequences of leaving Mu Qianxue here. If that happened, even if he escaped this time and achieved Zuandan in the future, he would cut Mu Qianxue into pieces, but it would not make up for it. Holding the escape talisman in his hand, Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly, and sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. He had known the preciousness of this escape talisman for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so precious that even Mu Qianxue didn't have it. Most likely Mu Fengxian had never thought that Mu Qianxue would be in too much danger before, and she didn't expect that Mu Qianxue would betray the sect regardless of the blood seal contract. Lei Jingxun held the lightning sword in his hand at an angle, and a series of hazy purple lights surrounded the lightning sword, like a dream. This special dream light, like thunder and light, was hard to grasp. Perhaps Mu Qianxue was not needed at all. Lei Jingxun alone was enough to deal with everyone present. Lin Ming, let's see what tricks you can come up with this time. Mu Qianxue sneered and said disdainfully. However, before he finished speaking, Lin Ming, who had been silent, suddenly jumped up. The blood of the ancient phoenix on his forehead was bright red, the power of the evil god burst out, and the blood seal on the great wilderness blood halberd in his hand was spinning rapidly. In just a moment, Lin Ming used all his trump cards, and raised his strength to the strongest state. Humilian halberd. 15 blood seals spun to form a huge vortex. Lin Ming's sudden move made Mu Qianxue, who was originally grinning with pride, change his face. He suddenly felt a strong suction coming, and his body was involuntarily pulled over by the suction. Mu Qianxue understood that Lin Ming knew that he had no hope of escaping, and he had to kill him first even if he died. Grandpa, save me. Mu Qianxue was shocked. In front of Lin Ming, he really had no power to resist. He didn't want to die. He was about to kill Lin Ming and get Mu Qianxue. If he died, everything would be gone. Humph, naive. Lei Jingxian shook his palm, and an inconspicuous purple thunder, like light and electricity, instantly shot into the blood-colored vortex. Boom. With just one blow, the blood-colored vortex exploded, and the 15 blood-drinking seals exploded in all directions. Lin Ming groaned, and his body flew backwards, flying more than 10 feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. He wanted to kill Mu Qianxue with one blow to eliminate future troubles, but he failed. Originally, Lin Ming had not recovered to his best condition. Now, compared with Lei Jingxian, the gap in strength is too big. Haha, idiot. You want to hurt me? Dream on. Mu Qianxue laughed wildly. Seeing Lin Ming like this, he felt that his thoughts were too smooth, his breath was smooth, and his whole body was extremely comfortable. Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue's eyes were hot, and he flashed to Lin Ming's side. Lin Ming, are you okay? I'm fine. Lin Ming was not actually injured. He looked at Mu Qianxue deeply, and said with his true energy, wait for me at the entrance of the bloody wasteland. What? Mu Qianxue was stunned for a moment, not knowing why Lin Ming suddenly said this. A trace of determination flashed in Lin Ming's eyes. He clenched the escape talisman in his hand, silently chanted the incantation, and pressed it on Mu Qianxue's palm. Well, this is. Mu Qianxue only felt a slippery and cold thing in her hand. Before she could react, her right hand was surrounded by a hazy halo. Mu Qianxue felt an inexplicable uneasiness in her heart. Lin Ming, you. Wait for me there. These 4 simple words, with a sense of firmness, confidence, fearlessness, and determination to do what he said. When they fell into Mu Qianxue's ears, every word was deeply ingrained in her bones. It was as if countless thunders exploded in her ears in an instant, and a strong and insoluble pain filled her heart. This sentence echoed to the end, but it was actually fuzzy and distorted, as if the sound was infinitely stretched. At that moment, Mu Qianxue felt as if something important in her heart was broken. She felt something vaguely, and the uneasiness in her heart became stronger and stronger. Mu Qianxue widened her eyes, and her body was suddenly surrounded by a strange energy. Lin Ming's appearance seemed to be blurred in the endless space and color, getting farther and farther away. Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue screamed. She desperately stretched out her hand to grab Lin Ming, but all the sounds and scenes were far away from her in an instant. Damn it. What kind of move is this? Mu Qianxue watched Mu Qianxue being enveloped by a ball of white light and disappearing in an instant. He couldn't believe it, and couldn't accept it. Mu Qianxue was sent away by Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue disappeared. How could he vent his obsession? Lin Ming, I want you to die. Mu Qianxue's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. Mu Qianxue also looked very unhappy. He recognized that Lin Ming had used Mu Fengxian's escape talisman just now. This girl has escaped. Things are a bit troublesome. Brother Lei, kill Lin Ming without delay, and then we will go find Mu Qianxue. We can't let this little girl pass the news back to Shenhuang Island now. Good. Lei Jingxian smiled indifferently. Whether the news would be passed back to Shenhuang Island didn't matter to him. He actually just wanted to kill Lin Ming, get the ancient magic skills in Lin Ming's Zumi ring, and the purple spear and 2 thunder spirits on Lin Ming's body. In addition to this, the most important thing is that Lei Jingxian wants to know why Lin Ming can merge the 2 thunder spirits into one. If he can do this, the benefits to him are self-evident. Lei Jingxun is willing to kill Lin Ming, one because of the old grudge, and the other is that Mu Qianxue promised that as long as Lin Ming is killed, all the secrets and skills on Lin Ming will belong to Lei Jingxun. Mu Qianxue only wants Lin Ming's body. This boy's really a romantic. He gave up his chance to escape to a woman. How foolish. Lei Jingxun sneered. In his opinion, this was really stupid. Mu Qianxue witnessed the whole process. Seeing Lin Ming gave up his chance to escape to Mu Qianxue, her heart ached. Lin Ming, go quickly. Let's stop him. As she spoke, Mu Qianxue's body was shimmering with cold light, and she slashed at Lei Jingxun with a sword. Broken ice cloud. Humph. Do you have the qualifications? Mu Qianxue didn't even need Lei Jingxun to do anything. He suddenly stepped forward and struck out with a palm. He didn't even need a sword. The blazing flames hit the broken ice crystals all over the sky, directly smashing them into pieces. At the same time, Mu Qianxue stopped Mu Bingyan, and Lei Jingxun also attacked Lin Ming. The sound of thunder, mixed with dazzling dreamy light, turned into a thick purple light column, piercing Lin Ming directly. Boom. The beam of light pierced the gravel, and the rocks shattered and flew. Lin Ming flew into the air, avoiding the frontal attack, but was still injured by the aftermath. After the countless purple lights touched Lin Ming's body, they pierced into the sea of spirit like countless steel needles, causing Lin Ming's body to tremble suddenly. Snap. The purple light was like rain, and at the critical moment, the black vortex of the reincarnation martial will appeared out of thin air above Lin Ming's sea of spirit, barely blocking all the attacks of the purple rain. Countless purple lights were all twisted into the black vortex and disappeared. Hey. Lei Jingxun sneered, but his smile froze as soon as it appeared. What? You are fine. After being hit by my illusionary dream light, Lei Jingxun couldn't believe that a martial artist in the postnatal period could actually withstand his own illusionary dream light. How is it possible? Want to leave? Dream on. Seeing that Lin Ming was about to escape, Lei Jingxun snorted coldly, and his body burst out. Lei Jingxun, with his powerful strength, could break through the restrictions of the laws of this world to a certain extent, and fly in the air. He caught up with Lin Ming at a speed 2 or 3 times faster than Lin Ming. Damn it. Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and used all his strength to activate the golden peng breaking void body technique. His figure was as fast as lightning. However, although the golden peng breaking void was good, Lin Ming's attainments in the wind realm were very ordinary, and he had not yet entered the realm of space. How could his speed be comparable to Lei Jingxun, who was in the late stage of Zuanden? In just a few blinks of an eye, Lin Ming was caught up by Lei Jingxun. Die. Lei Jingxun pressed down on Lin Ming with one palm. The power of the palm, the rolling thunder, the space around Lin Ming seemed to tighten instantly, completely locking him in. This palm was a palm of Lei Jingxun's full strength. Even if the true essence was compressed by 20%, it was definitely not something that Lin Ming could take now. Lei Jingxun wanted to kill Lin Ming with one palm. Although he had originally wanted to keep him alive, he gave up the idea after seeing Lin Ming's unexpected performance. The palm that could not be dodged was overwhelming and pressed down. At that moment, death was so close. Lin Ming roared, and his pupils showed a scarlet color like a pool of blood. Blood drinking seal. Explode. Boom. On the great wilderness blood halberd, a blood drinking seal of an early Zuanden master exploded directly, and blood light shone everywhere, completely exploding a blood drinking seal, using the energy of the Zuanden master's essence and blood to resist Lei Jingxun's palm. However, even so, Lin Ming was still injured by the palm wind, and his body flew away like a leaf in a storm. Spitting out a mouthful of reverse blood, Lin Ming's face was terribly pale. What? Lei Jingxun was shocked. He never thought that Lin Ming could block his full strength attack. How can this kid's soul defense be so strong? Every time I attack, I also carry soul attacks. Not to mention the acquired warriors, even the warriors in the early stage of Zuanden will be knocked unconscious by my soul attacks. The difference in cultivation was too big, and the soul defense of the Samsara martial will was not invincible. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a splitting headache. His consciousness was messy, and even the road in front of him was a little blurry. At that moment, in his heart, a sense of despair spread uncontrollably. I can't die here. Lin Ming bit his tongue and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He couldn't eat the red blood pill anymore. Lin Ming surprisingly chose to burn his blood. Chapter 483 I will accompany you in this life. While burning the blood of the ancient phoenix, he ignited his own blood essence again. No matter how the blood of the ancient phoenix burns, it will not be reduced at all, but his own blood essence will be gone once it is burned. Blood essence is difficult to make up, but it is not completely impossible to make up. For example, the blood essence of the vermilion bat transplanted by the secret method of the divine phoenix island is a way to make up blood essence. If part of the blood essence is burned, it can be replenished. If the life is gone, then everything is gone. After burning the blood essence, the flame mark on Lin Ming's forehead was scarlet and dazzling. The power obtained by burning a small part of the blood essence is still much weaker than when he swallowed the red blood pill. Not to mention weak, even if it is exchanged for the same power as swallowing the red blood pill, it can only defeat a warrior in the middle stage of the Zuanden at most, and it is impossible to defeat Lei Jingxian. Moreover, now, Lin Ming's evil god power only lasts for less than 20 breaths. It is not realistic to want to kill Lei Jingxian within 20 breaths. With the power of blood essence, Lin Ming speed soared again, and he shot out like lightning. This brat. Lei Jingxian's face was gloomy. He didn't think Lin Ming could escape. However, Lin Ming's cultivation was only in the late stage of the acquired realm. He had escaped from his hands repeatedly after 2 great realms. Lei Jingxian was very surprised that he could do this. I don't know how he circumvented the rules of this broken world. If I can get it, there might be a chance to go to the demon god palace to fight for the treasures there. Lei Jingxian's mind turned rapidly, but his steps did not stop. He flew into the air. In just a few breaths, he closed the distance with Lin Ming. This time, Lei Jingxian drew out the lightning sword. Cut off your leg. Lei Jingxian laughed grimly and slashed at Lin Ming's leg with a sword. Lin Ming didn't even look at the great wilderness blood halberd and suddenly swept back, and the blood mark spun and killed. Crack. The great wilderness blood halberd and the lightning sword collided with each other. Blood and lightning burst out. With the power of burning blood, Lin Ming resisted the blow. What? Lei Jingxian's eyes widened. Lin Ming was too terrifying. With only the cultivation of the late postnatal stage, he could block his attack by burning his blood essence. What would happen if he entered the Zuanden stage in the future? However, Lei Jingxian knew that Lin Ming could not hold on for long in this state. He only needed to delay it for a while. Lightning cage. The lightning sword shook, and a purple electric net enveloped it. It seemed to isolate the space in an instant, and enveloped Lin Ming. Seeing the electric net covering it, Lin Ming gritted his teeth, and poured all his potential and faith into the great wilderness blood halberd. Slaughter. Boom. Thunder exploded, and Lei Jingxian's lightning cage was torn to pieces. Lei Jingxian himself felt a tightness in his chest, and his body retreated several steps, and his blood and ki surged in his body. However, Lin Ming rushed forward with all his strength with the power of the explosion. At the last moment, he actually broke free from the suppression of the laws of this world and his body soared into the air. In front of Lin Ming, there was the magic killing array of the demon god Emperor Palace Disciple Pavilion. What? Flying up. Lei Jingxian's face changed. This proved that Lin Ming had a fighting power close to that of a late Zuanden warrior at this moment. This kid, don't let him go. Lei Jingxian gritted his teeth and raised his sword. He urged his whole body's true energy to the extreme. Between his eyebrows, thunder flashed. In his body, there was a rolling thunder sound, like a tiger roaring, and a dragon roaring. The thunderstorm on the thunder sword became bigger and bigger, more and more terrifying. The thunder energy between heaven and earth was all attracted by the thunderstorm. Even under the suppression of the rules, it caused the world to change color. This was Lei Jingxian's strongest move, heavenly thunder suppression. It contained the strongest energy attack and the same strength of mental attack. Even a warrior in the late Zuanden period would be seriously injured if he resisted it. He never dreamed that one day he would use this move on a postnatal warrior. Go to hell. The lightning storm rushed towards Lin Ming at an alarming speed, but Lin Ming stood on the array altar. All his senses were connected to the array altar. 30 middle-grade true essence stones and 6 high-grade true essence stones were distributed around the array altar. Illusion killing array, open. Lin Ming had just seen all the principles of the illusion killing array. At this time, the illusion killing array became his only amulet. Otherwise, at the cost of burning a lot of blood and essence, He could only get a combat power between the middle and late stages of the Zuanden, and he could not do anything to Lei Jingshan. If you fight, you will die first. The ancient scholar-ed mysterious runes on the array platform suddenly shone after Lin Ming madly injected true essence. A light film suddenly appeared and shot out in all directions, hitting Lei Jingshan's thunderstorm. Boom. The horrifying explosion shook the earth and mountains. Purple lightning shot up into the sky, and even Lei Jingshan himself was forced to retreat repeatedly by the aftermath of the explosion. However, when the storm subsided, he was completely stunned. In his sight, a faint milky white film of light covered the formation altar. It looked as fragile as a soap bubble, but in the horrifying explosion just now, it didn't even move. This is... Lei Jingshan could hardly believe his eyes. Ancient formation. Was this formation activated by Lin Ming? Lin Ming had a way to activate the ancient formation here. Lei Jingshan was stunned. How could this be possible? Could it be that Lin Ming had learned the ancient formation? Even if he had, with his age of only a teenager, how could he have mastered such a complicated ancient formation so deeply? This kid. Lei Jingshan tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, his knuckles slightly whitened due to the force. In this situation, Lin Ming actually escaped. He couldn't accept it. It was hard to believe. With a cold snort, Lei Jingshan gritted his teeth and said, "It is true that the ancient formation is exquisite, but no matter how exquisite the formation is, it also consumes energy. I don't believe that this ancient formation can last forever. I will keep attacking until its energy is exhausted." On the vast blood-red wasteland, Mu Qianxue, wearing a red dress, stood blankly, looking around. There was an endless blood-red color, and she was the only one standing alone, which made her look lonely. The desert wind blew up Mu Qianxue's clothes and blew on her face. The tears dried by the wind still felt cool. At this moment, Mu Qianxue's mind was still echoing the blurred face of Lin Ming in the last moment. At this point, she naturally understood what happened. What Lin Ming gave her was the so-called escape talisman, and there was only one escape talisman. Lin Ming gave it to herself. Then what about him? Facing Lei Jingshan, who was in the late stage of Zuanden, Mu Qianxue could not think of any possibility of Lin Ming winning, and even had nowhere to escape. There is a huge difference between the late stage of Zuandan and the middle stage of Zuandan. Even when Lin Ming swallowed the red blood pill at his peak state, he could only barely kill the middle stage of Zuandan. But now, there is no second red blood pill for Lin Ming to eat. If he eats it, he will die. Wait for me there. These four simple words always echoed in Mu Qianxue's ears. The resolute and unquestionable tone, with the determination of fearlessness, every word was like thunder, every word was like blood and tears, branded in her heart, and it will be indelible in this life. You ask me to wait for you here. I'm here. But will you come? Mu Qianxue felt a burst of pain in her heart. She bit her lips, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, winding on her fair and pretty face, like a red plum blossom blooming on the snow. If possible, she would rather burn all her blood and die with Lin Ming. However, there is no if. She stood here safely, but it might be at the cost of Lin Ming's death. Whenever she thought of this, Mu Qianxue felt so painful that she couldn't breathe. This feeling was like her heart was being taken away by someone, and her chest was empty. Before this, when Lin Ming entered the Divine Phoenix secret realm, Mu Qianxue had also felt heartbroken for Lin Ming's death, but she had never felt so sad as today, unable to bear it, unable to let go, and unable to survive. Unconsciously, Lin Ming occupied an extremely important position in Mu Qianxue's heart, and even Mu Qianxue herself had never noticed it. I'm waiting for you here. If you don't come, I will leave this place and kill those who hurt you one by one in the future, and then I will return here and accompany you for the rest of my life. Above the ruins of the Disciple Pavilion, the light of thunder and fire rushed into the sky. Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue, Lei Jingshan, and even Mu Qianxue attacked the light curtain on the altar with all their strength. However, the light curtain did not move at all, not even trembling, as if mocking their incompetence. What should I do? Mu Qianxue's forehead was covered with sweat. To complete this gamble, two conditions must be met. The first is to kill Lin Ming, and the second is to return to the sect before Mu Fengxian does. But now, Lin Ming has entered this strange formation and cannot be found. If they cannot kill Lin Ming, all their previous plans, including the method to crack the blood seal contract, will become a mirage and a castle in the air. Why panic? Mu Qianxue snorted coldly. It is a formation that must consume energy. We just need to exhaust its energy. Lin Ming is inside, and he can't go anywhere. As long as we kill Lin Ming, we won't lose anything. Even if we don't have enough time, we can just give up the technique. Mu Fengxian and Mu Yuhan came to the broken world this time, knowing that they were in danger, and left the jade slip of Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record on Shenhuang Island. Mu Qianxue's original intention was to kill Lin Ming, and after completing the plan, return to Shenhuang Island, to grab the jade slips of the first 8 layers of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record. Now it seems that, if they don't have enough time, they can only give up the jade slip. Although it's a pity, it won't be a loss if they can complete the first plan. I know. Mu Qianxue forced himself to calm down. There was no point in panicking at this time, let alone regretting. There was no way out, so they could only fight. Beside Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue gritted his teeth and attacked desperately again and again, as if he was not attacking the light curtain of the formation, but Lin Ming himself. He seemed to want to vent all the resentment he had accumulated over the past 2 years. It's because of him again. It's because of him again. I was only one step away. After breaking through the light curtain, I will definitely torture you to the point where you can neither live nor die. Chapter 484. Mu Qianxue is forced into a desperate situation. Boom boom boom. Flames and thunder frequently collided with the protective light shield, but the light shield remained motionless, not to mention shattering. Even the light did not dim at all. In this broken world, the power of true essence was suppressed by the law. The power of Mu Qianxue's flames and Lei Jingxian's thunder were extremely limited, and they had no effect on the defensive light shield. Seeing that a quarter of an hour had passed without any progress, Mu Qianxue was furious. You, come and attack together. Mu Qianxue pointed at Mu Qianxue and said in a commanding tone. After Lin Ming left, Mu Qianxue and others were naturally no match for Lei Jingxian. They were soon suppressed by Lei Jingxian and then locked in a lightning cage. At this time, Mu Qianxue's tension was sealed by a thunder seal, and he could not use his true essence at all. Hearing the ridiculous order from Mu Qianxue looked at Mu Qianxue as if he was an idiot and sneered. Are you stupid? You want me to attack with you to break the formation? You can say such an idiotic thing. You are dreaming. I will kill you if you want. Kill. Mu Qianxue sneered a few times. I know you are not afraid of death, but I don't plan to kill you. Your life will be useful in the future, but if you don't attack, Mu Qianxue said, shifting his gaze to Mu Bingyan and licking his lips. TSK 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 TSK. What a little beauty. You look exactly like your sister. I didn't get your sister, but if I can get you, it can be regarded as making up for my little regret. Mu Bingyan's face changed, and a cold light and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Beside Mu Bingyan, other low-level disciples were also indignant when they heard Mu Qianxue say this. You beast. Mu Qianxue was so angry that she almost vomited blood. Mu Qianxue actually dared to rape the saint girl in front of so many disciples. Qianxue, it's already this time. Don't make trouble. Kill Lin Ming first. And if possible, we will return to Shenhuang Island in the future. Don't do anything too extreme. Mu Qianxue frowned and sent a message to Mu Qianxue. If it was Mu Qianxue, it would be fine. After all, they were almost engaged before, and Mu Qianxue's Suzaku bloodline was very useful to Mu Qianxue, but Mu Bingyan, that was purely for lust, and the Ajaluan blood had no effect on Mu Qianxue. However, Mu Qianxue ignored Mu Qianxue. He looked at Mu Bingyan greedily, his eyes wantonly invading. He was just moved in his heart, but now looking at Mu Bingyan's cold and beautiful appearance, he felt more and more that, although he didn't have Mu Qianxue, it would be a very comfortable thing to be able to press Mu Bingyan, who looked exactly like Mu Qianxue, under his body and wantonly ravage her. Mu Bingyan's face was covered with frost, and a dagger with a cold light appeared in his right hand. Want to commit suicide? You can try. With your true essence sealed, who is faster, you or me? Mu Qianxue stepped forward with a mischievous smile on his face. Indeed, with his true essence sealed, Mu Bingyan's speed of committing suicide was definitely not as fast as Mu Qianxue's, and the knife wound would not kill him immediately and could be cured with healing medicine. Mu Qianxue, you are worse than a beast. Mu Qianxue was so angry that he slapped Mu Qianxue, but Mu Qianxue turned his head and easily dodged the slap. Then he kicked Mu Qianxue in the abdomen. Mu Qianxue groaned miserably and flew backwards. Humph, you are looking for death. Mu Qianxue snorted disdainfully and took another step forward. Those low-level disciples were forced to retreat by Mu Qianxue. Seeing the fear in the eyes of those low-level disciples and Mu Bingyan's reaction at this time, Mu Qianxue felt a sense of revenge in his heart, as if all the anger he had suffered in the past year had been vented. Mu Bingyan held a dagger in his hand, looking at Mu Qianxue, with murderous intent becoming more and more intense in his eyes. However, Mu Qianxue looked indifferent and approached Mu Bingyan step by step, praising him. You are really a rose with thorns. I really like the look of your eyes. Obviously, all the true energy in your body is sealed, but your eyes are still like sharp knives that want to kill people. It makes people feel a little scared. Tut tut tut. Blame Lin Ming, if you want to blame him. If he hadn't forced us to this extent, we wouldn't have resorted to this desperate measure. If he hadn't sent Mu Qianxue away, making my thoughts unable to communicate, I wouldn't have thought of attacking you. It was Lin Ming who was cruel and left you here. Otherwise, if he had sent you away too, while Mu Qianxue was speaking, he had already walked to a place only a few feet away from Mu Bingyan. At this time, a trace of deep pain flashed in Mu Qianxue's eyes, and she said miserably, "Stop. I promise to take action." "What?" "I promise to attack the formation with you. Stop it." Mu Qianxue bit her lip and said in a pleading tone. Mu Bingyan was like her granddaughter, and she really couldn't bear to see Mu Bingyan being defiled. "Qianxue, come back. Stop here. Put the overall situation first. Kill Lin Ming first, otherwise we will not survive." Mu Qianxue said, "Killing Lin Ming is naturally the first priority, otherwise their blood seal contract cannot be resolved, and the blood and cultivation in the body will melt within half a year. If Mu Qianxue and others help, breaking the formation will naturally be much faster." Fuck, this old immortal, what a bummer. Mu Qianxue cursed inwardly, and he naturally dared not disobey Mu Qianxue's order. Lei Jingchen stepped forward, and a random thunder rope completely bound Mu Bingyan, eliminating the possibility of her suicide. Then, he unlocked the cultivation seal for Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue gritted her teeth and joined the ranks of those who were trying to break the formation. As for how Mu Qianxue would treat Mu Bingyan after Lin Ming was killed after the formation was broken, Mu Qianxue didn't dare to imagine it. She had no choice. She couldn't bear to see Mu Bingyan being defiled. Only by dragging her down could she be rescued. "You old man, I advise you not to play tricks. I know exactly how much effort you put in." Lei Jingchen snorted coldly. Mu Qianxue's heart was torn. At this time, she had to go all out. The only thing she could pray for was that the formation was strong enough and would not break prematurely because of the attack of a Zuundan early warrior. "Lin Ming, forgive me for being selfish this time." While Mu Qianxue, Lei Jingchen and others were frantically attacking the illusion-killing formation, Lin Ming was in the illusion-killing formation, his heart as calm as still water. In front of Lin Ming, a tall shadow trembled like water ripples, slowly solidified, and suddenly turned into a 10-foot tall troll, holding a giant axe, with thick chains wrapped around its body. Its cultivation was at the early stage of Zuundan. Back then, this illusion array was where the disciples of the demon god Emperor Palace practiced. It was similar to the Wancha array in the Seven Mysterious Valley. In the illusion array, everything was an illusion. Although it could simulate real battles, it would not kill. Once killed in the illusion, it would be directly teleported out of the illusion array. Lin Ming could naturally easily defeat the troll in the early stage of Zuundan in front of him, but after the troll, there were stronger enemies. Lin Ming would be defeated after defeating 4 or 5 at most, and would be ejected by the array. The consequences at that time could be imagined. Closing his eyes and dispelling all illusions, Lin Ming followed the method of breaking the array in his memory, moving step by step and carefully. He did not come to kill enemies and practice, but to break the formation. His goal was the teleportation formation not far from the illusion killing formation. This teleportation formation could reach the central square of this broken world, and the teleportation formation in the central square could reach every corner of this broken world. One of the teleportation formations could reach the demon god Imperial Palace directly. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Lin Ming was still standing next to the illusion killing formation, and hesitated for a long time, wondering whether to reach the demon god Imperial Palace directly through the teleportation formation. However, Lin Ming finally gave up. After all, it was too difficult to compete with a group of dead monsters for the Brahma Dragon route. Unexpectedly, just a quarter of an hour later, he was forced to rush in here, and the demon god Imperial Palace seemed to be Lin Ming's only way out at this time. Roar. The giant demon phantom roared wildly, holding a giant axe, and rushing towards Lin Ming, but Lin Ming just took a step back, and moved 3 steps to the left. The surrounding scene suddenly changed, and the giant demon phantom suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Step by step, Lin Ming got closer and closer to the teleportation array. Mu Qianxue's disappearing figure and Mu Qianxue's hideous smile echoed in his mind, but Lin Ming's state of mind was always calm. This was the calmness of being immersed in blood, and the silence of suppressing all the murderous intentions in his heart, and waiting for an explosion. The teleportation array is here. As an important building in the Demon God Emperor's palace, the Disciple Pavilion and the Illusion Killing Array are naturally connected to the transportation hub of the central square by a teleportation array, which is convenient for the disciples of the Demon God Emperor's palace to travel at any time. Otherwise, the world where the Demon God Emperor's palace is located is more than 1,000 miles in area, and there are no fire laws restricting it, which makes it very inconvenient to travel. Lin Ming placed 2 medium-grade true essence stones in the teleportation array, and activated the teleportation array according to the principles of the array. A faint white light enveloped Lin Ming. Lin Ming only felt a sense of spatial distortion, and the surrounding scene was completely blurred. In the central area of the broken world, a white jade platform with a diameter of 10 feet was suspended in the air. Various winding patterns were engraved on the stone platform, which were all the array patterns of the ancient magic array. Around the stone platform, there are more than a dozen small stone platforms suspended high and low. All the stone platforms are wrapped in a layer of light white light film, quiet and mysterious. At a certain moment, a hazy light lit up on one of the stone platforms, and a young man covered in blood appeared on the stone platform. It was Lin Ming. This time, the teleportation spanned a distance of 100 miles. Lin Ming stood up with the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and felt dizzy. His current condition was really bad. He took out the second Huang pill given to him by Mu Fengson from the Zumi ring, swallowed it directly, and meditated to regulate his breath. He was not worried that Mu Qianxue would find him through the teleportation array. This kind of teleportation array cannot be activated if the array theory is not clear. After escaping from the illusion killing array, Lin Ming already had a crazy plan in his mind. Chapter 485 Crazy Plan. If he had not encountered Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming might have just casually looked for some opportunities outside the main hall of the Demon God Emperor Palace, and then left this broken world peacefully. However, now that he was forced to this point by Mu Qianxue, Lin Ming had a strong desire to go to the Demon God Emperor Palace to fight. It was undoubtedly an extremely crazy plan to fight for the Brahma Dragon root among a group of life-destroying great powers who could kill him in a blink of an eye. It was not enough to describe it as snatching food from a tiger's mouth. In this case, Lin Ming did not naively expect that the Demon God Emperor Palace could suppress the cultivation of those life-destroying great powers to less than 1% and let him kill them at will. All he could rely on was his understanding of the ancient formation and his memory of the God realm. However, what was in the Demon God Emperor Palace? What was the internal structure? Was there a secret passage? Where was the Brahma Dragon root? All of these were vague to Lin Ming. The memory fragments he obtained were too incomplete, and he could not remember them clearly at all. At this time, Lin Ming's advantage was really negligible. Entering the Demon God Emperor Palace in this state, to fight for the Brahma Dragon root was no different from suicide. However, the moment Lin Ming entered the illusion killing array, he suddenly realized that he had missed something very important. Lin Ming wiped his right hand in the Zumi ring and directly took out a corpse. This was the corpse of a powerful Zuandan in the early stage of the South Sea Demon realm. This time when he entered the broken world, Lin Ming killed a total of 4 Zuanden masters. The first one was when he was in the bloody wasteland. Lian Ji and another Zuanden master used the blood evil flower as bait to wait and attack him and Mu Qianxue. As a result, this Zuanden master was directly killed by Lin Ming, and his blood essence was refined into the blood drinking seal. The second to fourth ones were when Lin Ming fought with the South Sea Demon Realm and killed 3 Zuanden masters in a row, including Lian Chengji, who was in the middle stage of the Zuanden. The first 2 were refined into the 14th and 15th blood drinking seals by Lin Ming, and the last Zuanden master who died was killed by Lin Ming when the South Sea Demon Realm had already thought of retreating, and then was collected in the Zumi ring. That is the current corpse. Lin Ming took a deep breath and flicked his finger. A red lightning bolt sank into the body of the Zuanden master, quickly draining his whole body of blood. Then the blood-destroying evil lightning flew back to Lin Ming and drilled into Lin Ming's heart like a small red snake. The blood was released and then greedily absorbed by the magic cube mark. Then, the familiar feeling of the trembling sea of spirit came again. Lin Ming was prepared. He closed his eyes and kept his mind. The next moment, his perception and mind were all absorbed by the magic cube. When he opened his eyes again, Lin Ming's consciousness came to the vast and boundless space, as dark as a dark starry sky. This is the magic cube space he is familiar with. The mist is always floating here, and the bright light spots in the mist are looming, slowly rotating around the light ball in the center. Everything has not changed at all. After Xianshan, Lin Ming once again opened the magic cube space belonging to the Zuanden realm. This was Lin Ming's 4th time in the Rubik's Cube. There were endless memory treasures in the Rubik's Cube, but these things could not be transformed into strength immediately. It was impossible for Lin Ming to swallow a soul fragment and then increase his strength and defeat Lei Jingshan. In the mist, there were thousands of shining soul fragments, which looked like stars in the sky. Lin Ming connected his perception to those soul fragments and carefully felt the breath of these fragments. A large piece of soul fragments that were as shining as tiny diamonds floated over, and the breath they carried was extremely soft. Lin Ming let it float over, and then there was a soul fragment with a heavy bloody aura, and Lin Ming still let it float over. Feeling the breath of these soul fragments bit by bit, Lin Ming's heart was as calm as water, just standing still, extremely patient. He stood here for an unknown amount of time. At a certain moment, in front of Lin Ming, a soul fragment the size of a pigeon egg flew slowly, and the fragments flashed with a rosy and crystal light, and sprinkled a faint red light on the track it passed. That's it. Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. This fragment has the same aura as the Demon Emperor. The last time he entered the magic cube space, Lin Ming found the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor by analyzing Lei Mubei's troll bloodline and the aura of the ancient magic scroll. This time, he came for the soul fragment of the Demon Emperor again. Back then in the God's domain, so many souls of the God's domain mighty were sucked into the magic cube space. The soul of each God's domain mighty was broken into many pieces. If you can find one piece, you can naturally find another piece. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and was about to absorb this soul fragment, but his heart moved and he stopped. He just left a mark on this soul fragment and continued to search. After searching for an unknown period of time, Lin Ming found the second soul fragment belonging to the Demon Emperor. This fragment was only the size of a fingernail. Give up and continue searching. In this way, every time Lin Ming found a soul fragment belonging to the Demon Emperor at that time, he recorded its location, until Lin Ming searched all the soul fragments, and finally found more than 20 soul fragments of the Demon Emperor. These soul fragments are put together to form the complete soul of the Demon Emperor. Among the 20 soul fragments, the largest one was the size of a baby's palm. The smallest one was only the size of a bean. What Lin Ming wanted was the memory of the Demon God Emperor's palace. However, if he did not absorb these soul fragments, he would not know what was inside. In this way, only by choosing the largest one could he have the highest probability of obtaining clear memories. However, this soul fragment was the size of a baby's palm. Lin Ming had never absorbed such a large soul fragment before. Once his soul power was insufficient, and he was attacked by the Demon Emperor's masterless consciousness, the consequence would be that he would become an idiot. Lin Ming gritted his teeth. At this point, he had no way out. His mental power was still connected to this largest soul fragment, and Lin Ming stretched out his hand. Swoosh. The soul fragment turned into a stream of light and sank into Lin Ming's body, carrying a strong bloody smell. At that moment, Lin Ming felt that the sea of mind shook violently, and all kinds of chaotic scenes flooded into his mind. The blood pool, the battlefield, the demons, all kinds of great battles, and endless killing seemed to be always killing, and battlefields in the memory of the demon emperor. Lin Ming already had a lot of experience in absorbing ownerless souls. He stuck to his original intention, and eliminated all distractions in his mind. The black vortex of the Samsara martial will emerged above the spiritual sea, covering Lin Ming's entire mind. In terms of soul defense, after Lin Ming had gone through the 100 reincarnations of the Samsara martial will, his soul defense was heaven-defying. However, just as Lin Ming was trying to stick to his original intention in these chaotic illusions, something strange happened. In the chaotic scene, a hellhound that seemed to have crawled out of a pool of blood roared and rushed over, attacking the black vortex of the Samsara martial will. Crack. The hellhound's claws tore open a small part of the black vortex of the Samsara martial will. Puff. Outside the magic cube space, Lin Ming's original body spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale. At that moment, Lin Ming clearly saw the humanized hideous smile on the bloody hellhound's face. Could it be? Lin Ming's hands and feet were instantly cold. He realized a possibility. This soul fragment the size of a baby's palm was not an ownerless soul, but had independent consciousness. A person's soul is composed of two parts, one is the mental imprint, and the other is memory. A soul whose mental imprint has been erased is an ownerless soul. An ownerless soul only has instincts, and is not to be feared. But the soul fragment in front of him was obviously not the case. Before this, Lin Ming knew that absorbing soul fragments was dangerous, and he had been very careful. However, this time, he was forced to be desperate and finally fell on it. A soul fragment with the independent consciousness of a powerful being in the god realm, even if it was just a little bit of residual consciousness, was not something Lin Ming could resist. Boom. The bloody hellhound attacked again, and the black vortex of the reincarnation martial will collapsed directly. At that moment, Lin Ming felt as if a heavy hammer hit his head heavily. He groaned miserably, his nose bled, and he fell directly to the ground. The piercing pain was completely irresistible, as if countless knives were stabbing in the brain. This kind of pain made people want to commit suicide immediately. The Samsara martial will was worthy of the martial will that was comprehended on the 7th floor of the Sorcerer God Tower. Under such circumstances, it actually condensed into a black vortex again. The bloody hellhound showed an anthropomorphic disdainful smile, and pounced on the black vortex again. Bang! The black vortex exploded again. Lin Ming's body shook, and his pupils almost dispersed in an instant. It was too strong. The irresistible force made Lin Ming almost desperate. Is this the consciousness of the strong in the god realm? It was just such a tiny bit of residual consciousness, and after countless tens of thousands of years of sleep and weakening, it made him completely unable to resist. Gritting his bloody teeth, Lin Ming's nails were deeply embedded in his flesh and blood. He was determined to pursue the peak of martial arts. How could he die here? Evil god Ling. Rumble. Above Lin Ming's spiritual sea, the purple dragon god Thunder and the blood-destroying evil Thunder appeared at the same time. The power of thunder and lightning is the most powerful against demons and ghosts, and the most damaging to the soul. At this time, Lin Ming sacrificed the evil god Steel Needle and made a desperate attack. Swoosh. The evil god Steel Needle whistled and shot at the blood-colored hellhound. At the same time, the black vortex of the reincarnation martial will also envelop the body of the blood-colored hellhound. Although it was impossible to crush it, it could also consume the blood-colored hellhound's soul power to the greatest extent. However, the blood-colored hellhound just smiled disdainfully, roared wildly, and jumped out of the shackles of the black vortex, and slapped the evil god Thunder Spirit with a heavy claw. Crack. The evil god Steel Needle, which condensed all of Lin Ming's soul power, exploded and turned into dim blood destroying evil Thunder and purple dragon god Thunder, which flew in all directions. Lin Ming's body swayed and fell to the ground, his face as pale as gold paper. Dash. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo fanfic novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 486 White Light. The evil god Lei Ling was dispersed, but the Hellhound's claws also left a black mark, which was the result of the burning of the thunder power. After all, after experiencing too many long years, the broken soul power of the demon emperor was already quite weak. The Hellhound looked at its claws, growled, bared its fangs, and seemed to be very angry that it was injured by an ant. Roar. The Hellhound roared and rushed straight towards Lin Ming. It vowed to tear the ant that hurt it into pieces. At this time, Lin Ming's vision was blurred, and his mind was in chaos. He bit his tongue fiercely, and used the pain to force himself to wake up. Seeing the bloody Hellhound rushing towards him, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of ferocity and bloodthirstiness. He gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand and grabbed suddenly. The purple dragon divine thunder and blood-destroying evil thunder that filled the void gathered in his hand, forming a purple and red thunder spear. The reincarnation martial will broke into pieces, turning into countless fragments that gathered on the spear. At the center of Lin Ming's eyebrows, the mark of fire burned brightly. Behind Lin Ming, the double phantoms of the blue dragon and the ancient phoenix appeared. At that moment, Lin Ming overdrew all his willpower. Life and death depended on this one blow. The Hellhound attacked with rolling blood and blood. Lin Ming shouted loudly, stepped through the void with his feet, and clenched the purple and red lightning spear with both hands, stabbing it straight into the bloody mouth of the Hellhound. Crack. Under the powerful impact, the lightning spear broke directly. However, the broken lightning spear pierced the Hellhound's mouth firmly, piercing from the upper jaw, and piercing the back of the head. Ouch. The Hellhound screamed, and fell to the ground. On the back of its head, the wound of the lightning spear made a hissing sound, burning its flesh black, and corroding a big hole. Ash. The Hellhound uttered a series of unclear words. Its eyes were bloodshot. It raised its two front paws, and grabbed the half of the lightning spear in its mouth, trying to pull it out. Isn't it going to die? Lin Ming laughed miserably, and blood was oozing out of his ears and nostrils. After overdrawing his soul, he no longer had any strength. He knelt on the ground, and this thought echoed in his mind. The surrounding scene was gradually blurring, and the sound completely disappeared. It seemed that this world had already left him. In the haze, he seemed to see a hazy white light shooting out from the light ball in the center of the magic cube space. Then, Lin Ming completely lost consciousness. Countless chaotic scenes passed through Lin Ming's mind. He seemed to have returned to his childhood. His parents, Lin Xiaodong, Lang Yunyu, Qin Xingsun, the characters in his memory, passed through his heart one by one, as if he had experienced reincarnation again. Then, Lin Ming felt that he was surrounded by a warm sunshine, just like the feeling of being nurtured in the mother's womb, extremely warm and at ease. The blurred vision gradually became clear. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes and found that he was still in his spiritual sea, but the strong sense of fatigue in his consciousness had strangely disappeared. In front of him, the Hellhound was still wailing, but at this time, it was already listless and its body was torn apart. Lin Ming was stunned. He didn't think that his lightning spear would have such an effect. Recalling the white light just now, Lin Ming suddenly realized something. The consciousness withdrew from the spiritual sea and looked at the center of the magic cube space. There, a light ball with a diameter of 1 foot was quietly suspended, and around the light ball were the endless soul fragments, slowly rotating around the light ball. It was it? Question mark? Lin Ming released his perception and carefully connected to the light ball. In it, he felt a feeling similar to the white light just now, warm and gentle. If I was right, it was the white light that was emitted by it just now. This light ball was like the soul of the Rubik's Cube, and the Rubik's Cube seemed to have spirituality because of this ball of light. Although Lin Ming had never had any communication with the Rubik's Cube since he got it, he was sure that the Rubik's Cube had spirituality and wisdom. Regarding the white light ball, Lin Ming had always had a guess in his mind. The fragmented light spots around the light ball were the soul fragments of the strong men in the god realm that were crushed by the Rubik's Cube. Then, at the beginning, the saint who controlled the Rubik's Cube, her soul was also crushed into the Rubik's Cube. Was it the light ball in the center of the Rubik's Cube space? Lin Ming tried to send out various communication messages with his perception, but these messages were immersed in the light ball and all sank into the sea without any news. Lin Ming had to give up. At this moment, Lin Ming's mind moved, and his consciousness returned to the Sea of Spirit. He was shocked to find that in the Sea of Spirit, the hellhound whose body had been broken into pieces had a tendency to recondense. So tenacious. Lin Ming was shocked. Even if there were only a little bit of the residual souls of the gods, they were so terrifying after a long time. If they were complete souls of gods, I don't know how powerful they would be. I'm afraid it would be difficult to wear them out, even if they were sealed for tens of thousands of years. At that time, the magic cube crushed the souls of thousands of gods in just a moment. How earth-shattering it was. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. As he became stronger, he understood more and more how huge the gap between himself and the gods was. Looking at the hellhound in front of him, that was slowly squirming and trying to merge again, Lin Ming snorted coldly. The other party had been broken into such a state, how could he let it merge again? With a wave of his hands, the purple dragon divine thunder in his left hand and the blood-killing evil thunder in his right hand, the thunder flashed, and the purple-red lightning swallowed and spit out like a thick python, pouring madly towards the hellhound. The power of thunder is the strongest against the power of the soul. The hellhound that was about to merge was blown apart again by Lin Ming, and the power of the soul melted away. Then, Lin Ming used the reincarnation martial spirit again, and the black vortex twisted the soul fragments of the hellhound into it, making a crackling sound, just like the sound of fine steel being twisted into a meat grinder. However, no matter how Lin Ming tried to kill it, these remaining consciousnesses could not be completely annihilated. So tenacious. Lin Ming didn't expect that he couldn't kill these remaining consciousnesses in this way. It turned out that the level difference was too big. If these remaining consciousnesses were to be driven out, it would be equivalent to giving up this soul fragment, which Lin Ming naturally didn't want to do. I have no choice but to seal these fragments of consciousness separately. As long as they don't merge, they can't do anything to me. After thinking it over, Lin Ming had no choice but to choose such a risky approach. When he becomes stronger in the future, he will slowly wear away these fragments of consciousness. He stretched out his hand, and the purple and red thunder power wrapped Lin Ming's palm tightly. In this way, Lin Ming carefully separated a piece of remaining consciousness from the black vortex. His 10 fingers moved together, and purple and red bright lightning filaments flew out from his fingertips, wrapping up this piece of remaining soul consciousness layer by layer, until the lightning filaments formed a thick cocoon. Completely isolating these remaining consciousnesses, Lin Ming sank the cocoon into the Sea of Spirit. Following the same method, all the soul fragments were wrapped into thick cocoons by Lin Ming with lightning filaments, and sank separately into different places in his Sea of Spirit. In this way, unless one day Lin Ming's soul was so weak that he lost consciousness for a long time, there would be no opportunity for these remaining consciousnesses to take advantage of. It's finally over. Lin Ming let out a long sigh, and his mental power exited the magic cube space. Lin Ming felt extremely tired. He was even too lazy to look through the extra things in his mind. He just wanted to have a good sleep. However, at this time was tight. Lin Ming didn't know what would happen in a few hours. He could only meditate and adjust his breath. Then, he endured the headache, and began to look through the memory content in this fragment of the Demon Emperor's soul. At this time, 2 hours had passed since Lin Ming left. Lei Jingxun and others had attacked the illusion-killing formation until their hands were weak, but the protective layer of this formation was like an unshakable mountain, and there was no reaction at all. At this point, Lei Jingxun already had a feeling of collapse. A late Zuanden, a middle Zuanden, and 2 early Zuanden joined forces to attack for 2 hours without stopping, but there was no effect. This small formation of the 6th grade sect was almost equivalent to the mountain protection formation of an ordinary 4th grade sect. This damn rule restriction. Even the usually calm Mu Qianxue was a little exasperated. He suddenly stopped attacking. His steps were weak, his inner essence was disordered, his body swayed, and he barely stood firm. This scene fell into Mu Qianxue's eyes, and Mu Qianxue sneered. Mu Qianxue, you are reaping what you have sown. The blood seal contract in your body has begun to take effect. Within a month, the blood of the divine phoenix in your body will melt by 30% and it will disappear completely after half a year, and your lifespan will be exhausted and you will die miserably. The blood of the divine phoenix in my body? Mu Qianxue laughed disdainfully. It's just a little bit of the thin blood of the Suzaku of the Mu family. What's a pity to lose it? As long as you kill Lin Ming, I will naturally get the real blood of the divine phoenix in Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue's words made Mu Qianxue stunned, and then her heart was shocked. That's it. She finally understood why Mu Qianxue paid such a high price to kill Lin Ming. Since Lin Ming came out of the Phoenix secret realm, he has been emitting a frightening aura, and there is also a strange flame mark between Lin Ming's eyebrows. In the previous battle with the South Sea Demon Realm, when the flame mark burned, Mu Qianxue clearly felt a shock that seemed to come from the depths of his blood. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Ming may have obtained a more concentrated blood in the Phoenix secret realm, and this blood is far superior to the blood obtained by the founder of the Phoenix Island. Mu Qianxue's goal is exactly the blood in Lin Ming. The blood seal contract only has a binding effect on the descendants of the Mu family, but not on Lin Ming. As long as you get Lin Ming's blood, you will naturally get rid of the constraints of the blood seal contract. As for the original Mu blood in Mu Qianxue's body, it is lost, and he doesn't care at all. Mu Qianxue realized that she had been wrong from the beginning. Mu Qianxue killed Lin Ming not for revenge, but to gain more powerful strength. If he could get the first 8 jade slips of the Vermilion Bird Forbidden God record, as long as Mu Fengxian died, he could return with an absolutely strong attitude and take charge of the entire Shenhuang Island. Perhaps, when Mu Qianxue stepped into this broken world, his plan had already been planned. Thinking of this, Mu Qianxue felt a sense of despair in her heart. She could only blame herself for believing too much in the constraints of the blood seal contract and forming a fixed mindset. Chapter 487 Entering the Imperial Palace. In the central teleportation array of the broken world, after Lin Ming finished reading the remaining fragments of memory, he could not help but smile bitterly. The Imperial Palace in his memory did not have any secret passages at all. Perhaps there were, but it was possible that the memory of the secret passages was just missing. Without the secret passages, it would be difficult for Lin Ming to avoid encountering those fallen warriors when entering and leaving the demon god Imperial Palace. In this broken world, his perception was suppressed to only 20 feet away, while the perception of those fallen warriors could radiate hundreds of feet, or even thousands of feet. It was too easy for them to find him. In this way, even if he found any treasures, he would not have a share. Regarding the internal structure of the Imperial Palace, Lin Ming knew a lot, but what made people despair was that there were many mechanical puppets inside the Imperial Palace. The Imperial Palace covered an area of hundreds of miles. When the demon god Imperial Palace was at its peak, there were tens of thousands of people living here, all of whom were warriors. There were countless chores in the palace of tens of thousands of people, including guarding and patrolling, and these things were all done by mechanical puppets. The mechanical puppets in charge of chores have the same combat power as innate warriors, and the mechanical puppets in charge of sentry patrols have the same combat power as Zuandan warriors. Zuandan combat power may not sound high, but this is a Zuandan combat power that is not suppressed by the law. For outside warriors, it is almost equivalent to the life-falling strongman, which is not something Lin Ming can deal with at all. Unfortunately, these puppets rely on the blood breath of the trolls to identify people, and there is no secret method left in the memory of the Demon Emperor to control them. In short, it is difficult. The only thing that can make Lin Ming feel fortunate is that he found the location of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden in his memory. If it is correct, the Brahma Dragon root is there, and Lin Ming also has a vague memory of the formation there. Moreover, there is a very valuable information, that is, somewhere a few miles away from the Demon God Emperor Palace Medicine Garden, there is a one-way teleportation formation that can directly leave the Demon God Emperor Palace. With these alone, it is conceivable how difficult it is for Lin Ming to seize the Brahma Dragon root from a group of life-falling masters. There is no way to avoid those sentry puppets. Do I have to enter the Demon God Emperor Palace with those dead strong men? If so, my chances of getting the Brahma Dragon root are close to zero. Thinking of this, Lin Ming smiled bitterly. However, it seems that in the Demon Emperor's memory, in addition to the medicine garden, there is also a furnace that seals precious treasures and top level elixirs. It's just that I can't remember where this furnace is. As for the method of obtaining the furnace, it is even more vague. Lin Ming sighed. He still has self-knowledge. He never expected such illusory things. If you want to get a treasure of a certain level, you must have the strength corresponding to the treasure level. Most warriors, like him, are still working hard for the heavenly pill. Lin Ming's trip to the Demon God Emperor Palace this time was just to get a little bit of Brahma Dragon root, even if it was just a root, so that he could advance his marrow tempering to 8 or 9 achievements. 100 miles away, the Demon God Emperor Palace, even after tens of thousands of years, the Demon God Emperor Palace is still magnificent. It is difficult to find traces of time on the walls of the palace. In the palace, thick pillars stand for hundreds of feet, like pillars. After several days of hard work, the 20 or 30 life-destroying strongmen gathered at the gate of the Demon God Emperor Palace finally opened an entrance for only one person on the blue shield of the Demon God Emperor Palace. This is the method of breaking the shield that Zuan Wuji found after several years of research, based on the description of the Demon Emperor's notes. Simply put, it is to first isolate the energy supply of the palace protection formation to a certain range of shields, and then slowly attack, to consume the shield's energy, so that the shield can be barely broken. Go in. This entrance can only last for half an hour. After that, the shield will automatically close. If we want to get out at that time, we have to work together to open the shield again. It was really a hassle to open a shield. The Demon God Emperor Palace was a 6th grade sect. The elders were powerful emperors, the guardians were powerful life-falling masters, and the deacons were powerful Zuandan masters. Zuan Wuji and his group were at the 1st to 3rd levels of life-falling realm. Their cultivation was suppressed to less than 20%, not much stronger than the Zuandan deacons of the Demon God Emperor Palace. It was naturally not easy for less than 30 deacons and the lowest level guardians to open the Demon God Emperor Palace's palace protection formation. Zuan Yuki was the first to enter the shield, followed by King Nanyun. 2 days ago, King Nanyun did not fight with Zuan Wuji outside the shield, but the relationship between the two also dropped to the freezing point. When they looked at each other, they were all blazing with anger. In the end, a total of 28 people entered the shield. These 28 people were roughly divided into 5 factions. The first faction was the South Sea Demon Realm, the second faction was the Great Zen Temple, the third faction was several free old monsters represented by King Nanyun, the fourth faction was the 4th grade small sect represented by Shenhuang Island, and the last faction was the Mo Jiao clan. The relationship between these 5 factions was chaotic and complicated. Although they had reached an agreement on the distribution of the treasures in the Demon God Palace, and even the representatives of each party had sworn to the heart of martial arts, everyone knew how fragile this agreement was. At most, it would be followed for some low-level treasures. When they really encountered the Brahma Dragon root, compared with the treasure that could increase the probability of successfully crossing the life fall, a little damage to the heart of martial arts would be nothing. Among the 5 major factions, the small sect where Shenhuang Island is located is the weakest, but Mu Qianxue also knows her own limitations. Before entering the Demon God Emperor's palace, she had reached an agreement with the Great Zen Temple to voluntarily give up the Brahma Dragon root for other opportunities. In this way, she can also get the protection of the Great Zen Temple, at least she can protect herself. These guys who are lingering around are really difficult to deal with. If they follow, a fierce battle will be inevitable. Zuan Wuji glanced at the team following behind him, and his face was gloomy. He certainly wanted everyone to search for treasures separately, but these people knew that he had the Demon Emperor's notes, and knew more about the treasures of the Demon God Emperor's palace, so it was impossible for them to give up following him. Well, besides the Brahma Dragon root, there is also the Giant Kun and the Qianxue Melting Sun Furnace. We are the only one who has the method to control the Giant Kun, so it must be ours. We must fight for the Brahma Dragon root. And there is also the Qianxue Melting Sun Furnace, which is the most valuable of the 3 things. I don't know what happened in the ancient times, that the Demon Emperor would leave such an important furnace in the Demon God Emperor's palace. The one who replied was Zuan Yuki. Before, only Zuan Yuki and Zuan Wuji had read the Demon Emperor's notes together. If I guess correctly, the Qianxue furnace was left by the Demon Emperor to suppress the Demon God Palace. The Demon Emperor probably wanted to return to this broken world to rebuild the Demon God Palace, but for some reason he was unable to come back. This Qianxue furnace is the most precious of the three things. Unfortunately, the furnace is sealed in the Demon God Palace and has become one with the Demon God Palace. It cannot be moved at all. We just broke the protective shield before, and it took a lot of effort. If we want to take the Qianxue furnace, the possibility is almost zero. When mentioning the Qianxue furnace, Yuki felt itchy in her heart. According to the Demon Emperor's notes, this furnace was used to refine pills. It was the first pill furnace in Xianan continent tens of thousands of years ago. The Qianxue furnace originally sealed various treasures, such as top-grade pills. Even if they get a little bit, they can benefit endlessly. Moreover, the Qianxue furnace itself is a top-level treasure. If the enemy is sealed in the Qianxue furnace and refined with pill fire, it can be easily refined into ashes. It is no exaggeration to say that, if she had this treasure, she and Zuan Wuji would be able to step into the Divine Sea Realm, upgrade the South Sea Demon Realm to a holy land in one fell swoop, and even reproduce the glory of the Ghost Demon Emperor City 3000 years ago. Zuan Wuji shook his head and sighed. Don't think about the Qianxue melting sun furnace. It's more practical to use the Brahma dragon route. Well. Zuan Yuki nodded and suddenly thought of something and said, we can see if we can use this furnace to trap these guys. When they see the Qianxue melting sun furnace, they will definitely fight for it at all costs. At that time, they will have a good harvest. Zuan Yuki said, with a wicked smile on the corner of her mouth. Such a smile, hanging on her charming face, but there is no disharmony at all. If anyone treats Zuan Yuki as a worldly beauty that can be eaten because of her beautiful appearance, then he will definitely die miserably. Hey, if more than 10 or 20 people die, it will be perfect. Zuan Wuji touched his chin, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. When these life-destroying masters entered the Demon God Emperor's palace, a teleportation array 10 miles away from the Demon God Emperor's palace flashed white light, and a pale-faced boy appeared. This boy was naturally Lin Ming. This is the Demon God Emperor's palace. Lin Ming exhaled lightly and finally got in. If I remember correctly, this is the square in front of the Demon God Emperor's palace. 10 miles ahead is the main gate. There is a palace protecting formation at the main gate of the palace. I need to spend a lot of effort to get in. Although there is a way to enter the palace protecting formation in the Demon Emperor's memory, Lin Ming's cultivation is too low, and it is quite difficult to enter. Lin Ming followed the route in his memory and moved forward carefully. He was thinking that, if he was really discovered by following those life-destroying masters, there would be no way, and he could only leave it to fate. The shield was opened by them. Lin Ming looked at the entrance on the shield that was only the size of a dog hole, and his face showed worry. This meant that the life-destroying masters who entered the Demon God Emperor's palace might have also obtained some information about the Demon God Emperor's palace. In this way, his only advantage was also greatly weakened. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and decided to get into the shield. The shield had been recovering at a slow speed, and the entrance, that was originally wide enough for one person to pass through, was now only 2 feet square. Lin Ming had to crawl on the ground to barely pass through. Chapter 488 Whereabouts Exposed. After entering the shield, Lin Ming turned around and saw that the entrance was still slowly disappearing. At this speed, in less than a quarter of an hour, the entrance would be so small that no one could get in. At that time, there would be no way out. He could only move forward and leave through the teleportation array inside the palace. This was one of the few valuable pieces of information that Lin Ming had obtained from the fragments of the Demon Emperor's memory. The premise was that he could get the treasure and leave. Otherwise, this teleportation array would not be of much use. Lin Ming sighed and slowly walked into the Demon God Palace. The main hall of the Demon God Palace covered an area of nearly 100 miles, towering into the clouds. The space inside was extremely vast. This huge main hall was a kingdom. The main hall's gate was 20 feet high. On both sides of the gate, there was a demon statue several dozen feet high. The statue was made of blood-red rock, with wings on its back, and an extremely ferocious expression. Entering the main gate, facing a hall of 100 feet in radius. Dozens of thick pillars extended into the dome and disappeared into the darkness. There are 10 passages in the front hall, leading to various places in the Demon Palace. Lin Ming chose the first passage on the left according to his memory. The tall passage is 4 or 5 feet high. The ground is covered with all kinds of mysterious patterns, and the walls on both sides are thick bluestone slabs. Although the passage is closed, there is a light source from nowhere, which illuminates everything clearly. There are prohibitions on these walls and the ground. It is not much easier to break these walls than to break the palace protection formation. Walking along the long corridor, you can see stone doors on both sides from time to time. Each stone door is engraved with exquisite reliefs, probably because of the prohibitions on the stone doors. Even after tens of thousands of years, it has not been stained with dust. The gilded decorations on the reliefs are always shining with dazzling luster. Calming down, Lin Ming can faintly feel the residual true energy fluctuations in this corridor. This is the true energy aftermath left after the fierce battle. It should be the fluctuation of true essence left by those old monsters who lost their lives and fought with the mechanical puppets. According to the situation, these old monsters may have been there for an hour. Obviously, there was a fierce fight, but there was no broken remains of the puppets on the ground. Most of these remains were divided up by those old monsters. They wanted to go back and do some research. Lin Ming quickly guessed what might have happened here an hour ago. These ancient puppets are indeed of great research value. If they can be imitated, the improvement of the sect's strength is self-evident. It is not surprising that the remains were taken away. At this time, Lin Ming suddenly heard a rumbling explosion in the distance. He knew in his heart that this was the life-lost strongman in front of him fighting with the puppet guards again. Following behind these people from a distance is not necessarily safe. He might encounter a missed puppet, which would be dangerous for him. Moreover, after being looted by these old monsters who lost their lives, he would not be able to get any treasures. Thinking of this, Lin Ming sighed bitterly, but there was no better way. He could only continue to wait here and distance himself from the life-destroying strongman in front of him. Maybe if he was lucky, he might pick up something that was missed. If he followed him, not only would he not get the treasure, but he might also be killed. After all, Lin Ming died in his own hands. Originally, he had been in a disguised state when he entered this broken world. Those Zuandan warriors, because of their suppressed strength, could not see through Lin Ming's disguise at all. However, in front of the life-destroying strongman, Lin Ming would not do such a stupid thing of covering his ears and stealing the bell. The elders of the South Sea Demon Realm may not have seen his portrait. If it happened that an elder of the South Sea Demon Realm in the Demon God Emperor's palace had some kinship with Lin Ming, he might kill him on the spot. Although Mu Qianxue reached a cooperative relationship with the Great Zen Temple on this trip, it was still unclear whether the white-browed monk of the Great Zen Temple would protect him. From the sound just now, the distance should be no less than 1,000 feet, but for the sake of caution, I'd better wait a little longer, just in case. Facing the life-falling old monsters, Lin Ming was extremely careful. Any of these guys was an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Whether in terms of cultivation or scheming, they were far beyond his reach. It was so difficult to compete with these people for treasure that it made people despair. After waiting for about an incense stick of time, Lin Ming felt vaguely uneasy in his heart, as if he always felt that something was wrong. After a few breaths of time, his face suddenly changed, and he turned around and wanted to fly away. However, as soon as he took a step, he stopped and his face turned completely blue. I was discovered. Just now, I heard the faint explosion sound, and the distance from me was probably more than 1,000 feet. At such a long distance, Lin Ming didn't believe that those life-falling old monsters could still perceive me under the suppression of the world's laws. However, the fact was that he couldn't understand it. Just now, a cold true essence voice of an old monster came to his mind. Come here immediately, if you don't want to die. Unlucky. Lin Ming felt that this trip to the broken world was extremely unlucky. Since the opening of the broken world, Lin Ming has entered it twice. Not only did he not get any chance, but he also got into a lot of trouble. He killed an elder who attacked him, but was found out by the South Sea Demon Realm, which led to a fierce battle. Then there was a rebellion inside the Shenhuang Island. He didn't know why Mu Qianxue wanted to kill him at all costs. He was forced into a desperate situation and took the risk of swallowing the soul fragments of the demon emperor. Not only did he almost die, but the most depressing thing was that the possibility of obtaining the Brahma dragon root, based on the value of the information obtained, was still extremely slim. He risked his life to enter the demon god emperor's palace, but as soon as he took a few steps, he was discovered by those dead monsters in some way. Lin Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. This trip to the broken world was extremely unlucky. He felt that he was locked by a breath of energy, and his face was extremely ugly. There was no escape. If there are several elders in the South Sea Demon realm who have a close relationship with Lei Mu Bei, Lin Ming dared not imagine it any further, and at this moment, the man's true essence transmission sound came to his mind again. I give you 30 breaths of time. Come here immediately, or die. My patience is limited. Lin Ming sighed bitterly, and could only bite the bullet and move forward. In this situation, he was powerless to resist. He could only pray that the great Zen temple could protect him. At most, he would pay a price. The 1,000-foot corridor was extremely long for Lin Ming at this time. Walking on the quiet corridor, he could clearly hear the echo of his footsteps. He figured out that the perception of these life-destroying old monsters could not be so far, but they were very likely to leave some restrictions in the passage they passed by. As soon as he walked over and triggered the restrictions, he was discovered. Realizing this, Lin Ming's face became more bitter. He did not expect these old monsters to be so careful. During this 30 breaths, Lin Ming had been meditating on countermeasures in his mind, but in the end he could not think of any effective way. Walking to the end of the corridor and turning a corner, Lin Ming was presented with an extremely vast space. Although Lin Ming had long known from the memory of the Demon Emperor that there were huge holes everywhere in the Demon Emperor's palace, it was still shocking to see it in person. The length and width of the huge space was hundreds of feet, and the height was also hundreds of feet. It was a huge space that could accommodate a small mountain. The ground of this wide space was neatly covered with countless obsidian statues. These statues were all trolls with a height of more than 10 feet, and were carved completely in a 1:1 ratio. The statues were arranged very neatly, holding a variety of weapons, spears, halberds, heavy swords and shields. The ferocious expressions of each troll, including the cracks in the armor, were clearly reflected. Some trolls rode on war horses similar to dogs, and when Lin Ming saw these bloody demon dogs, his heart jumped. These demon dogs were very similar to the bloody hellhounds that invaded his spiritual sea when he devoured the fragments of the demon emperor's soul. These thousands of statues were arranged together, naturally giving off a strong momentum that was soaring into the sky, majestic and powerful, which shocked people. However, Lin Ming could not care about being shocked at this moment, because in this magnificent hall, there was a group of old monsters who had lost their lives suspended in the air. Compared with this huge hall, their figures were as small as mosquitoes, but they caused great pressure on Lin Ming. Mu Fengxin and Mu Yuhan were also among these warriors. When they saw Lin Ming, their faces suddenly changed. They did not expect that the person who came was Lin Ming. As for Nan Yunwang and others, they showed surprise when they saw Lin Ming. Obviously, they did not expect that a junior warrior who was not even an 8 could actually come here. On the side of the South Sea Demon realm, Zuan Yuki said softly huh after seeing Lin Ming, and as for Zuan Wuji, his face suddenly darkened. Junior, what's your name? Zuan Wuji's voice was gloomy and contained murderous intent. He had seen Lin Ming's portrait before, but the portrait had been passed around for several times and was not the same as Lin Ming himself, so Zuan Wuji asked this question. Lin Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had just paid close attention to everyone's reactions, and now it seemed that the worst situation had happened. This Zuan Wuji was very likely to have a connection with Lei Mu Bei. Lin Ming suppressed his panic and said calmly, Junior's surname is Ling, and his name is Ling Senator. He casually reported Ling Sen's name, but Zuan Wuji sneered, Ling Sen? Do you really think I don't know that there are no more than a handful of people in the entire Southern Sky Domain, 5 Element Domain, and Great Zen Domain who can walk here safely at such a young age? Lin Ming, even if I haven't seen your portrait, I can guess that it's you. It's really a piece of cake to find it after searching for a long time. I will refine your soul and make you live a life worse than death. Chapter 489 Mechanical Puppet. Zhuan Wuji said, with a ferocious smile, and pressed down on Lin Ming with one palm. Mu Fengxin's face changed drastically. Stop. After saying that, Mu Fengxin's figure flew out, and at the same time, an old woman in green from the Qingluan sect also attacked. The two energies of ice and fire swept towards Zhuan Wuji at the same time. Zhuan Wuji sneered, "Get out of here." Boom. The ice and fire energies were dispersed by Zhuan Wuji at the same time. Mu Fengxin and the old woman in green flew out, and Zhuan Wuji just paused for a moment, raised another energy, and continued to attack Lin Ming. "Abbot Baimei, save my disciple." Mu Yuhuang shouted anxiously. For a top master like Zhuan Wuji, Mu Yuhuang was not an opponent at all, and couldn't even hinder him. I know. This time, Shenhuang Island is a good helper in entering the Demon God Emperor Palace, but Zhuan Wuji is the main competitor of the Great Zen Temple. Baimei Zen Master naturally knows who to help. With a flick of the Zen stick in his hand, the monk's robe fluttered without wind, and golden Buddhist seals lingered around his palms, and he pressed a palm towards Zhuan Wuji. At the same time, what Mu Yuhuang didn't expect was that King Nanyun also made a move at this time. He laughed wildly, flipped his hand, and a blood-red sword appeared in his hand, slashing at Zhuan Wuji. Two 3-level life-falling masters made a move together. Zhuan Wuji's face changed, and he had to withdraw. Bang! The true essences collided with each other, and the atmosphere trembled violently. This raging true essence shockwave was not something that ordinary Zuandan masters could resist. Mu Yuhuang's figure flashed, and he flew to Lin Ming's side. With one hand, he stretched out a light red flame shield to block the true essence storm. Crack, crack, crack. The true essence shockwave pierced the flame shield like a razor, making an extremely harsh sound. Behind Mu Yuhuang, Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Abbot Baimei finally made a move, otherwise he would have died here today. But why did the powerful man in the purple gold python robe, who seemed to be called King Nanyun, also save him? King Nanyun. Zhuan Wuji looked at King Nanyun, his face as gloomy as water. He had nothing to say about Abbot Baimei's move, and there was no doubt that King Nanyun's move was deliberately looking for trouble. Since Zhuan Wuji and King Nanyun had a quarrel outside the Demon God Palace a few days ago and almost came to blows, King Nanyun had been against Zhuan Wuji. King Nanyun smiled disdainfully, with an expression of "you can't do anything to me." In terms of a real one-on-one fight, King Nanyun's strength is even slightly stronger than Zhuan Wuji, so he is not afraid at all. Zhuan Wuji's face flashed with black air, but he still forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, snorted coldly, and stopped making a move. It is naturally unwise to conflict with two triple-level strong men of the life fall at the same time. Haha. Seeing Zhuan Wuji being humiliated, King Nanyun's thoughts were extremely clear. He said to Lin Ming, "Boy, you are not bad. You are qualified to make an enemy with Zhuan the old thief with just the postnatal stage cultivation. Tell me, how did you offend him?" King Nanyun deliberately spoke very loudly, intending to disgust Zhuan Wuji, which made Lin Ming extremely speechless. After thinking about it, he had to use his true essence to transmit the sound to King Nanyun and briefly explain the general reason. "So that's it. You killed that little thief named Zhuan Ji. Good kill. Wonderful kill." King Nanyun applauded. This behavior of adding fuel to the fire made Lin Ming laugh and cry. King Nanyun was not afraid of Zhuan Wuji, but he would be killed in seconds under Zhuan Wuji. Once Zhuan Wuji was given this opportunity, he would die. He secretly glanced at Zhuan Wuji, but saw that Zhuan Wuji's face had returned to normal, and there was no sign of abnormality at all. Not only did he ignore King Nanyun, he didn't even look at him again, which made Lin Ming's worries even stronger. If I guessed correctly, the previous restriction was left by Zhuan Wuji. This old man was too cunning. Traveling with him made Lin Ming feel frightened. Lin Ming subconsciously moved away from Zhuan Wuji. King Nanyun noticed this scene, and took out a jade pendant from the Zumi ring. He smiled and said, "The old man, and I hit it off right away. Haha, this self-defense jade pendant is given to you for self-defense. After it is activated, it can withstand the full force of a warrior of the second level of Mingyuan. It can only be used once. At the critical moment, it can be used to save your life. With King Nanyun's top 3rd level Ming iron cultivation, it is not difficult to make such a self-defense jade pendant. Although it is still useless in front of Zhu and Wuji, as long as it can delay a little, there will be enough time for Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun to take action. Lin Ming looked at King Nanyun in surprise, put the jade pendant away carefully, and said, "Thank you, senior. This jade pendant is really useful. Even if it can't be used this time, it can still be effective in the future." Since this trip to the ancient battlefield, Lin Ming has attached more importance to life-saving magic weapons. The 3 life-saving pills and an escape talisman given to him by Mu Qianxue before have all played a great role. I have high hopes for you. Practice well and strive to kill the grandsons and sons of the old thief Zuan in the future. It would be best if you can destroy the South China Sea Demon Realm at the same time. Haha. King Nanyun never tired of mocking Zhu and Wuji. Lin Ming rolled his eyes in his heart. King Nanyun was afraid that Zhu and Wuji would not take action against him. He was probably very happy that Zhu and Wuji would take action again and be stopped by him again. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was extremely distressed. Originally, he thought that he could rely on the memory of the Demon Emperor to mix some missed opportunities, but who knew that these old monsters who had fallen into death were so cautious that they were discovered as soon as they arrived. Lin Ming, why did you come to the Demon God Palace? Mu Qianxue's tone was full of blame. Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun can protect you for a while, but they can't protect you forever. If everyone fights for the treasure, who can still take care of you? At that time, Zhu and Wuji can kill you in a moment, and I can't save you. Besides, what's the point of you coming? The Brahma dragon root is not something you can get your hands on. Not to mention you, even I have given up the idea long ago and only ask for some ordinary opportunities. Mu Qianxue was a little angry. Now the protective shield outside has been sealed again. Lin Ming can't go out, even if he wants to. He can only follow them. If he leaves alone, he will be more likely to be killed by Zhu and Wuji. Lin Ming smiled bitterly and told Mu Qianxue and Mu Yuhang about Mu Qianxue's rebellion. Mu Qianxue was shocked after hearing this. What did you say? Mu Qianxue openly colluded with Lei Jingshan to kill you? Yes. How is it possible? Is Mu Qianxue crazy? He doesn't even want to cultivate because of such a little hatred? Mu Yuhan couldn't believe that. Since the establishment of Shenhuang Island, there has never been a case of Mu elders rebelling in the past 3,000 years. Mu Qianxue frowned, her face changed several times, and finally sighed and said, Mu Qianxue, this thief is really scheming and very observant. Lin Ming, in fact, I have noticed that the flame mark on your forehead has inherited the blood of the ancient Phoenix clan, right? Mu Yuhan was shocked when Mu Qianxue said this. She had noticed the powerful blood aura on Lin Ming before, but she didn't think about it carefully. Now that Mu Qianxue reminded her, she suddenly realized it. Lin Ming nodded. It is the blood of the ancient Phoenix clan. The blood of the ancient Phoenix. The blood of the ancient Phoenix. Mu Yuhan took a breath of cold air. The ancient phoenix and the vermilion bird are completely two different things. The vermilion bird is just a sacred beast, and sacred beasts are also divided into levels. The sacred beasts of the Xianan continent are actually very low in level. The ancient phoenix is a divine beast. Even in the divine domain, the number of divine beasts is extremely rare. The blood of the ancient phoenix is completely incomparable to the blood of the vermilion bird. No wonder Mu Qianxue is willing to take this risk. If he can really get Lin Ming's blood, and then seize the first 8 layers of the vermilion bird forbidden god record, there is even a glimmer of hope that Mu Qianxue will become a powerful emperor in the future. This is my negligence. Mu Yuhan blamed herself. If she hadn't trusted the blood seal contract too much, how could Mu Yuhan let Mu Qianxue join the team entering the broken world and create such a good condition for his betrayal? Now, the Demon God Emperor Palace has been closed again. She has no way to get out and can only keep moving forward. Now is not the time to talk about this, Lin Ming. Since you have already come in, just follow me and stay away from Zhu and Wuji. As for treasures, don't think about them. Those things are not something you can get. Even if you are really lucky enough to get precious treasures, they will be snatched away by others. Lin Ming had no choice but to nod his head. Of course he understood such a simple truth. His biggest advantage was that he was proficient in ancient formations. However, if he stayed with these people all the time, even if he took the treasures, he would take them for others. Not only that, in the future, when a fight breaks out for the treasures, he may be killed if he is not careful. Thinking of this, Lin Ming felt heavy in his heart. Following the end of the team, he passed through this hall with a group of people. At this moment, he heard a dull crash of bang bang bang. It seemed that something heavy was approaching them. Everyone stopped and looked at the turning point of the corridor. Most of them had solemn expressions on their faces, while King Nanyun looked indifferent. He casually drew out the blood-red sword behind him, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Zuan Wuji just snorted coldly and stretched out his palms. His whole body was surrounded by black air, and his momentum was rising steadily. He was operating the netherworld magic art created by the Nether Emperor. At this time, the heavy thing finally appeared at the corner of the passage. It was more than 10 feet tall and made of unknown red metal. Its body looked somewhat similar to that of a troll. It held a huge warhammer and seemed to move very slowly. Troll puppet. Lin Ming silently recited the name in his heart. This kind of troll puppet was as powerful as a warrior in the late stage of Zuanden. Under the suppression of the world's laws, even a warrior of the first level of Mingyuan would be suppressed by it. Of course, it was nothing in front of Zuan Wuji and King Nanyun. The plot is currently in a dull period, so please be patient. Chapter 490, Poisonous Grey Clam. Seeing the puppet appear, King Nanyun roared, leaped out, slashed with the giant knife in his hand, blood flashed, and with a crisp sound of click, a huge crack appeared on the red metal of the giant puppet's chest. King Nanyun swung his knife like rain, and cracks appeared on the mechanical puppet, which soon broke it into pieces. With a crash, the giant puppet fell to the ground, and the debris was scattered all over the ground. Then, King Nanyun waved his hand and directly collected all the debris into the Zumi ring. This kind of mechanical puppet with strength equivalent to the late stage of Zuanden, its value to the sect can be imagined. If it were not for King Nanyun, even Mu Qianxue would have difficulty dealing with it. After this giant puppet, 2 more giant puppets came in succession. Zuan Wuji said nothing. His body was full of black energy, and his palms flashed with a trace of evil light, which was heavily imprinted on the mechanical puppet. At the same time, the abbot Baimui also waved his Zen stick to attack. These troll puppets were quickly eliminated by the 3 men. All the puppet remains were divided among the 3 men. The huge underground palace covers an area of nearly 100 miles. There is a very long way from the entrance to the medicine garden. Lin Ming always followed the team carefully and kept a distance from Zuan Wuji. Zuan Wuji seemed to have forgotten Lin Ming. From beginning to end, he just focused on killing the puppets and never looked at Lin Ming again. Everyone was walking in the Imperial Palace. The roads around them looked exactly the same. However, although these roads looked complicated, they were basically divided into a tic-tac-toe shape. In fact, as long as you identify a direction, you can walk in the same direction, and you don't have to worry about getting lost. Boom. Another 3 puppets were eliminated by Zuan Wuji and his 3 men. Along the way, more than a dozen troll puppets were destroyed. And this road is just one of the many roads in the Demon God Imperial Palace. There are so many puppets on this road alone. Counting it all together, the total number of troll puppets in the entire Demon God Imperial Palace is probably nearly 10,000. These are all equivalent to the combat power of Zuanden period warriors. If they are placed in the 4th grade sect, they are elders. Nearly 10,000 Zuanden combat power. This is just a puppet. If the warriors in the sect are counted, it will be even more amazing. Feng Huang strongmen are elders, Mingyuan is the guardian, and Zuanden is the deacon. The foundation of the 6th grade sect is really terrible. This also reflects from one side that tens of thousands of years ago, the martial arts civilization of Xianan continent was much more developed than it is now, including many formations and exercises of the divine domain, which have appeared in Xianan continent. It's just that no one knows what happened, which led to the Xianan continent becoming like this later. It seems to be in front. Lin Ming looked at the corner of the passage in front of him, where there was a 2-meter high toad statue. The huge toad opened its mouth, full of sharp teeth, and its tongue stretched out like a sword. The grey body was covered with tiny bumps, and it looked a bit fierce. Ancient poisonous grey clam. Lin Ming found the memory of this statue in his memory. In fact, it was not a statue at all, but a puppet made from the corpse of the ancient poisonous grey clam after it was killed. This kind of puppet has the same strength as Zuan and Jiji, that is, the strength of a warrior of the first level of Mingan. It looks no different from a statue, and it cannot be sensed by the divine sense. It is usually placed in the demon god emperor palace as a statue as a decoration, but it also has the effect of guarding. Lin Ming's heart moved and slowed down his pace, while Zuan Wuji and others still walked towards the corner, as if nothing had happened, obviously not knowing about this poisonous grey clam. Zuan Wuji also noticed this statue of the ancient poisonous grey clam, but just looked at it a few more times, scanned it with the divine sense, and found nothing abnormal, so he didn't care too much, and walked to the corner calmly. However, when they walked a few feet away from the poisonous grey clam, the poisonous grey clam suddenly lit up its eyes, and the tongue in its mouth pierced out like an arrow. Zuan Wuji's face changed drastically. He was instantly wrapped in black mist. He punched forward with both palms and retreated violently. Bang! The arrow-like tongue was hit by Zuan Wuji's palms wrapped in thick true energy. The direction changed slightly and passed through Zuan Wuji's ribs diagonally. With a light puff sound, the tongue of the poisonous grey clam actually pierced the body's true energy of a first-level life-destroying old man in the South Sea Demon realm, and pierced his heart and lungs diagonally. The sudden change between lightning and flint stunned everyone, and at this moment, the long tongue stained with blood turned at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye, shot back, and pierced the dantian of the life-destroying old man in the opposite direction. Puff! Blood spurted out, and the old man widened his eyes, staring at the half-tongue sticking out of his lower abdomen, as if he couldn't believe it. Coming to the demon god palace, there was no danger along the way, so much so that he didn't realize that someone would die here. Life and death, just a moment. Although the old man's cultivation reached the first level of life and death, under the suppression of the world's laws, he could not resist the sneak attack of the poisonous grey clam. With a bang, the tongue rolled back, and the body of the old man who died of life exploded, and blood splattered. Lin Ming sighed in his heart and shook his head slightly. It was a pity that Zuan Wuji was not seriously injured, and the body of the strong man who died of life would be wasted. Lin Ming did not dare to use the body of the old man who died of life to feed the magic cube, or refine the blood drink seal in front of so many warriors from the South Sea Demon realm. Evil beast, die. Zuan Wuji was furious. The dead elder was a member of their Zuan family. He shouted loudly, pulled out a black spear from the Zumi ring, and stabbed the poisonous grey clam with it. This was the first time Zuan Wuji used a weapon. Bang! The attack, which was infused with 70% to 80% of Zuan Wuji's true energy, fell on the body of the poisonous grey clam, but only half of it was immersed. A trace of surprise flashed across Zuan Wuji's face. At this time, Zuan Wuji and the white-browed monk also took action. He also saw the difficulty of this poisonous grey clam. The white-browed monk was shining with golden light. As the sound of Sanskrit came out, a series of golden talismans wrapped around the white-browed monk's Zen stick and smashed down heavily. The Buddhist secret method of the great Zen temple seemed to be very restraining against the poisonous grey clam. With a cracking sound, a fine spider web-like crack appeared on the back of the poisonous grey clam. The poisonous grey clam could not feel any pain at all. It opened its mouth and sprayed a large amount of poisonous mist. Zuan Wuji snorted coldly, flicked his finger, and a black thunder shot out. With a kai 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 sound, the poisonous mist was completely covered by the tiny thunder arc, and then burned away. Next, Zuan Wuji's spear and the white-browed monk's Zen stick fell on the poisonous grey clam one after another, and King Nanyun also took action. The bloody thick-backed knife was swung, and there was a series of dense explosions. The poisonous grey clam was besieged by the three masters, and could no longer resist. Die. Zuan Wuji finally stabbed the poisonous grey clam's mouth with a spear, and the poisonous grey clam's eyes suddenly dimmed, without a trace of light. Although the puppet of the poisonous grey clam was solved, the atmosphere was a bit depressing, especially those old monsters with the first level of life, whose faces were not very good. This was the first time that someone died after entering the demon god emperor palace. Which of these old monsters who died was not a powerful figure with a lifespan of thousands of years and the strength to move mountains and overturn seas, and naturally cherished their lives? They had self-knowledge and did not intend to take the Brahma dragon route. They just wanted to get some other opportunities. If they sacrificed their lives for these opportunities, it would be too worthless. They had only walked halfway into the demon god palace. Facing the sneak attack of the poisonous grey clam, the first level life-falling warrior died without any resistance. God knows if they will encounter the same fate if they continue along this road. Zhu and Wuji collected the body of the dead elder, and the remains of the puppet of the poisonous grey clam were also packed by him. Glancing at the first level life-falling warriors whose faces changed slightly, Zhu and Wuji sneered disdainfully. He naturally didn't care about the lives of these people. All the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm, follow me closely. After saying that, Zhu and Wuji led the elders of the South Sea Demon Realm and moved forward more carefully. The free warriors also approached King Nanyun. As for other small sects, they all moved closer to the Great Zen Temple. On the way, the whole team moved more carefully. They encountered the puppet of the poisonous grey clam several times again, but after being prepared, the three masters worked together to kill it, but no more warriors were lost. After walking for more than 10 miles without any danger and climbing up countless stairs, Lin Ming guessed that the height they were at was already hundreds of feet above the ground, and they were getting closer and closer to the location of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, less than 10 miles away. Realizing this, Lin Ming felt mixed emotions. The Brahma dragon route was right in front of him, but in this situation, the possibility of him getting it was close to zero. After walking for a few miles, a low stone platform appeared not far in front of everyone. On this stone platform, there were faint patterns engraved, which looked unusually simple and simple. It was obviously a formation pattern. When Zhu and Wuji passed by this stone platform, he stopped intentionally or unintentionally, glanced at the stone platform, and sensed it, as if searching for something. This scene naturally fell into the eyes of other old monsters. King Nanyun smiled. Why, Brother Zuan is interested in this ancient formation? King Nanyun knew that this stone platform was an ancient formation, but he had no idea what kind of ancient formation it was. Zhu and Wuji snorted coldly. It doesn't matter if I'm interested in this ancient formation or not. Do you have to ask me about everything I do? After Zhu and Wuji finished speaking, he withdrew his perception and strode away. But King Nanyun smiled indifferently and circled around the stone platform for a few times, as if he wanted to find something. However, the formation patterns of the ancient formation were complicated and difficult to understand, and he didn't understand them at all. The other old monsters were naturally the same. Only Lin Ming looked at the ancient formation with a flickering eye and vaguely guessed what Zhu and Wuji was going to do. A smile bloomed at the corner of Lin Ming's mouth. He would naturally not miss this opportunity to trick Zhu and Wuji. I've been on blind dates all afternoon. Alas, I'm helpless. I got home at 7 o'clock. There is no second chapter today. I'll try to make up for it tomorrow. Plus I seem to have a phobia of blind dates. I don't know how to break it. Chapter 491. Opening the Demon Emperor's Medicine Garden. These life-destroying masters all gathered beside the array platform. Some used their senses to detect it, while others even touched it with their hands, trying to see if they could trigger some mechanism, find a secret room, or find a chance. Some even suspected that this array platform was related to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. However, no matter how they tried, this array platform was like an abandoned array, without any reaction. Everyone turned around and looked at Zhu and Wuji, but saw that Zhu and Wuji had already withdrawn his senses and was about to walk through the corner of the corridor. It seemed that he really had no intention of staying here. After thinking about it, these people had to give up. Maybe Zhu and Wuji was just curious and explored it, and there was nothing special. Anyway, they just had to follow Zhu and Wuji closely, so they would never be afraid of missing the medicine garden. Thinking of this, several old monsters of the second level of life destroying left first. At this time, Lin Ming pressed one hand on the array platform and pressed a rune on the array platform without leaving a trace. When many old monsters of life destroying were groping on the array platform, his small action would naturally not arouse anyone's suspicion. Lin Ming knew clearly that this array platform was actually an ancient teleportation array. The Demon God Emperor Palace covers an area of 100 miles, with countless corridors inside. It is very troublesome to get out of it, so there are as many as 4 or 5 such teleportation arrays in the Demon God Emperor Palace. Lin Ming can clearly remember 2 of them, but this one is beyond his memory. Zhu and Wuji probably learned about this teleportation array from the Demon Emperor's notes, and he may even know how to activate it. He just explored the teleportation array to determine whether it can be used, thinking of using it to leave after finding the treasure. After everyone broke through the palace protection array and entered the Demon God Emperor Palace, the palace protection array repaired itself and sealed everyone inside. If they wanted to get out, they would need another 4 or 5 days to break the array. In addition to the time spent on traveling in the Demon God Emperor Palace, it might take 7 or 8 days. If Zhu and Wuji relied on the teleportation array to leave after stealing the treasure, then the others would undoubtedly be trapped in the Demon God Emperor Palace, not to mention competing for the treasure in his hands. This calculation is really a brilliant one. Thinking of this, Lin Ming's mouth curled up with an imperceptible evil smile. Since entering the Demon God Emperor's palace, he has been unlucky, and his hope of obtaining the Brahma Dragon root is so slim that it makes people despair. In this case, Lin Ming does not plan to get any opportunities. It would be nice to have a chance to trick Zhu and Wuji and vent his anger. With the help of the Demon Emperor's memory and Lin Ming's understanding of the ancient array, he quickly understood the general structure of the teleportation array and the order of the activation array symbols. In the Imperial Palace, each teleportation array corresponds to a specific order of activation array symbols. If you don't know the order of the array symbols, you can't activate the teleportation array. Lin Ming seemed to be groping aimlessly at the ancient array platform, but his 2 hands repeatedly brushed over the 3 runes, quietly changing the order of the 3 runes. Unless Zhu and Wuji is as proficient in the ancient teleportation array as he is, don't think about deciphering this new array symbol arrangement. At that time, it will be impossible to activate the teleportation array according to the description in the notebook. I wonder what expression Zhu and Wuji will have when he really relies on this teleportation array to leave. Thinking of this, Lin Ming was looking forward to it. After changing a few array symbols, Lin Ming calmly withdrew his hand. Even Mu Qianxue, who was very close to Lin Ming, saw Lin Ming groping on the array platform and did not doubt it. Instead, he smiled and said, "Forget it, Lin Ming. Not to mention that this array platform may be just an ordinary array platform. Even if there is any opportunity sealed in it, it is not something we can activate by just touching it twice. Let's go." "Yes, Master," Lin Ming responded casually and left with Mu Qianxue. The road ahead became more and more difficult. Everyone was more careful. In addition to the poisonous grey clam puppet, there were also mechanical traps. When people walked to the corner of a corridor, a grey stream of light shot out. It was dodged by King Nanyun, but it directly pierced the chest and abdomen of an old man behind him. A hole the size of a human head appeared in the old man's chest, and bursts of burnt smells floated out. The old man died on the spot without even a groan. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere in the field became more solemn. Lin Ming also took a breath of cold air. He only knew some of these traps. He didn't know most of them. If he had entered the Demon God Emperor's palace by himself, he would definitely not have survived to get here. At this time, there were only a few miles left to the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The crowd moved slower and slower. Zhu and Wuji, Abbot Baimei, and King Nanyun led the way, with full perception and extreme caution. In this way, everyone passed the last section of the road tremblingly. After walking through a slightly dark staircase and passing through a corner of the corridor, a heavy stone door appeared in front of everyone. The stone door was 10 feet high and looked extremely heavy. On the surface of the stone door, there was a huge eye carved, and around the eye, there was a thorn-shaped flame pattern that was scattered in all directions, which looked like a mysterious totem. Seeing this stone door, Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun looked at Zhu and Wuji at the same time. Zhu and Wuji's eyes flashed with a gleam of brilliance. He remained calm on the surface and slowly walked to the stone gate. According to the records in the Demon Emperor's handwriting, behind this stone gate is the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. After working so hard for so long, and paying such a great price, the Demon Emperor's medicine garden is right in front of him. At this time, even with Zhu and Wuji's temperament, he couldn't help but worry about gains and losses. Regarding the restrictions in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, there are some vague records in the Demon Emperor's Jade Slip. The Jade Slip only roughly describes the types of restrictions, without accurate details, and the terms describing the formation are tens of thousands of years ago. With Zhu and Wuji's pitiful understanding of the ancient formation, it is really impossible to fully understand such a complicated formation. Over the years, Zhu and Wuji has pieced together and searched through various ancient books and barely found a method that may be feasible to break the formation, but he doesn't know if it is correct. Taking a deep breath, Zhu and Wuji pushed hard towards the stone gate. There was no restriction on the stone gate. The restrictions were all inside the medicine garden. With a rumbling sound, the stone gate that was more than a dozen people high was opened. As the stone door opened, everyone's vision suddenly became clear, and a dazzling sunlight shone into the dark corridor. After seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was shocked. Behind the stone door, there was no bluestone corridor, no array, no mechanical puppets, but a grassland forest like a fairyland. The most peculiar thing was that the grassland seemed to be covered with snow all year round. Under the cold weather, beautiful rime formed, which could be described as jade trees and white flowers, extremely beautiful. In the middle of the grassland, there was a twisting river with 18 bends. The river was not frozen, but it exuded an amazing cold air. It was hard to imagine that such a strange sight of a cold river and snow willows would appear in a palace hundreds of feet high. Such a strong visual contrast made it difficult for people to adapt for a while. Zhu and Wuji was the first to step into this ice and snow world. The other old monsters hesitated for a moment and followed quickly. Lin Ming was not too surprised to see the scene in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. He also had some vague memories of the scene here. After stepping into this frozen world, Lin Ming immediately felt a burst of bone-chilling cold. The Brahma dragon root planted in the Demon Emperor's medicine garden was exactly of the icy attribute. If I guessed correctly, it was the Brahma dragon root that naturally gathered cold air after it grew up, which made this small world look like this. These cold air seemed to be able to penetrate the human spine. For those old monsters who were killed, it was naturally nothing. Lin Ming had to use his body protection essence to resist the cold air from entering his body. At this moment, Lin Ming felt a warm current flowing into his body. He turned around and saw that it was Mu Qianxue who injected the fire essence into his body. Lin Ming, you stay behind me for a while. Let them open the medicine garden. Don't get too close to avoid being involved in the aftermath of the battle. Yes, I know. Feeling Mu Qianxue's concern for him, Lin Ming nodded. Of course he understood this truth. If the old monsters of the third level of life really fought, the aftermath alone would be enough to kill him. The Demon Emperor Medicine Garden is 20 to 30 square miles in area, and the place where the Brahma dragon root is actually planted is only in a small core medicine garden in the center, where the spiritual vein of this entire spiritual land is located. The rest of the place is just an ordinary spiritual land. After everyone walked a short distance, the Black Dragon clan chief suddenly let out a soft "A", moved his footsteps, and floated dozens of feet away. Lan Qinghua. It is indeed Lan Qinghua. In front of the Black Dragon clan chief, there was a bunch of blue-purple flowers. The whole flower was wrapped in thick ice crystals, and it looked inconspicuous. Haha, what good luck. The Black Dragon clan chief carefully picked the bunch of Lan Qinghua and put it into the Zumi ring. This Lan Qinghua is an ancient medicine, and it is now very difficult to find. Their Black Dragon clan just happened to have a pill recipe that can use Lan Qinghua, and they didn't expect to get it here. Seeing the scene of the Black Dragon clan chief putting away the Lan Qinghua, Zhu and Wuji and others didn't say anything. Compared with the Brahma dragon root, this small Lan Qinghua is nothing at all. With the treasure in front of them, they naturally had no interest in fighting with the leader of the Mu Qianxue tribe for such a small profit. However, what everyone did not expect was that this blue flower was just the beginning. Then, various odd indents of rare medicines appeared one after another, and their value was mostly not less than that of the blue flower. Earth level middle grade kingling grass. 3000 years old Huayuan fruit. Earth level middle grade Woking tea. Along the way, there were endless spiritual medicines. This spiritual land had existed for tens of thousands of years, and no one had set foot on it. There were too many medicinal herbs bred in it. Chapter 492 Two Spiritual Roots. The herbs on the road alone can reach the middle grade of the earth rank, so the value of the herbs in the core medicine garden can be imagined. Lin Ming also picked 2 spiritual herbs that were 2000 years old along the way. Although they were not top spiritual herbs, they were more than enough to exchange for 1 or 2000 middle grade genuine stones. Haha, this trip was not in vain. Among the group of people, an old man who had lost his life in the first level side. He was the supreme elder of Jinzhang Mountain in the 5-element domain. Among these top forces, Jinzhang Mountain, which was of the middle grade of the 4th level, was just a small sect. Well, I finally got something. I thought I would have made a wasted trip. The old monsters who had lost their lives in the 1st level were all self-aware. Unless there was a large area of Brahma dragon root in the medicine garden, they would not want to get their hands on it. They were also very satisfied to get some other herbs. Mist Ice Flower, a top grade spiritual medicine of the earth rank. When Lin Ming was picking a 1000-year-old spiritual medicine, he pushed aside the grass leaves and found a rare top grade spiritual medicine of the earth rank among the grass leaves. This kind of spiritual medicine is quite rare even in a 5th grade sect. Mist Ice Flower is a natural treasure that ice warriors dream of. Although Lin Ming has not much use for it, it can be used to exchange for fire or lightning resources of equal value. You know, in many cases, it is not enough to buy resources with only true essence stones. Strong people rarely lack true essence stones. At this time, they have to exchange things for things. This top grade Mist Ice Flower of the earth rank may have an unexpected effect at a critical moment. Because everyone was busy looking for medicine and scattered, Lin Ming saw that no one was paying attention to him. He was about to quietly put this Mist Ice Flower into the Zumi ring. At this time, a melodious and long Buddhist chant sounded behind Lin Ming. Amitabha, little donor, can you lend me the medicinal herbs in your hand? After hearing this Buddhist chant, Lin Ming's face suddenly looked a little ugly. This old guy, his eyes are really sharp. He cursed in his heart. At this time, he could not hide it anymore. Lin Ming had to stretch out his hand. A crystal clear Mist Ice Flower stayed in Lin Ming's palm. 3000 years old Mist Ice Flower, top grade of earth rank. If I guess correctly, you are a fire warrior. I'm afraid that this Mist Ice Flower will not have much effect on you. The old monk shook his head and said. He was a 2nd level life death monk from the great Zen temple. 100 Lin Mings would not be his opponent. Not much effect? Lin Ming wanted to curse. Who would not have any effect on this kind of medicinal herbs? Besides, the Qingluan sect of Shenhuang Island also cultivated ice. He would rather give it to Mu Qianxue. He was just about to say that it was useful, but the old monk did not give Lin Ming a chance to speak, and said to himself, I'm practicing the ice fist, and this Mist Ice Flower is a rare opportunity for me. How about this, my friend? I have 3 earth grade middle grade spiritual herbs, 2 of which are fire type. I will exchange this Mist Ice Flower with you. What do you think? The old monk said, smiling and stretching out his hand. In his rough and wide palm, there were indeed 3 earth grade middle grade spiritual herbs, all of which were just picked. Fuck you. Lin Ming cursed in his heart, and it was like slapping the old monk's wrinkled face. The value of 3 earth grade middle grade spiritual herbs was not even half of the Mist Ice Flower in his hand. Moreover, earth grade middle grade spiritual herbs could generally be bought with true essence stones, while earth grade high grade spiritual herbs generally had to be exchanged for goods, and there was no market for them. Little brother, what do you think? The old monk was still smiling, and his smile was very rude. Lin Ming resisted the urge to punch him. He knew that Mu Qianxue had an agreement with the Great Zen Temple. Treasures and other things would be given priority to the Great Zen Temple in exchange for the protection of the Great Zen Temple. In a sense, Lin Ming was able to come here safely because of the deterrence of the Great Zen Temple. If the white-browed monk had not stood on his side, King Nanayan would probably not really fight against Zhu and Wuji for him, and Mu Qianxue and Mu Yuhan would not have come here. Lin Ming, give it to him. This time when you go back, your master will compensate you. At this time, Lin Ming heard Mu Yuhan's true essence transmission in his ears. She was afraid that Lin Ming was young and impulsive, and could not swallow this breath. Lin Ming replied, Master, you worry too much. I understand the truth. The Great Zen Temple will not protect us in vain. It is not too much for this old monk to take out 3 spiritual medicines. Suppressing the urge in his heart to beat up this deadbolt donkey, Lin Ming handed over the mist ice flower. The old monk smiled and said, haha, thank you, my friend. I have established a good relationship with you today. If we meet again someday, maybe I can help you. Amitabha, good. Hearing this fox-like old monk chanting a Buddhist name at the end, Lin Ming was speechless. This bald donkey was too thick-skinned. Just treat it as feeding the dog. At least I got 5 earth level middle grade spiritual herbs, which is also a large income. Even if I can't get the Brahma dragon root, it's not a wasted trip. If it weren't for these bald donkeys' deterrents, I wouldn't even get these 5 earth level middle grade medicinal herbs. Lin Ming thought so, and had to accept his fate. Although this spiritual land is not small in area, the spiritual herbs seem to be distributed along the riverside. There are no more in places farther away from the river. After searching all the way, there are not many. On average, each person can get about 7 or 8 plants. Basically, whoever finds it gets it. People with strong strength and strong perception will naturally find more medicinal herbs. When the team had traveled for more than 10 miles, all the warriors who were looking for medicine stopped at the same time. At this time, in front of them, there was a light blue light shield as light as water, and in the light shield, the light seemed to be distorted, and the situation inside was not clear. Although it was not clear, at this time, almost everyone guessed what was in the blue light shield. This was the core of the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden, Brahma Dragon Root. All warriors, especially those who had the hope of obtaining the Brahma Dragon Root, were breathing slightly hurriedly, but at this time, no one moved. Just by seeing the blue light shield, they knew that the Brahma Dragon Root was not so easy to obtain. It was even very likely that they would return empty-handed. People approached cautiously. Although the blue light shield could cause a slight distortion of the light, they could still vaguely see the scene inside. The core area of the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden was very small, and it was not as numerous as everyone imagined. On the contrary, it was a wasteland with only 2 spiritual plants. They looked like twisted ginseng, with roots winding like dragons. The 2 Brahma dragon roots were not far apart, and their roots were entangled with each other. Although separated by a protective shield, one could clearly feel the cold and ancient aura coming from the 2 Brahma dragon roots. Looking at them, it was as if one saw tens of thousands of years flowing by, which made one's mind stagnate. It is indeed the Brahma dragon root. Lin Ming's heart moved. The 2 Brahma dragon roots were exactly the same as the figures drawn on the nameless ancient book left by the Zuandan strongman who was killed by him. There was no mistake. This Brahma dragon root is indeed a miraculous medicine in the world. According to common sense, the core part of the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden is located at the spiritual eye of this spiritual land. The heaven and earth vitality is the most concentrated, and there should be many spiritual plants. However, there are no other spiritual plants in this medicine garden, except the Brahma dragon root. Instead, many spiritual plants grow on the surrounding land. It is probably because the Brahma dragon root is too overbearing, and occupies all the heaven and earth vitality, causing other spiritual plants in the medicine garden to die early, and cannot reproduce at all. Lin Ming quickly figured out the reason why the core medicine garden was so desolate. In the god realm, the Brahma dragon root is used to refine marrow-quenching pills, and the medicinal properties are very overbearing. Seeing the Brahma dragon root, King Nan Yun and the white eyebrow monk looked at Zhu and Wuji at the same time. Zhu and Wuji took a deep breath, and his heart was difficult to calm down. He was already in the 3rd level of life fall. After a few more life falls, he might enter the Sea of Gods, which is the legendary sealed emperor. With a lifespan of 10,000 years, he can rule the entire southern sky region, build his own holy land, and be famous for generations. He can even ascend to the god realm in the future to challenge a higher martial arts realm. Thinking of this, how can he not be excited? No powerful person who has died does not yearn to cross this gate of hell as soon as possible and reach the god sea realm that is almost omnipotent and admired by millions of people. For this Brahma dragon root, he has prepared too much, fearing that the last step will fail and all efforts will be in vain. Zhu, an old thief, make a move. King Nan Yun stood with his hands behind his back. Just follow the distribution method we said before. If you don't make a move, don't even think about us leaving. Zhu and Wuji's face sank slightly, and he said coldly, give me the things you promised before. Humph, even you don't know if your way of opening the formation is effective. What if it can't be opened? If the things are given to you, will you return them? King Nanyun still put his hands behind his back, with no intention of pulling them out. You have seen how much I paid to open this ancient battlefield. As for whether the formation can be opened, it is up to fate. I can only do my best. If it succeeds, why should I believe that you can fulfill your promises agreed beforehand? Is it just based on your ridiculous oath of martial arts? Being called ridiculous by Zhu and Wuji in public, King Nanyun's face flashed with murderous intent, but he suppressed it. He communicated something with Abbot Baimei, hesitated for a moment, and took out a Zumi ring from his body. Abbot Baimei also took out a Zumi ring, and the two threw the Zumi ring to Zhu and Wuji together. Zhu and Wuji did not reach out to take it directly, but wrapped his palm with true energy and carefully lifted the two Zumi rings. Seeing Zhu and Wuji being so cautious, King Nanyun sneered and said, "Zhu, an old thief, you are really timid. Would I do anything to the Sumeru ring? Better safe than sorry. I don't want to be tricked at the last step." Being ridiculed by King Nanyun, Zhu and Wuji remained calm. After making sure that there was no problem with the Sumeru ring, he scanned the things inside with his spiritual sense, and put them away with satisfaction. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 493, Zhu and Wuji breaks the formation. Obviously, Zhu and Wuji had a deal with King Nanyun and Abbot Baimei. Zhu and Wuji played the biggest role in opening the Demon God Palace this time. Without him, no one could open the magic circle. It was only natural that Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun would pay some price within their tolerance. At this time, the medicinal herbs on the riverside had been searched almost completely, and those powerful people who were at the first level of life-death also gathered around to watch the opening of the magic circle. Although the hope was slim, it was impossible for these people to say that they had no thoughts about the Brahma dragon root, and they also had forces that depended on each other. Naturally, they could not eat the meat, but there was still hope for some soup. Zhu and Wuji stood alone in front of the restrictions of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden, pondered for a long time, and after repeatedly comparing the restrictions of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden with the description in the Demon Emperor's handbook, he took out a row of formation flags from the Zumi ring. Every 4 or 5 steps, he would plant a formation flag, and he had planted 36 formation flags. Lin Ming was amazed when he saw the formation flags. These were the 36 Xiangang flags, which were specially used to break the formation. The 36 Xiangang flags were very valuable. However, the Xiangang formation flags were only used to break the formation, not to open it. If the formation is likened to a lock, breaking the formation is like smashing the lock, and opening the formation is like using a key to open it. It takes much more effort to smash a lock than to open it with a key. The restrictions left by the Demon Emperor and the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden only played a protective role, and naturally there was a method to open it. As long as you follow this method, it is very easy to open the formation, but it is difficult to break the formation by force. However, this kind of ancient formation has a unique formation system, and it has put a lot of effort into encryption. Not to mention Zhu and Wuji, even if the Kaiyan ancestor who had a little understanding of the ancient formation came here, he could only stare blankly, and could not find a way to open the formation. How could the important formation of a 6th grade sect be so easy to break or open? The formation of the core medicine garden is not like the palace protecting formation. The palace protecting formation is hundreds of miles in area, so the defense is of course fragile, while the formation of the core medicine garden is only a few dozen feet in radius, so it is naturally much stronger. If Zhu and Wuji did not have a magic emperor's hand, there would be no possibility of breaking the formation. While Lin Ming watched Zhu and Wuji's struggle, he also compared the memory of the magic emperor, combined with his own understanding of the ancient formation, and began to think about how to open this ancient formation. This ancient defense formation is actually divided into 2 layers, north and south, and each layer is covered by a Brahma dragon root. The methods of opening the 2 layers of the formation are not the same, but this is not a problem for Lin Ming at all. He is confident that it will not take long before he can decipher the formation. Of course, Lin Ming would not be so foolish as to tell the method of opening the formation. If so, not only would he not be able to obtain the Brahma Dragon root, but he would be questioned as to why he knew the method of opening the Demon Emperor ancient formation. He might even be kidnapped by those old monsters and used as a tool. As the 36 Xiangang formation flags were inserted, Zhuan Wuji continuously input his true essence into the Xiangang formation flags, and a stream of true essence was injected into the ground. Golden runes lit up around the entire medicine garden formation. These golden runes were the formation runes of the ancient formation. On the Xiangang formation flags, golden light flashed, and a fierce energy collision with the formation runes of the ancient formation. Zhuan Wuji also knew that this ancient formation was divided into two layers, north and south, but the two layers were connected as one, supporting each other, and if they were to be broken, they had to be broken together. The difficulty of breaking them together would naturally double. When the array talisman and the array flag collided fiercely, a skinny old man walked out from the team of the South Sea Demon Realm. He took out an array disc from the Zumi ring without panic, and his fingers danced on the array disc repeatedly. Between his fingers, thick finger shadows condensed. With a series of dazzling seals, runes were cast out by him. Lin Ming could see that this was an array master, and he had a deep attainment in the array. However, no matter how great the array master was, he looked pale and powerless in front of the ancient array. As the golden runes were cast, the golden light on the Xiangang array flag became more and more intense, and the array talismans around the ancient array shook violently. Everyone looked at this scene without blinking, and King Nanyun and Abbot Baimui circulated their true energy, waiting to take action after the array was broken. At this time, Zhuan Wuji's forehead was already oozing out a little sweat. He said in a deep voice, "Baimui, Nanyun, you two should also input true essence together. At this time, don't think about playing tricks, otherwise none of us can get the Brahma Dragon root." Following Zhuan Wuji's words, King Nanyun frowned. This old fox is really careful. In the process of breaking the formation, a large amount of true essence is needed, which will naturally affect the combat effectiveness. If they fight for a while, they will inevitably suffer losses, so Zhuan Wuji proposed that the three of them join forces. Although the boss was unwilling in his heart, he really couldn't refuse at this time. The three of them injected true essence into the Xiangang formation flag together. With the injection of 3 streams of true essence, the confrontation between the Xiangang formation flag and the formation talisman became more and more intense. From a distance, you can see golden light radiating, like fireworks blooming, which is very beautiful. This scene lasted for 3/4 of an hour. The 3 old monsters who had lost their lives to the 3rd level had to take out a few pieces of top-grade true essence stones from the Zumi ring. While absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth, they injected true essence into the Xiangang formation flag. The runes vibrated more and more. From half an hour on, the shield of the ancient formation began to vibrate. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They were afraid that the formation would be broken. They all circulated their true essence and were secretly on guard. Once the shield was opened, the forces of the parties clashed. They would also be involved in the fight because of their respective camps. As for the previously formulated agreement and the oath they made to the heart of martial arts, it seemed pale and powerless. So what if the heart of martial arts was damaged? How could it compare to the Brahma Dragon root? Seeing the shield vibrating, Lin Ming was a little surprised. It seemed that there were indeed some valuable records about the formation in the Demon Emperor's notes. Otherwise, with Zhuan Wuji's cultivation of the 3rd level of life and death, and suppressed to only 20% of his strength, plus some incomplete books about the ancient formation that were pieced together, it would be impossible to achieve this step. Lin Ming, step back a little more, Mu Yuhan whispered. As the formation vibrated more and more, Mu Yuhan pulled Lin Ming back, fearing that he would be caught in the aftermath of the fight and die. Lin Ming nodded, and when he was about to walk back, he heard a crisp sound. He looked up and saw that one of the 36 Xiangang formation flags around the ancient formation seemed unable to withstand the impact of the energy, and a crack appeared on the flag. Zhuan Wuji's face changed, but he was not panicked. "Yuki, I know." Zhuan Yuki, who had been guarding the formation, pulled out an identical Xiangang formation flag from the Zumi ring and threw it. The Xiangang formation flag immediately flew out like an arrow and stuck next to the broken formation flag. In this way, the energy to break the formation was barely stabilized. There are spares. We are well prepared. However, the cost of one Xiangang formation flag is probably more than 1,000 middle grades in Yuan stones. 36 of them means 36 middle grades in Yuan stones. It's really a waste of money. It could have been opened without any cost, but it took so much effort. It's a pity to waste these formation flags. Lin Ming sighed on the side. If there was a safe way to sell the formation method he knew for a good price, such as exchanging a Brahma dragon root and 36,000 middle grades in Yuan stones, he would be happy to exchange. Unfortunately, he didn't have the strength, so he naturally didn't have the qualifications to trade with these life-destroying old monsters. Otherwise, he would be swallowed up without leaving even a bone. Moreover, after the formation was opened, there would inevitably be a battle. Whoever grabbed it would own it. Who would abide by the ridiculous agreement with a postnatal period junior like him? Lin Ming was just thinking about it when he heard a crack sound and the second formation flag also broke. Zhu and Wuji frowned, and his expression became serious. Although Zhu and Yuki had added the second formation flag in time, things were obviously getting worse and worse. After only half an incense stick of time, the third formation flag broke. This time, Zhu and Wuji's face had turned as hen. Just as Zhu and Yuki was about to add a new formation flag, there was another crack and another formation flag broke. 36 formation flags broke at the same time, and the entire True Essence system lost its balance in an instant. After this scene, the old man who had been controlling the formation plate shook his body and spit out a mouthful of blood. In an instant, 7 formation flags broke in a row, and the entire formation system completely collapsed. Boom. The formation exploded, and the energy rolled back. The golden formation pattern emitted a blazing light, and the remaining 21 Xiangang formation flags flew out. In the turbulent energy of the explosion, Zhu and Wuji, King Nanyan and Abbot Baimei retreated at the same time, and everyone was pale and heavy-hearted. Failed. Zhu and Wuji's mood instantly sank to the bottom. No one paid a greater price than him for this treasure hunt. Since he got the Demon Emperor's notes, he has been preparing for 10 years. He has always dreamed of relying on the Brahma dragon root to break through the Sea of Gods and one day become a sealed emperor, leading the South Sea Demon Realm to dominate the South Sky Realm. However, now, hope has turned into a bubble. He felt as if the time of this world had slowed down. His breathing was extremely heavy, and his fists were clenched tightly. There were more than 30 Xiangang formation flags in the Zumi ring, which was not enough. Even if he did it again, it would definitely end in failure. He had not expected that 2 formation flags would be shattered at the same time. Although Zhu and Wuji was prepared for failure when he got the Demon Emperor's notes, he also knew that the road to becoming a sealed emperor was full of ups and downs. Otherwise, Xianan continent would not have had so few sealed emperors for so many years. Many old monsters who died made various efforts to impact the Sea of Gods, but all ended in failure, and many even paid the price of their lives. Zhu and Wuji was also mentally prepared, but when this scene really happened, he found it hard to accept. Chapter 494, Vow to break this formation. With a long sigh, Zhu and Wuji seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. He was already more than 1,000 years old. If this plan failed, it meant that his hope of impacting the Sea of God would be much slimmer. Damn it. King Nanyan looked at the scattered formation flags and cursed in a very unpresentable manner. He originally suspected that Zhu and Wuji was playing a trick on him. This time he was just pretending to break the formation. Zhu and Wuji might have a real way to break the formation that he hadn't used yet. But after thinking about it, Zhu and Wuji shouldn't be so naive. How could such a childish method be hidden from him and Abbot Baimei? Anyway, King Nanyan had made up his mind. As long as Han Zuanji didn't leave, he wouldn't leave either. Compared with King Nanyan's loss of composure, Abbot Baimei seemed calmer except for his deep eyes. In fact, it was relatively easy for him to survive the death. First, the foundation of the Great Zen Temple was quite profound. Second, the Buddhist skills were more determined than the magic skills. At least when it came to the death, he didn't need to worry about losing his mind. As for the old monsters, who had lost their lives in other small sects, many of them were secretly gloating when they saw this scene. Anyway, their hope of getting the Brahma dragon root was very slim. They had already obtained some spiritual medicines, so this trip was not in vain. What they could not get, they saw that others could not get it either. Even these old monsters who had lost their lives in the 3rd level from the 5th grade sects did not necessarily gain more than themselves. Thinking of this, they naturally had extremely clear thoughts. Of course, they were determined not to show this mentality on their faces. On the surface, they all had heavy faces, shook their heads and sighed, as if they were very regretful because of the failure to break the formation. Mu Qianxue had a calm face. Although she had an agreement with the Great Zen Temple that, if the Great Zen Temple could get the Brahma dragon root, Mu Qianxue could get a lot of benefits, but she did not believe in this agreement too much. On the contrary, Mu Qianxue felt that it was good that the Brahma dragon root did not come out. At least there would be one less life and death battle. Otherwise, if the fight broke out, who knows how many people would die. If Lin Ming was swept into it, it would be even worse. Zhu and Wuji, King Nanayan, and Abbot Baimui were still surrounding the tillers of ancient formations, seemingly unwilling to give up. Some of the fallen masters from the small sects had lost their patience and left one after another, continuing to search for spiritual herbs along the river. Although they had gone through a sweeping search before, there might be 1 or 2 plants left. Finding one would be a great fortune. Their belongings were not as rich as those of the 5th grade sects. Zuan, old thief, since you failed to break the formation, shouldn't you return the treasure I gave you before to me? Since he couldn't break the formation, King Nanayan thought about taking back the treasure he had given Zhu and Wuji before. He didn't want to lose everything. Zhu and Wuji's original dejected look was completely put away at this time. His face was cold and resolute, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Failure is failure, Nanyun. I think I don't need to tell you how difficult it is to go from Zuand and Jiji to Shenhei. You think you can succeed in one go without paying anything, and without experiencing any failures? How ridiculous. Being called ridiculous by Zhu and Wuji, King Nanyun's eyes turned cold. He glared at Zhu and Wuji and said in a cold voice, "Why, do you have any other way? The formation is dead, and people are alive. Living people cannot be suffocated to death by urine. This time, I, Zhu and Wuji, will not leave the Demon God Emperor Palace until I take the Brahma dragon root." Abbot Baimui raised his eyebrows when he suddenly heard Zhu and Wuji say such a determined word. Oh, Master Zuan still has a way to break the formation? No. But any formation, no matter how sophisticated it is, cannot avoid one thing: it needs energy supply. Otherwise, it will not be sustainable. Let's work together to break the formation. I don't believe we can't break it. If not in 1 year, then in 10 years. If not in 10 years, then in 100 years. Before I came to the Demon God Palace, I had already made the worst plan, vowing to break this formation. Zhu and Wuji's words fell like steel beads, obviously full of determination, but King Nanyun frowned. If he was sure that he could break the formation in 10 years, he would not mind staying here for 10 years. However, the situation may not be so. Although he did not understand the formation, he also knew that the high-level formation could absorb the vitality of heaven and earth from the outside world to replenish itself, forming an energy cycle. If the energy consumed by their attack was not as much as the formation's own replenishment, then they would never be able to break this formation. As for the talk of staying here for 100 years, King Nanyun just thought it was a joke. It would be better to look for other opportunities than to waste 100 years for an uncertain result. Moreover, who knows whether this broken world will collapse within 100 years. The terrifying space storm of the world collapse will kill even the powerful emperors. Amitabha. Abbot Baimui put his hands together and said slowly, "I don't want you to be so determined. If you have this heart, you will have a chance to become a god. Well, I will accompany you for another 10 years. After 10 years, no matter what the result is, I will leave. If I can't get the Brahma dragon root, it can only prove that I have no chance with this thing." Hearing what Abbot Baimui said, King Nanyun pondered for a moment. He had no way out now, and had to wait. if he didn't have the patience to leave early, and Zuan actually had another way to break the formation, and after he left, he easily broke the formation and took the Brahma dragon route, then he would really be a victim. Thinking of this, King Nanyun gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll go crazy with you guys once, and I, Nanyun, will accompany you to the end." The three giants reached an agreement at once, but the faces of the others were a little ugly. The demon god emperor's palace had long been sealed by the palace protection formation, and there were traps and puppets on the way back. Without these three giants, they couldn't get out at all. The three giants wanted to stay here for 10 years, which meant that they had to accompany them for 10 years. If they could share some Brahma dragon roots, they would naturally not mind, but the key was that they might not even get a single hair by then. Abbot Baimei guessed what the others were thinking and said, "Donors, if you can help us, you will definitely get a reward after we finally break the formation. The two Brahma dragon roots have 18 roots. I swear in the name of the Buddha that I will give all of these 18 roots to you. According to your strength, 2 roots for the second level of life full, and half a root for the first level of life full. If you agree, then go together. I think Donor Zuan and Donor Nanyun will not have any objection to this, right?" Abbot Baimei said slowly, turning his eyes to Zuan Wuji and King Nanyun, and they nodded. Similar agreements have been made many times, but this time, it is the first time that the Brahma dragon root is distributed based on individual strength instead of power. It sounds credible, but everyone is still murmuring in their hearts. Who knows if they will be abandoned when the time comes? Especially those lifeful strongmen from small sects with no backing are even more worried about this. However, at this time, they really didn't have any good solution. It would be better to take action if they didn't take action. On the contrary, if they didn't take action, they would be envied by the three giants, and they might be the first to attack them. In this way, more than 20 dead monsters expressed their willingness to take action. Lin Ming stood alone in the distance, looking at this scene, and smiled bitterly in his heart. When Zuan Wuji failed to break the formation, he was naturally gloating, but he didn't feel happy for too long. Now he could only smile bitterly. If this continued, he would not have the opportunity to open the formation to take the treasure. As for waiting here for 10 years, it was a joke to Lin Ming. Even if he knew that he could get the Brahma dragon root by waiting for 10 years, he would never be willing to do so. Fortunately, Lin Ming was not worried about leaving the demon god emperor palace. There was a teleportation array less than 5 miles away from here. The location of this teleportation array was secret, and Zuan Wuji probably didn't know it. Otherwise, he would definitely choose this secret teleportation array, which was closer and safer, and would not go far away. However, it was not difficult for Lin Ming to leave now, but after leaving, how to deal with Lei Jingshan? If the strength is not improved, the result will not change. At this point, Lin Ming certainly has a little fantasy about the Brahma dragon root, even if the hope is extremely slim. However, no matter how he did use, he seems to have no chance. This group of dead old monsters are living longer than each other, very smart, and sensitive. It is too difficult to trick them. Zuan Wuji said, "This time, breaking the formation may last for many years. We are not in a hurry. On this way, everyone has consumed a lot. From now on, take a day off, and adjust your state to the best. After 12 hours, we will attack together, and swear to break this formation." After Zuan Wuji finished speaking, he went to sit aside, to meditate and adjust his breath. He had consumed a lot of energy just now. King Nanyun and the white-browed monk also found a place to adjust their state, while other dead strong men either meditated, or did nothing, or wanted to continue looking for medicine to try their luck. There are also some who have a little understanding of the formation theory, and they began to study the ancient formation covering the Brahma dragon root with interest. Everyone has curiosity. They will not miss this opportunity to observe the ancient formation. Who knows, they might find out some method to open the formation. Their mentality now is like being locked out of the door. They know they don't know how to open the door, but they still want to get a piece of wire and fiddle with the keyhole, hoping to guess the method to open the door. Of course, in Lin Ming's view, this is simply impossible, and the probability is so low that it can be ignored. He has now understood the opening method of the two formations in the north and south. He stood quietly not far from the ancient formation, looking like he had nothing to do. These dead monsters were scattered, and some were about to leave the range of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. Lin Ming glanced casually and planned to explore the way to the teleportation formation in the Demon Emperor's memory, lest the teleportation formation could not be used. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly heard a sharp sound of Kai, followed by a scream. Lin Ming was shocked. Huh? What happened? The other dead monsters also stood up immediately, and Zhu and Wuji looked in the direction of the accident, with a complicated light in his eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking. Recommend a book. Cute Pets in Charge, book number 2,384,516. There is a direct link on the page, the one in the lower right corner is it. Chapter 495 Qianxue Melting Sun Furnace. What happened? These old monsters extended their perceptions, but for a moment, they could not detect anything. Just now, they heard the sound. The accident site is at most 2 or 3 miles away. Even if the perception is suppressed in this world, such a short distance should be able to detect it clearly, but they could not sense anything. At this moment, these life-destroying old monsters all felt that it was unusual. Let's go and have a look. The old monsters stood up one after another, and Zhu and Wuji also stood up. Compared with the others, his face was calm, and he calmly patted the dirt on his body and followed. It only took a blink of an eye to walk the distance of 2 or 3 miles. When they arrived at the accident site, people found that there was a different world at the edge of this medicine garden. Here, there was an originally inconspicuous hill, and under the hill, there was a cave. Near this cave, waves of heat came to the face, forming a sharp contrast with the strange cold of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden. The cold and heat intertwined together. Even if the people present were masters, they felt uncomfortable. This cave seems to be able to block perception. A warrior from the South Sea Demon Realm said. If not, they should have discovered this cave long ago. That is. The leader of the Mo tribe walked into the cave and was shocked when he saw the scene inside. The interior space of this cave is very large, with a radius of several dozen feet. In the center of this space, there is a huge alchemy furnace that is 3 feet high. There are 8 red fire pillars around the alchemy furnace. The fire pillars are carved with dragon statues. The 8 dragons have huge mouths facing the alchemy furnace. Waves of red clouds spew out from the dragon heads and cover the alchemy furnace. The 3-foot-high alchemy furnace is equivalent to the height of 4 adult men stacked together. It is the first time that Lin Ming has seen such a huge alchemy furnace. On the surface of the alchemy furnace, there is a Qianxue diagram that shows the sky is round and the earth is square, which contains all things. In the center of the Qianxue diagram, there is a red golden crow pattern. Although the relief on the furnace looks a bit rough, if you feel it carefully, it seems that there is an ancient and wild breath blowing in your face, as if the thing carved on the furnace is not a picture, but a real world. Top treasure. The old monsters present are all people who know the goods. Almost just by taking a look, they instantly determined that this huge furnace is an incredible treasure. It is very likely that it is an extremely precious thing for the Demon Emperor back then. It is impossible to tell what level this furnace is. That is because they have never seen treasures of this level, but it can be determined that it is definitely a top treasure in the entire Qianxue continent. Qianxue furnace. It is really here. Zhu and Yuki glanced at the furnace and said faintly to Zhu and Wuji Zinayan. Well, it's a pity that we can't even get the Brahma dragon root, let alone this Qianxue furnace. If we can get the Qianxue furnace, this Brahma dragon root is not particularly important. Haha. This was the first divine furnace in Qianxue continent back then. It's impossible for us to get it, but if we just take the treasures inside, there may be a slight chance. Qianxue furnaces, after all, an elixir furnace, and of course it can also be considered a fire attack treasure. Treasures of the same level are naturally not as precious as the Brahma dragon root. However, the preciousness of Qianxue furnace is not only the Rangri furnace itself, but also the elixir and other treasures stored in the Rangri furnace. The specific records of the Demon Emperor's notes are not detailed, but there is no doubt that these things are extremely precious. Any one of them can cause bloody storms on Qianxue continent. However, if you want to get this Qianqu furnace, you must first pass through the 8-dragon Yaoguan formation around the Qianqu furnace, but the Demon Emperor's notes do not have any records on how to crack the 8-dragon Yaoguan formation. The magic array on the Demon Emperor's medicine garden is just a defensive magic array. It doesn't matter if it can't be broken. At most, you won't get the Brahma Dragon root. But the 8-dragon Yaoguan array around the Qianqu melting sun furnace is a real killing array. Once you make a mistake, you will die. Well, this is. The Black Dragon clan chief saw the pile of ashes on the ground, and suddenly a bad premonition surged in his heart. Looking at the clan members behind him, his heart sank. The scream just now made all the warriors run to this cave, but their Black Dragon clan was missing a 7th elder. In this way, there is no suspense. The pile of ashes on the ground is the 7th elder of their Black Dragon clan. Old 7. The Black Dragon clan chief felt a pain in his heart and finally just sighed, took out a jade box, waved his hand, and the pile of ashes was pulled by the true essence and flew into the jade box, covered the jade box, and put it into the Zumi ring. A strong man of the first level of life fell in an instant. Compared with the god realm, a strong man of life is nothing. Lin Ming shook his head slightly in his heart. People die for money and birds die for food. The 7th elder of the Mu Qianxue clan was undoubtedly the first person to discover the Qianqu melting sun furnace. At that time, his inner thoughts could be guessed with his toes, that is, to keep it all for himself. A strong man of the first level of life and death, who had experienced so many things, would not have expected that there might be dangers around the Qianqu melting sun furnace. However, he was blinded by greed and probably knew that there might be dangers, but he still took a risk and ended up with his body turned to ashes. The strong men of life and death looked at the Qianqu melting sun furnace and all pondered. The lessons learned from the past forced them to be cautious. Lin Ming stood in the team and searched in the incomplete memories he had obtained. In the second piece of the Demon Emperor's soul fragment, the memory of the Qianqu melting sun furnace was really pitiful. He only vaguely remembered that there was a furnace in the Demon God Emperor's palace. That was a treasure, but he couldn't remember where the furnace was, or even what its full name was. However, Lin Ming had some vague memories of the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation around the furnace. However, it was not easy to crack the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation with just these memories. Lin Ming could not help but take a look outside the cave, but saw that at this time, there was no one in the Demon Emperor medicine garden. Everyone gathered near the Qianqu melting sun furnace. Lin Ming immediately had the urge to quietly open the Demon Emperor medicine garden formation, but after thinking about it, he suppressed this idea. The ancient formation was too close to hear, and it would make a lot of noise when it was opened. It was impossible to hide it from these dead monsters. Lin Ming kept deducing various possibilities in his mind, but in the end he had no choice but to reject them one by one. At this time, an elder from the South Sea Demon realm released a corpse guard, pointed at the Qianqu furnace, and said to the corpse guard, "Go." The upright corpse guard, with a flash of red light in his eyes, walked towards the Qianqu furnace fearlessly. The closer he got to the furnace, the higher the temperature. When he was 10 feet away, it was as if he was in a furnace. The scorching heat waves hit the corpse guard, making a hissing sound. When he was 5 feet away, the corpse guard was about to step onto the high platform where the 8-pan-long pillars were located. At this time, a blazing red light shot directly at the corpse guard. With a light kai sound, the corpse guard flew backwards and turned into a pool of ashes in an instant. At this moment, everyone understood and knew how the elder of the Mu Qianxue clan died before. He, a life-falling elder from a small sect, laughed at himself and turned away. He had already seen that this 8 dragons Yaoguan formation was more terrifying than the ancient formation that covered the Brahma dragon root before. He knew himself very well. Anyway, the alchemy furnace had nothing to do with him, so he would not join in the fun. If he was hit by the aftermath of the red light, he would die unjustly. As the life-falling elder left, several elders from small sects hesitated for a moment and quietly withdrew. They began to search for medicinal herbs along the river again. Although after several sweeps, the number of medicinal herbs that escaped the net was pitiful, it was better than nothing. Every herb they could find was a good one. Although it would reduce their status a little, their sect's financial resources were not as good as those of the 5th grade sect, and they were far away from the Shenhuang island, so they naturally had to be thrifty. After several elders from small sects left, King Nanyun and Abbot Baimui were still standing in front of the Kyankanrangri furnace, obviously having some ideas about it. King Nanyun couldn't help but glance at Zuan Wuji. Zuan Wuji closed his eyes and looked like he was letting you do whatever you want. King Nanyun couldn't help but say, "Zuan, old thief, don't tell me you didn't know this place before." Zuan Wuji opened his eyes and said slowly, "Of course I know this place, but I have some self-knowledge. Nanyun, I advise you that, if you don't want to die, you'd better not think about this Kyankanrangri furnace. Greed is insatiable. This furnace, even if the powerful emperor comes here, he can't do anything." Zuan Wuji rarely told the truth. Of course, he was not considering King Nanyun, but because he was counting on King Nanyun, Abbot Baimui and others, to join hands with him to break the formation. If King Nanyun was killed here, I'm afraid this ancient medicine garden formation would really not be able to open for 100 years. So this thing is called Kyankanrangri furnace. King Nanyun licked his lips, and his eyes still revealed a touch of greed and unwillingness. Although he knew that Zuan Wuji was probably true, there were not many people who could remain unmoved when they saw the treasure in front of them. After an incensed stick of time, another dead old monster released a puppet and approached the Kyankanrangri furnace cautiously. As a result, there was another hissing sound, and the second puppet was also burned. After 2 attempts, people also discovered the rules of the 8 Dragons Yaoguan formation. As long as they did not step on the stone platform where the 8 Dragons Yaoguan formation was located, they would not be attacked by the red light. At this time, the white eyebrow abbot suddenly groaned, put away the Zen stick in his hand, took off his cassock, and walked slowly towards the Kyankanrangri furnace alone. Everyone's eyes shrank when they saw this scene. When the situation was so clear, the white eyebrow abbot still decided to take action, and he must have relied on something. Zuan Wuji became even more alert, opened his eyes, and dropped his hands that were originally behind his back, showing a look of doubt and vigilance. Chapter 496, Terrifying Red Light. Zuan Wuji also wanted to get the treasure of Kyankanrangri furnace, but there was no record of the 8 Dragons Yaoguan formation around Kyankanrangri furnace in the Demon Emperor's handbook. Zuan Wuji had to suppress his greed. He originally wanted to use Kyankanrangri furnace to trick others, but now he failed to break the formation and get the Brahma dragon root, so Zuan Wuji had to give up this tempting idea. However, now, seeing that Abbot Baimui was still walking towards Kyankanrangri furnace under such circumstances, Zuan Wuji began to be alert. If no one could get the treasure of Kyankanrangri furnace, there would be nothing to say. However, if Baimui had a way to open Kyankanrangri furnace and the treasure came out, he would grab it. After all, the treasure here might not be worse than the Brahma dragon root. Baimui walked very slowly. Every time he took a step, he would wait for 10 breaths before taking the second step. At the same time, his true energy was also urged to the extreme. A blazing golden light formed around his body, and there was a faint Brahma seal flowing on this golden light. This was the secret method of Buddhist body protection, Vajra body protection. Buddhist martial arts have a strong heart and strong defense, but are relatively weak in attack. At this time, Abbot Baimui has brought the defense of Buddhist martial arts to its extreme. With such defense, is it possible to compete with the red glow? People can't help but have this question in their hearts. In the past, the elders of the demon god emperor's palace were all powerful emperors. This 8 Dragon Yaoguan formation should be able to hurt the powerful emperors. However, after all, tens of thousands of years have passed, and the power of the 8 Dragon Yaoguan formation must have been greatly weakened. This red glow may not be as terrifying as it looks. Abbot Baimui walked all the way to a foot away from the stone platform where the Panlong pillar was located before stopping. If he took another step forward, he would be attacked by the 8 Dragon Yaoguan formation. Abbot Baimui closed his eyes here and carefully felt the energy flow in the formation. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and slapped forward with a big hand. Mengfo great handprint. With a loud bang, a golden Buddha's phantom appeared behind Abbot Baimui. The Buddha stretched out a huge golden hand to the Kyankan melting sun furnace. Seeing this, Zhu and Wuji's face suddenly changed. Ming for Great Handprint. This is the first magical skill of the Great Zen Temple, one of the top magical powers in the Great Zen Sutra. It is difficult to learn and master, but once it is cultivated, it is extremely powerful. It is said that once the Great Handprint is released, it can overturn the rivers and seas, control the universe, and pick the stars and the moon. This old bull donkey is so cunning. Zhu and Wuji cursed secretly. Obviously, Beimei has discovered that, as long as he steps on the stone platform where the Panlong pillar is located, he will be attacked by the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation. So if he does not step on the stone platform, and uses the Buddhist secret method to take objects from a distance, then nothing will happen. If this old bull donkey can cultivate the Buddha's great seal to perfection, he might be able to shake this Kyankan melting sun furnace. Zhu and Wuji's face changed. If Beimei couldn't get the treasure, nothing would happen. If he really got it, what should he do? The Brahma dragon root has not been found yet. If he turned against Beimei at this time, it would be equivalent to giving up the Brahma dragon root. However, if Beimei was allowed to put the treasure away, it would not work. After all, it was still unknown whether he could really get the Brahma dragon root, and this treasure was already in his hands. If it was a natural treasure, then its value was beyond words, and its rarity might not be lower than that of the Brahma dragon root. If it was an offensive or defensive treasure, then although the value would be a little lower, this kind of thing could greatly enhance the strength in a short period of time, allowing Beimei to have a great advantage in the future competition for the Brahma dragon root. Although Zhu and Wuji was careful, he couldn't think of a perfect countermeasure for a while in such a complicated situation. At this moment, the golden shadow of the Ming Buddha's handprint had already hit the Kyankan Rangri furnace heavily. Although Beimei's Ming Buddha's handprint had not been cultivated to the perfect state, it could easily crush the mountain within 1,000 feet. This time, Beimei was only 4 or 5 feet away from the Kyankan Rangri furnace. The power of the Ming Buddha's handprint at such a close distance can be imagined. If it was not the Kyankan Rangri furnace, but an ordinary earth-level elixir furnace, Beimei could crush it into scrap iron with this grab. The golden handprint grabbed the Kyankan Rangri furnace, and lifted it up with force, trying to grab the entire furnace. Humph. Dream on. Zhu and Wuji sneered in his heart. This old bull donkey was too greedy. How could you take the Kyankan Rangri furnace? He actually wanted to take the pot. He was really greedy. Sure enough, the Kyankan Rangri furnace did not move at all after grabbing it. Instead, Beimei's face flushed, which was obviously a reaction to excessive force. Beimei frowned, and then he took the next best thing, and grabbed the lid of the Kyankan Rangri furnace. Kyankan Rangri furnace has 3 legs and 2 ears, and the lid is round. It is also engraved with the pattern of the golden crow. Beimei grabbed it, and heard a clang sound, like the long sound of morning bell. The seemingly heavy lid actually shook for a moment. Although it was only an extremely slight vibration, it was enough to make everyone present change color. Shaken. Before this, the powerful people from all sides used all their moves against the ancient defense array covering the Brahma dragon root, but they did not achieve any effect, so that people had already planted an impression in their hearts that everything in the demon god emperor's palace was unshakable. And this time, Beimei actually shook the lid of the Kyankan Rangri furnace, which made people see hope immediately. When Beimei saw this scene, his eyes flashed with brilliance, and he operated the Great Zen Sutra to the extreme, and the bones in his body made crackling sounds. Get up! Beimei shouted, veins popping out on his forehead. The golden handprint seemed to solidify into substance at that moment, firmly grasping the lid of the Kyankan Rangri furnace, and suddenly lifted it up. At the moment, when the lid was shaken, the Kyankan Rangri furnace suddenly let out a dragon roar, soaring into the sky, and then turned into rolling thunder, resounding between heaven and earth. A huge pressure enveloped it, and all the life-destroying great powers were shocked by this pressure. At that moment, they felt a vast breath rushing out of the Kyankan Rangri furnace, as if there was a vast world hidden in this Kyankan Rangri furnace, and this furnace cover was the door to this vast world, sealing the infinite mysteries in it. At the moment, when the furnace cover was lifted, 2 blazing lights, one red and one blue, flew out, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, and turned into 2 fist-sized red and blue light balls, spinning in the air. What is that? Seeing the red and blue lights, everyone's heart instantly lifted up. Looking closely, the red light seemed to contain a pool of sticky red liquid, just like blood. The quality of blood that could exist in this Qianxue furnace for tens of thousands of years without being dried up can be imagined. And the blue light contained a blue pill. Waves of icy air came out from the pill. It was hard to imagine that there would be such a cold thing in such a hot furnace. Could it be? Several sharp-minded elders of the life-falling realm realized something in an instant. This icy ancient breath seemed to contain the feeling of tens of thousands of years of flowing time, which was 80% similar to the Brahma dragon root. Could it be that this blue pill was made from the Brahma dragon root? Question mark? The Brahma dragon root is already so powerful. If it is refined into a pill with some natural materials and treasures, what will be the effect of taking it? Can it be used to directly complete the marrow cleansing, or even directly pass through a layer of life-falling realm? In this way, it would not be difficult to become a powerful emperor after practicing for hundreds of years. Realizing this, everyone's mind became hot. If the Brahma dragon root made them dream, then this Qianxue melting sun furnace made them crazy and lost their minds. Several life-destroying elders couldn't help but step forward a few steps, and on the side of the great Zen temple, a big-headed monk suddenly jumped out, and his bones crackled and exploded. Behind him, a golden Buddha phantom also appeared, but it was much blurrier than the one behind the white-browed abbot. "Brother, I'll help you." A trace of greed and madness flashed across the big-headed monk's face, and his hands pushed out flat, and a golden big handprint grabbed the two strange objects, one red and one blue. However, at this moment, a sudden change occurred. On the stone platform, the 8 dragon pillars seemed to tremble suddenly, and then several rays of light shot out. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The red glow was so fast that it was unimaginable. Baima's face changed drastically, and his body retreated violently. At the same time, he slapped down heavily with his palm, and the great handprint of Ming Buddha slapped towards a glow. However, in just a moment, the great handprint of Ming Buddha, which was close to perfection, was pierced by the glow. Ah, ah, ah. Baima roared, and his body bones twisted and deformed strangely. He made an incredible move in the air. The glow finally shot out under Baima's right rib. His Buddhist secret method, Vajra body protection divine art, exploded instantly, and Baima's right rib was burnt. However, the others did not have Baima's cultivation. Facing the rapidly shooting glow, they were completely powerless. The big-headed monk who wanted to help Baima get the treasure was directly pierced by the glow. With a slight sound of kai, the upper body of the big-headed monk turned into ashes, leaving only 2 fat legs stuck in the ground like carrots. There were several more rays of light, 2 of which swept across the few life-falling warriors closest to the Qianxue melting sun furnace. Without any suspense, these people turned into ashes without even a groan. In the blink of an eye, 4 life-falling warriors died suddenly, and the white-browed abbot, who had reached the triple life fall and had the best defense in the whole venue, was seriously injured. Boom. The white-browed abbot fell heavily to the ground. His right side was charred, his face was pale, and sweat was pouring down. He trembled as he took out a pill from the Zumi ring and swallowed it, and only then did his face appear a bit unhealthy and ruddy. Seeing this scene, all the elders were silent and sweaty. Just now, if they had also subconsciously moved a few steps closer because of greed, they would have suffered the same fate. Too scary. Chapter 497, Opening the Ancient Formation. Even the Abbot Baimei, who practiced the magic of Buddhism, and was a 3-level powerful person, almost died tragically. If it were them, there would be no chance of survival. Treasures that are not worth consuming are just castles in the air, no matter how valuable they are. Some elders who have lost their lives have begun to retreat to the cave in trance. This cave is too dangerous. If a red glow flies into the crowd by accident, then life and death will be in the hands of God. Their lives cannot withstand such a toss, not to mention that many of them are the pillars of their sects. If they die here, their sects will be in danger. So, more than a dozen elders who have lost their lives left this cave. They have made up their minds that, even if they can ascend to heaven and live forever, after eating the treasure, they will definitely not touch it. Even Zhuan Wuji retreated to the cave in trance with a gloomy face. He practiced magic skills, which had strong attack power but poor defense. If the red glow was directed at him, he could not guarantee that he could block it. King Nanyun hesitated for a moment and took a few steps back, but he still couldn't bear to leave the cave in trance. He wanted the elixir made from the Brahma dragon root too much. As long as he got the elixir, it would not be difficult to pass the gate of hell of life and death. The 8 dragons Yaoguan formation is indeed terrible, but how terrible is the life disaster encountered when passing the life and death? The life and death realm is really a huge test of the torment and psychology of the warriors. If you cross it, you will be crowned as an emperor and have a lifespan of 10,000 years. If you can't cross it, you will be reduced to ashes and disappear. King Nanyun is very ambitious. Most of the elders present have actually made plans to die in the life and death realm, but King Nanyun is unwilling. If you don't want to face the daunting probability of failure when crossing the life-destroying fall, then you have to face the terrifying red glow of the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation now. The Brahma dragon root is safe, but the formation covering the Brahma dragon root is too strong. It is unknown when it can be broken by attacking. In comparison, although the Qianxue melting sun furnace is dangerous, at least you can see the treasure appear, and there is always hope. When many elders gradually left the cave, Lin Ming stood in an inconspicuous corner of the cave, staring at the 8 dragons Yaoguan formation quietly. He has already comprehended some ways, such as the position where he is standing now, which is one of his achievements in comprehension. This position is very particular. The 8 dragons Yaoguan formation will only actively attack intruders within a range of 10 feet from the Qianxue melting sun furnace. At a farther distance, the streamer can only attack at most. The corner where Lin Ming is located is just a blind spot for the streamer's attack. As long as he does not move, he will not be attacked by the red glow. The incomplete memory of the 8 dragon Yaoguan formation in the second fragment of the Demon Emperor's soul constantly verified with the knowledge of the ancient formation in Lin Ming's mind. Lin Ming deduced the missing parts of the memory by himself. He was confident that he could break the 8 dragon Yaoguan formation in less than a quarter of an hour. However, Lin Ming actually knew that it would be useless, even if he broke the formation. He did not have the cultivation of Abbot Baimei. With his little strength, even if he walked to the front of the Qianxue Rangri furnace, he might not be able to open the furnace cover on the Qianxue Rangri furnace. No matter how slim the hope was, Lin Ming's idea was to comprehend it first, because who knows when it would be useful. Taking a step back, even if he did not intend to take the treasures in the Qianxue Rangri furnace, Lin Ming could use the 8 dragon Yaoguan formation to protect himself. If Zuan Wuji chased him, he could escape into the 8 dragon Yaoguan formation. Thinking of this, Lin Ming glanced at Zuan Wuji, and after noticing the position where Zuan Wuji was standing, he suddenly had an idea. Zuan Wuji is now standing outside the cave. Maybe he can. Originally, Lin Ming had thought of this method, but at that time Zuan Wuji and others were all gathered around the Brahma dragon root, and Lin Ming had no chance to make a move. But now, people's attention has been dispersed, and Zuan Wuji, King Nanyun, and Abbot Baimo's attention is focused on the Qianxue Rangri furnace. Thinking of the teleportation array that he had tampered with, a crazy idea came to Lin Ming's mind. There were nearly 30 dead monsters in the Demon God Emperor Palace, but only 20 were left. The dead monsters were all famous figures. When their names were mentioned, their disciples often admired them, and their enemies were terrified. However, for beings of this level, in the Demon God Emperor Palace, it only took a moment for them to go from life to death, and they had no power to resist. At this time, outside the cave, some of the elders who had survived by chance chose a place to sit in meditation and regulate their breathing. Some who had some knowledge of the formation continued to study the ancient formation that sealed the Brahma dragon root. Others, with a bleak background, began to dig herbs along the riverside tirelessly, just like a diligent old man collecting herbs. This state lasted for an hour or two. Those who were digging herbs by the river probably really couldn't dig up even wild vegetables, so they stopped in disappointment and found a place to sit in meditation and regulate their breathing. However, those who studied the ancient formation still refused to give up. They still touched around the ancient formation in the medicine garden. Occasionally, they seemed to have discovered something, and they looked like they had suddenly realized something. Others would immediately come up and start asking what they had discovered. Then, the old man who had realized would look proud, shake his head, and tell others about what he had just realized. After listening to the others, some of them seemed to have realized something, and then they began to compliment and admire. Every time at this time, the old monster who first expressed his opinion would have an expression of great enjoyment. Of course, sometimes it would cause some fierce debates among opponents. At this time, they would argue with each other, based on their knowledge of formation theory. Sometimes, in order to verify, these old monsters even took out their formation plates and flags and displayed them. Of course, no matter what efforts they made, the ancient formation did not move at all. In fact, these old guys did not expect to really break the ancient formation, but wanted to understand something from the ancient formation and fill it into their own formation system. Compared with the existing formation system of Cheyenne continent, the ancient formation is undoubtedly more powerful. If they can really understand part of it, it will be enough for them to benefit for a lifetime. At some point, a young man mixed in with these old monsters, who were talking about formations, and began to fumble with the ancient formation. "Little boy, what are you doing here? Don't get in my way." A white-haired old man holding a formation drawing brush said unhappily, when he saw Lin Ming wandering around him. It takes concentration to comprehend the formation. In the eyes of this old man, Lin Ming's wandering around here hindered his thinking. Lin Ming smiled apologetically and said, "I'm just taking a look." "Humph, what can you see? Even if I come to comprehend this formation, there are still many things I don't understand. Don't get in my way while I'm trying to understand the formation." "Yes, I'll leave now." Lin Ming nodded repeatedly and left with a smile on his face. As he left, he touched a formation symbol. A small structure on the formation symbol was changed without leaving any trace. Nothing could be seen on the surface, but the way the energy flowed had changed. If one did not have a thorough understanding of the formation theory of the ancient formation, one would not be able to tell the difference at all. "Little boy, stop touching here." The white-haired old man obviously didn't look at Lin Ming, but he noticed Lin Ming's insignificant little action, which made Lin Ming shrink his neck and thought to himself, "This old guy is really sensitive. Fortunately, he doesn't understand the formation theory of the ancient formation. Otherwise, I can't hide anything from them." Lin Ming exhaled lightly and secretly felt lucky. This is the third formation symbol. He glanced at the direction of the Qianxue Hungry Furnace Cave Mansion. Zhuan Wuji was already meditating on a rock 20 feet away from the cave in trance. Although he was in the state of closing his eyes and meditating, he actually always had a sense of connection with the ancient formation of Brahma Dragon Root. However, there were many old guys who considered themselves to be masters of formation around the ancient formation, and Lin Ming was not noticeable at all. Next, the fourth formation symbol. Lin Ming walked towards the fourth formation symbol silently. At this time, in the cave, the white-browed monk had just recovered. He didn't know what kind of miraculous medicine he had used. In just 1 hour, new red and tender flesh had grown under his right rib. Except for a slightly pale face, he looked fine. Obviously, the white-browed monk still didn't give up on the Qianxue melting sun furnace. Lin Ming opened 9 array symbols in succession, and in his mind he was deducing what would happen once the ancient array was opened. The opening of the ancient array takes a short time. This little time is enough for Zhuan Wuji to discover it and rush to the ancient array in an instant, but King Nanyun and the white-browed monk are not like that. The two of them are still in the cave, focusing on the Qianxue melting sun furnace. If nothing unexpected happens, after the ancient array is opened, the Brahma Dragon Root will fall into Zhuan Wuji's hands. Now, except for Zhuan Wuji and a few others, everyone else thinks that the demon god Imperial Palace has been completely sealed. If the white-browed monk or King Nanyun grabs a treasure, there will be a big battle. The two of them have no way to escape, so they can only rely on their strength to speak and finally distribute the treasure according to their strength. In this way, Lin Ming would not get any benefit and might even be dragged into the aftermath of the battle. However, Zhuan Wuji was different. Zhuan Wuji knew a teleportation array that left the demon god Emperor Palace. The 10th array symbol. After Lin Ming activated the 10th array symbol, he deliberately stopped for some time. Although his current actions would not attract anyone's attention, he still followed the principle of caution and stopped to walk along the riverside. He also observed the situation in the Qianxue furnace cave. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Ming continued to activate the remaining array symbols one by one. It was not until the 36th array symbol was activated that the originally peaceful ancient magic array suddenly emitted a hazy white light. Thank you brother Wu Shang's for the 60,000 floating reds. Seeing the floating reds again shocked people. The updates of Silkworm Cocoon in the next few days will definitely not disappoint everyone. Chapter 498 10 miles distance. Seeing this scene, the formation masters surrounding this ancient formation were shocked. People stood up one after another, and Zhuan Wuji, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the rock, opened his eyes in an instant, and his eyes like lightning were cast on the trembling protective shield of the ancient formation. What's going on? Could it be that those formation masters really opened this ancient formation by chance? Zhuan Wuji's mind turned quickly, his feet twisted, and his body flew out like a sharp arrow. At the same time, other warriors also quickly moved towards the core medicine garden. The White Eyebrow Abbot and King Nanyun, who were in the cave, just realized that something seemed to be wrong. This cave isolated their perception. They were about to come out to see what happened. At this moment, the ancient formation made a clicking sound, and the ancient formation had been opened. The White Eyebrow Abbot and King Nanyun suddenly changed color, and their first reaction was they were tricked. Zhuan Wuji must have a way to open the ancient formation, but he pretended to fail the first time and tricked the two of them into this cave so that he could take the Brahma dragon root for himself. This old fox. Damn it. Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun rushed out of the door, but it was too late. There were two ancient formations in the north and south. Lin Ming opened the one in the south, which was also closer to Zhuan Wuji. As the formation was opened, an extremely strong and cold ancient aura came to his face. Seeing this scene, the formation masters around couldn't believe their eyes. Although they were discussing it heatedly, they knew in their hearts that it was almost impossible for them to really open the formation. It's really opened. Brahma Dragon Root. Oh my god. When the ancient formation was fully opened, the surrounding warriors almost attacked together and pounced on the Brahma Dragon Root. At this moment, Zhuan Wuji shouted violently, and his ethereal magic art instantly operated to the highest level, and the true essence in his body burst out without any reservation. All of you, get out of here. With a roar like thunder, Zhuan Wuji instantly pulled out a huge spear of 12 feet long from the Zumi ring and smashed it down heavily. The entire spear was as thick as a child's arm, like a huge python, and the tip of the spear was ancient and rough, looking inconspicuous. Heaven-level treasure. The eyes of the surrounding elders flashed with brilliance. Long before entering the Demon God Emperor Palace, they heard King Nanyun say that Zhuan Wuji might get a heaven-level treasure, but they didn't expect it to be true. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Zhuan Wuji roared, and the thick spear came straight down. In an instant, the space was distorted, and the terrifying explosion was deafening. Some old monsters who had lost their lives suddenly changed their colors when they saw this scene and flew back violently. Crack. It was as if a lightning bolt fell from the air and the entire ground collapsed and no one could get close at all. Zhuan Wuji laughed wildly, grabbed the ground, and directly grabbed the Brahma Dragon root in the southern formation and flew towards the direction of the teleportation formation. At this time, Abbot Baimei and King Nanyun had just rushed out a few dozen feet away. Seeing this scene, their eyes were bloodshot. After all their calculations, they were still calculated by Zhuan Wuji. Before the two of them had time to feel it, several life-falling elders around the core medicine garden had already rushed up. In addition to the main trunk, a Brahma Dragon root also has 9 roots. Zhuan Wuji pulled away the most important trunk, along with the 2 thickest roots, and left 7 thinner roots broken in the soil. In a hurry, Zhuan Wuji didn't have time to dig the roots away, but gave other life-falling old monsters a chance. If you don't grab it now, when will you? More than a dozen life-falling elders rushed up, and in just a moment, all 7 roots fell into their hands, and some roots were even broken into 2 pieces. 2 of the roots fell into Zhuan Yuka's hands. How dare you? Leave them to me. King Nanyun's eyes turned red. Even the roots were gone. He and Baimei joined forces and were invincible among everyone, but they didn't get even a single hair. Zhu and Yuki laughed indifferently, and there was even a hint of provocation and charm in her smile. Then, her plump body shot out like a ghost, chasing Zhu and Wuji's footsteps. The other elders who got the roots, all the elders of the South China Sea Demon Realm and the Mo Jiao clan, turned around and fled without saying a word. Zhu and Wuji fled. Wouldn't they be courting death if they didn't flee? As for the elders of the Great Zen Temple who got the roots, there was no need to flee. Their masters were behind them. Evil obstacles. Abbot Baimei could no longer maintain his previous composure. The Brahma dragon root was taken away, and he, who was one of the strongest in the field, was left with nothing. Chase, encircle and destroy them, leaving no one behind. The white-eyebrow abbot flew up, his sleeves fluttering like waves rolling out. Fairy Mu, you guys also lend me a helping hand. The Brahma dragon root must not fall into the hands of the demons. If you can return all of them, I can leave you a root. At the moment, when the white-eyebrow abbot rushed out, the true essence transmission sounded in Mu Fengxin's ears. Mu Fengxin's heart moved. If she could really get a root, it would be far beyond her expectations. At this time, in order to chase the warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm, the Great Zen Temple, and King Nanyun did help them. The promise just now was very credible. Gritting his teeth, Mu Fengxin took the people from Shenhuang Island and flew out to chase them. The warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm rushed out of the door, and Zhu and Wuji took the lead and rushed straight to the teleportation array. Haha, you want to chase me? Zhu and Wuji sneered and took out a handful of purple black thunder beads from the Zumi ring. These black thunder beads were all made by Zhu and Wuji himself. He himself had the cultivation of triple life fall, and he was also a thunder warrior. With the cooperation of the top array master, the power of the black thunder beads he made could not be underestimated. Go to hell. Zhu and Wuji activated the restriction in the black thunder beads and threw them back casually. Due to inertia, these black thunder beads hit the ground and bounced high, and then rolled rapidly on the ground following the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm. The elders of the South Sea Demon Realm naturally recognized the black thunder beads. They gritted their teeth and urged the true essence in their bodies again to increase their speed to the limit. In front of them was the corner of the corridor. When Zhu and Wuji flew to the corner, he slapped the wall with his big hand and changed his direction rapidly. The warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm who followed him also rushed here. However, these rapidly rolling black thunder beads hit the stone wall like bullets, and then there was a terrifying explosion. Boom. The violent shockwave mixed with countless thunder rolled back. Because the entire corridor was protected by the ban, the explosion of the true essence shockwave was compressed together, which was even more terrifying. The speed of the shockwave was extremely fast, and the other elders rushed up at a very fast speed. Damn it. The elders who rushed to the front desperately urged the true essence to protect their bodies, and at the same time, drew their weapons and slashed forward. Bang. The fierce shockwave rushed over like an ancient beast with infinite power. Several elders who were in the first level of life were directly knocked back, and their blood rolled in their bodies. Although the second level of life could break through the air wall, their speed suddenly stagnated, and they could not move forward. At this moment, a loud shout came, "Get out of the way." With the rumbling sound like a surging sea tide, the white-browed abbot waved his wide sleeves and rushed straight out of the crowd. The scattered thunder was swept away by his sleeves. Following closely behind the white eyebrow abbot was the King Nanyun, who had a ferocious look on his face, red eyes, and a murderous intent all over his body. Chase. All warriors from the South Sea Demon Realm will be killed without mercy. All the roots snatched from the South Sea Demon Realm and the Black Dragon clan can be divided in half. All other treasures taken. We won't take a single cent. The voice of the King Nanyun echoed in everyone's ears. At this time, because of the mysterious Thunder Pearl, the distance between them and the warriors of the South Sea Demon Realm had been pulled away a lot. In this strange world law, and in the tortuous corridor, the speed of the King Nanyun and the White Eyebrow Abbot was simply difficult to exert. From the Demon Emperor's medicine garden to the teleportation array is 10 miles away. 10 miles, very short. Moreover, the puppets along the way have been cleared, and the traps have been trampled once. The locations of these traps are clearly remembered in the minds of all the old monsters. Zhu and Wuji ran all the way down, which can be said to be unimpeded. At Zhu and Wuji's side, Zhu and Yuki followed closely. This woman used some secret method, and her body was like a puff of green smoke. After a few flashes, she was several miles away, not slower than Zhu and Wuji at all. At this moment, a scream was heard, and the elder of the South Sea Demon Realm who was at the end of the line had his spine chopped off by the murderous King Nanyun. He had been in Zuanden for less than 10 years, and his cultivation was the weakest among the warriors in the demon realm. At this time, his spine was chopped off, and the end was imaginable. Elder son is dead. Zhu Yuki frowned slightly. Humph, let him die. He can delay a little time, so he has made full use of his resources. Zhu and Wuji didn't care at all. Compared with the Brahma dragon root, the death of an elder who was not from the Zuan family was nothing to him. With a sneer, Zhu and Wuji took out another light blue magic bead from the Zumi ring. This bead was found in the ancient ruins, when Zhu and Wuji obtained the ancient magic skills and Demon Emperor's notes. It was called the barrier bead. With Zhu and Wuji's speed, he was not afraid of being caught up by King Nanyun and Abbot Baimei. He just wanted to take care of the other elders of the South Sea Demon Realm. After all, the death of too many elders would be a big blow to the overall strength of the South Sea Demon Realm. A bunch of stupid pigs. I have gone through so much hardship and countless costs to open the Demon God Emperor Palace. How can I make wedding clothes for you? Triggering the restriction of the barrier bead, Zhu and Wuji threw the barrier bead out. Let the South Sea Demon Realm elders who followed behind him pass. The barrier bead suddenly activated, and a light blue barrier opened like a spider web, blocking the corridor. At the same time, the teleportation array was right in front of him, and Zhu and Wuji had already explored the teleportation array in advance, and the teleportation array was available. As long as he passes the teleportation array, he can escape to heaven. But others, without him and his secret method, will most likely be trapped in the Demon Emperor's palace, and whether they can get out is a big problem. Chapter 499 Who in the world can stop me? Thinking of this, Zhu and Wuji sneered. When he entered the Demon God Emperor's palace, to open the palace protection formation, he deliberately kept some backhands. Without his secret method, it would be extremely difficult to open the palace protection formation. After the initial failure of opening the ancient battlefield, and being taken advantage of by these people, Zhu and Wuji took advantage of the situation. He originally planned to snatch the Brahma dragon root himself, use the teleportation array to leave, and trap these self-satisfied righteous people in the Demon God Emperor's palace. Even if they can't be trapped here forever, they can be trapped for 10 or 8 years. After that, he can calmly summon the sacred beast Giant Kun left in this world by the Demon Emperor. Once the sacred beast Giant Kun that suppresses the broken world appears, this world will be more fragile. By then, I don't know if these righteous people will still be alive. Without these righteous people, Zhu and Wuji has Giant Kun again, and can easily unify the Southern Sky region, and develop the South Sea Demon region. It can even use the Brahma dragon root to survive another death in a short period of time, and climb to a new peak in personal strength, truly upgrading the South Sea Demon region to a medium level 5th grade sect. This is Zhu and Wuji's perfect plan. However, he did not expect that things would change. The ancient formation of the Demon Emperor's medicine garden was so solid that Zhu and Wuji failed to break the formation. His perfect plan naturally became a bubble. But after a twist, he finally got a chance to break the formation. He did not know whether his method of breaking the formation finally worked, or whether those so-called formation masters were lucky or both. In short, the ancient formation was inexplicably opened, and Zhu and Wuji got the Brahma dragon root with his personal strength. Although he felt that something was wrong, there was something wrong. But the Brahma dragon root Zhu and Wuji got was real. At this time, he did not care to think about what was going on. Zhu and Wuji was not greedy. He had never expected to get a Brahma dragon root, complete the marrow washing, and then get the sacred beast Jukan. The purpose of this trip was achieved. With the Brahma dragon root, he had the confidence to break through the Sea of Gods. Reaching the Sea of Gods and becoming an emperor was Zhu and Wuji's greatest obsession in his life. As long as he completed this obsession, Zhu and Wuji did not ask for the rest. At this time, the teleportation array was just 100 feet away, and a crazy smile flashed across Zhu and Wuji's face. Success. Give me another 100 years, and I will become the Sea of God, and unify the South. Boom. King Nanyun's attack fell heavily on the barrier, opened by the barrier bead, but the barrier was only violently deformed, and was not damaged. Break. At the same time, the white eyebrow abbot also made a move. He slapped the barrier with his palm, and the diamond palm flashing with countless golden lights slapped it heavily. There was only a loud bang of metal and stone hitting each other, and this seemingly fragile barrier suddenly sank, and a huge handprint appeared, but it still did not break. At this time, Zhu and Wuji had already stepped onto the teleportation array. Seeing the scene where King Nanyun and Abbot Baimui attacked the barrier, Zhu and Wuji laughed loudly. This barrier bead is not so easy to break. Nanyun, Baimui, you really think that I, Zhu and Wuji, am the kind of person who swallows humiliation? I found the Demon Emperor's notes in the ancient ruins, and spent 10 years of hard work on it. I even launched the South China Sea War, just for the Brahma Dragon route. You actually want to get a piece of the pie without paying anything. How can I be willing, if I don't plot against you? I don't mind giving you a piece of advice. Without my secret method, the difficulty of breaking the palace protection formation outside is no less than breaking the ancient medicine garden formation. Haha. Nanyun, Baimui, I hope that in 10 years, I can see you break out of the formation. After Zhu and Wuji said this, King Nanyun and Abbot Baimui's faces were extremely ugly. They broke the palace protection formation together when they came in, so they naturally knew the difficulty. Without Zhu and Wuji, it would not be easy for them to break the formation. Baimui was furious, and he clapped his hands, and the great handprint of the Buddha was formed. Boom. The barrier trembled violently, and the great handprint of the Buddha, which was fully powered, was hit, but it still did not break. It was just that the light was a little dim, as if a lot of energy had been consumed by the palm of the Abbot Baimui. I advise you to save some energy. Even if you break this barrier now, it's too late. While Zhu and Wuji was speaking, Zhu and Yuki also landed lightly on the teleportation array, with an extremely calm demeanor. Prince Nanyun, Dachan Temple, you wait. When I achieve the Divine Sea, and become an emperor, I will visit your old nests one by one. By then, who can stop me in the Southern Sky Domain, the 5-element domain, the Great Zen Domain, including the entire South China Sea? They can only bow down to me. Zhu and Wuji said this, full of vigor and vitality. This has been his obsession and dream for thousands of years. Now it is right in front of him, about to be realized. At this time, in front of the enemy, he said his obsession. Zhu and Wuji felt high-spirited, passionate, and his thoughts were extremely clear. It must be said that the psychological pressure on the warriors caused by the realm of life and death is too great. Even a man with a deep mind like Zhu and Wuji suddenly saw the hope of breaking the shackles of life and death, and his eyebrows were flying and ecstatic. You know, he reached the extreme of Zuanden when he was 100 years old, and then was suppressed by the mountain of life and death for nearly 1,000 years. Once he was freed, he could not control the depression in his heart, and vented it all. People with gloomy minds, once they vent their crazy side, are often crazier than ordinary people. Zhu and Wuji, you are too arrogant. The Brahma Dragon route only increases the probability of successfully crossing the life and death. Do you think you can be crowned as an emperor? Maybe when you cross the next level of life and death, you will be wiped out. King Nanyun was furious. He attacked the barrier frantically, while mocking Zhu and Wuji. Haha. I naturally have other backup plans, but you just don't know them. Do you think this ancient relic is so simple? I, Zhu and Wuji, have been preparing for the Sea of Gods for nearly 1,000 years. How can I not be sure? Zhu and Wuji was very excited when he said this, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. He really had everything ready, except for the Brahma Dragon route. The value of this Brahma Dragon route is beyond your imagination. It can not only increase the probability of successfully crossing the life-slaying meteorite, but also cleanse the tendons and marrow, allowing the warriors to improve their cultivation. But you still don't have to worry about these. Think about how to get out of the Demon God Emperor's palace first, preferably before this world collapses. When Zhu and Wuji said this, King Nanyun almost bit his teeth in hatred. Long before entering the Demon God Emperor's palace, he guessed that he might fall into Zhu and Wuji's trick, and was on guard everywhere. However, there was no way. The Demon Emperor's notes were in Zhu and Wuji's hands, and it was impossible for him to show them. Without the Demon Emperor's notes, they were naturally in a passive position. However, with the opportunity at hand, King Nanyun followed in, even though he knew there was a danger of being plotted against. He didn't expect that he would be defeated here in the end. Break it for me. Abbot Baimei used the Great Seal of the Buddha again, and tore the barrier fiercely. This time, with a swish, the barrier seemed to be overwhelmed, and about to be torn apart. Zhuan Wuji smiled and said, "The Great Seal of the Buddha is indeed the top practice of the Great Zen Temple. Unfortunately, it's too late. I advise you to keep the Great Zen Sutra in the Great Zen Temple. Maybe decades later, I will borrow it to take a look." It is said that the Buddhist practice and the magic practice are complementary. I don't know if it is true or not. Arrogant. Zhuan Wuji, I swear by the Buddha in this life that I will destroy you, the demons of the South China Sea. Abbot Baimei completely lost his former demeanor. At this time, his hair and beard were flying, his face was ferocious, and he looked evil. Haha. Buddha? What is Buddha? Does it exist? With endless power, I'm Buddha. I'm God. My fate is controlled by myself. The future of the South Sea Demon Realm is written by me. The former glory of the Ghost Demon Emperor City will be recreated by me. After I achieve the God Sea, I will be able to go anywhere in the world. Teleportation array, start. Zhuan Wuji said this, and suddenly stomped his feet. The ancient teleportation array under his feet emitted a bright light, but the light flickered for a few breaths, and then became dimmer and dimmer. After a moment, it was completely silent. The 4 remaining elders of the South Sea Demon Realm, headed by Zhuan Wuji, were still standing on the teleportation array, without moving. Zhuan Wuji was stunned. The other 3 elders of the South Sea Demon Realm were also confused. Zhuan Yuki, who was always charming, was a little pale. What's going on? Zhuan Wuji panicked, but calmed down immediately. He had specially explored it before, and found that the teleportation array was still usable. He recalled the record of activating the array on the Demon Emperor's jade slip in his mind, which should be correct. Zhuan Wuji stomped his feet again. Teleportation activated. As if dying, the surrounding scenery did not change at all. At the other end of the corridor, the White Eyebrow Abbot and King Nanyun were still attacking the barrier with all their strength. This temporary barrier was already shaky. Zhuan Wuji's body was stiff at that moment, and he felt that countless crows flew over his head. Damn, what went wrong? Brother, what's going on? Zhuan Yuki was also anxious. Did the ancient array fail? It can't be so unlucky. All the way here, none of the ancient arrays in the Demon God Emperor's palace failed. Why did this one fail? The other 2 elders of the South Sea Demon Realm were even more numbed and weak in the heels. Their strength is limited. If the teleportation array fails, Zhuan Wuji can still escape, but the 2 of them may not be able to escape death. Teleport. After trying for the last time, and making sure that it was not, that he remembered the method of opening the teleportation array incorrectly, but that there was a problem with the teleportation array itself. Even though Zhuan Wuji was always calm, sweat broke out on his forehead at this time. From being high-spirited just now, as if he had seen himself achieving the Divine Sea, and leading the South Sea Demon Realm, to unify the South Sky, to now being lonely and helpless, with only 4 people, fighting against the aggressive coalition of other forces, Zhuan Wuji suddenly felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell. Damn it. I've been calculated. The cocoon is about to explode in May. Book the guaranteed monthly ticket for May. The next chapter will be updated in 5 hours, that is, in the early morning. Chapter 500, the second Brahma Dragon Route. Zhuan Wuji has collected so much information in the past 10 years, and has also studied the surface of the ancient array formation. Moreover, in the Demon Emperor's notes, the method of activating the teleportation array is described simply and clearly, and Zhuan Wuji does not think he has made a mistake. However, in fact, the array formation cannot be activated, and the Demon Emperor's notes should not be wrong. Could it be? Combined with the previous strangeness, Zhuan Wuji suddenly felt a strong feeling in his heart, as if he was being calculated by someone. However, he had no time to think about where the problem was. With a loud bang, the barrier he released to block everyone was completely torn apart by King Nanyun and Abbot Baimei. Oops. Zhuan Wuji was shocked. Don't do it. I have something to say. Go to hell and say it. King Nanyun's heart was already filled with raging anger. As soon as he came up, he moved his true energy to the extreme, and his whole body was full of murderous aura. He chopped with a knife, and the knife light shattered the void, and rolled straight to Zuan Wuji. Damn it. Zuan Wuji had no choice but to fight the enemy. He had to protect Zuan Yuki and the other three, so he couldn't avoid it. In this narrow corridor, there was no room for avoidance. Zuan Wuji drew out the heavenly treasure spear from the Zumi ring, and stabbed it at the sword energy of King Nanyun. Retreat quickly. Zuan Yuki's face changed color, and she pulled up the other two life-falling elders and retreated violently. King Nanyun cooperated with Abbot Baimei, and the two top-level powerhouses of the third level of life-falling fought with Zuan Wuji with all their strength. The aftermath of the explosion was extremely terrifying. King Nanyun, stop. I have also been calculated by someone. The situation was complicated, and they were fighting. Even though Zuan Wuji was careful, he had no time to think at this time, and he couldn't figure out who was so powerful that he could calculate him and even everyone. Zuan, old thief, it's useless even if you say anything. If I believe you again, I'll have lived for more than 800 years in vain. King Nanyun attacked like the wind, and blood surged, not giving Zuan Wuji any chance to speak. He was almost trapped in the palace of the demon god emperor by Zuan Wuji before, and the other party escaped with the treasure, and he might even be trapped here for 10 or 8 years. In this case, how could King Nanyun believe Zuan Wuji's words again? Zuan Wuji's own strength is slightly weaker than King Nanyun, but he has a heavenly treasure, and his real combat power can be better. However, King Nanyun has a white eyebrow abbot on his side. Baimei was surprised why Zuan Wuji couldn't teleport away, but at this time, he didn't care to think so much. No matter what happened to Zuan Wuji, they would first join forces to destroy him, and get this Brahma dragon root and the demon emperor's notes. A destroyed Zuan Wuji would be much easier to control. When he looked at the demon emperor's notes, everything would be clear. Would he still need to talk nonsense with him? The great handprint of the Buddha of Wisdom. Abbot Baimei pushed out his palm, and a huge golden handprint chopped down from the sky. Arsehole. Zuan Wuji was also furious. He had been plotted against, and before he had time to think about who had plotted against him, he was beaten up by King Nanyun and Abbot Baimei. He was furious. Don't think that I, Zuan Wuji, am afraid of you. Break it for me. A sharp light flashed in Zuan Wuji's eyes, and he stabbed the golden handprint with a spear. Boom. The golden great handprint of the Buddha of Wisdom was pierced through by Zuan Wuji's spear, and he himself flew backwards. At this time, the others also fought with the remaining 3 elders of the South Sea Demon Realm. Seeing the fierce coalition of elders, the 3 elders of the South Sea Demon Realm suddenly felt bitter in their hearts, their calves cramped, and the always charming Zuan Yuki turned pale, while the other 2 elders' faces turned red. When the elders were fighting in a mess, Lin Ming was the only one left in the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden. The small sects represented by Shenhuang Island and Dachan Temple had already agreed to cooperate. This time, they promised great benefits again, so they naturally wanted to catch up. They could not expect to get the main trunk of the Brahma Dragon root, but they were very satisfied to get half a root. After all, after several hardships, there were only about 20 elders left alive. If you deduct the 4 people from the South Sea Demon Realm, there were 17 or 18 people in total, but there were 9 roots. If they could completely annihilate the South Sea Demon Realm and play a certain role in the battle, they would still have great hope to get half a root. So in a blink of an eye, the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden was deserted. Of course, Lin Ming was left in the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden. Mu Fengson naturally could not take Lin Ming with him. Not to mention that Lin Ming was extremely slow. The key point was that the fight was fierce and Lin Ming might be dragged into it and die. Lin Ming suppressed his excitement, closed his eyes, and silently counted the time. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. The teleportation array was 10 miles away from the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden, and the perception of the general life falling powerful was only a few hundred feet in this broken world. Lin Ming had enough time to open the ancient array of the Medicine Garden. Moreover, they were in the midst of a fierce pursuit, and were unlikely to notice this place. After 10 breaths, Lin Ming estimated that the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden had left the perception range of these life-falling old monsters. At this time, no matter what he did, it would be safe. Lin Ming took a deep breath and suddenly opened his eyes. The ancient array of the Demon Emperor Medicine Garden has 2 layers, north and south, and there are also 2 Brahma dragon roots. In each layer of the array, a Brahma dragon root is sealed. These 2 layers of arrays support each other. Zuan Wuji does not understand the array theory, so he can only break the 2 arrays together, but Lin Ming can open them one by one. In order to make it easier for Zuan Wuji to grab the Brahma dragon root, Lin Ming intentionally opened the southern formation that was closer to Zuan Wuji and left the northern formation unopened. As a result, the southern Brahma dragon root was plundered by Zuan Wuji, while the northern one remained intact. Fortune and wealth are sought in danger, and this is undoubtedly the best opportunity. Opportunities are rare and will never come back. Lin Ming moved his feet, and his body suddenly shot out like a highly compressed spring, flying to the front of the first formation symbol. With a clap of his hands, the structure of the formation symbol was instantly changed. The first formation symbol, energy penetrated. In the past few hours, the process of opening the formation has been deduced countless times in Lin Ming's mind, just to save time. For Lin Ming at this time is life. He is not sure when those dead monsters will come back. If Zuan Wuji successfully escapes through the teleportation formation, then those monsters will naturally return soon, and Lin Ming will not have much time. However, Lin Ming had already tampered with the teleportation array. Lin Ming was looking forward to Zuan Wuji's expression at that time. If he knew that it was he who had tampered with it, he would probably want to eat him alive. They couldn't escape, so they would have to fight a big battle, which gave Lin Ming more time. Lin Ming was confident that he had tricked them very secretly this time. Even if after the battle, these old monsters felt something was wrong, woke up, and came back, it should take half a quarter of an hour to a quarter of an hour, which was enough for Lin Ming to finish everything. It wouldn't take much time to open this ancient array in the medicine garden, but Lin Ming wanted to compress this process to the extreme because he needed more time to try another thing. The ancient array covering the medicine garden was like a set of complicated password locks. Only by correctly changing the structure of each array symbol could the ancient array be opened. Lin Ming acted like the wind, and his body ran quickly between the 36 ancient array symbols. After just a dozen breaths, the energy structure of all the array symbols had been changed by Lin Ming, and then, the entire array emitted a hazy white light. At that moment, Lin Ming's heart was in his throat. Don't let anything go wrong. During the 10 breaths of time it took to open the formation, Lin Ming's palms were already sweating. He stared at the Brahma dragon root in the protective shield with his eyes burning, holding his breath. As the formation was opened, the vast and cold air spread out. Lin Ming felt the coldness all over his body. He even had to force his true essence to barely resist the invasion of the cold air. What a strong cold air. Lin Ming was fully focused. When the formation was fully opened, he jumped out in a flash and came to the front of the Brahma dragon root. His true essence wrapped his hands and stretched out to the Brahma dragon root. At that moment, Lin Ming's hands were shaking. Got it. This is a treasure of heaven and earth that countless life-lost great powers dream of, the Brahma dragon root. The root-like plant twisted like ginseng, grey all over, looks inconspicuous, but its roots are like coiled dragons. This is a spiritual plant that has existed for tens of thousands of years. Even in the god realm, the Brahma dragon root is harvested after being planted for 10,000 years at most, and it will not be allowed to grow for tens of thousands of years. Few sects will spend tens of thousands of years to plant a spiritual medicine, because many sects themselves cannot exist for tens of thousands of years. The fact that this Brahma dragon root has grown for such a long time is completely accidental. Even if you search the Cheyenne continent, you may not find many natural treasures that are more valuable than this one. The moment Lin Ming touched the Brahma dragon root, his heart was in his throat. Even though his hands were wrapped in thick true energy, he still felt the coldness in his palms. It seemed that there was a faint cold current that passed along the meridians of his body and even into his bone marrow. This feeling was very comfortable. Incredible. Just holding it, I can feel the resonance with the Brahma dragon root in my bones, as if it was born for the Chaos Gang Dao Sutra. Quickly and carefully, he cleared the soil near the Brahma dragon root, and Lin Ming quickly cleared out the roots one by one, not even wanting to break the tiny root hairs. Just like that, after more than 10 breaths, a complete Brahma dragon root was taken out by Lin Ming and placed in a jade box that had been prepared long ago. Lin Ming also took local soil and filled the jade box, completely wrapping the Brahma dragon root. Then he put on the seal and carefully put the jade box away. This kind of spiritual plant that is still alive cannot be put into the Zumi ring. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.